is all about people and politics. Now, the murder of security officer Kipyegon Kenei, who worked in the office of Deputy President William Ruto, has galvanized public attention in the past 2 weeks. It was not the usual death. On the contrary, it was linked to some high-stake deal. Initial reports pointed towards a suicide theory, as evidently promoters of that view sought to mislead the public. However, the Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti, has demolished that theory, providing graphic evidence to show that the death was linked to underhand transactions at the office of the DP by high-profile individuals. Mr. Kinoti's evidence suggests that Sergeant Kenei was at the center of the alleged arms transaction that was spearheaded by former Cabinet Secretary Richard Echesa. Well, the matter is already being prosecuted in court, but what concerns us here is the amount of vitriol that has since been spewed following Mr. Kinoti's public revelation of events during the transaction at the DP's office. DP Ruto took to the social media to castigate Mr. Kinoti, accusing him of high drama and, by extension, hyperbole. His supporters in the now divided Jubilee House took cue and descended on Mr. Kinoti with vengeance, accusing him of, among other things, playing to the public gallery, but singularly failing to do through investigation on the murder. Now, since his office is in the spotlight, DP Ruto has the right to defend himself and his officers. But there is a line between explaining a position and attacking a public officer. The DP is the second in command in the country. By extension, all public officials are under his command. When those officers make mistake or act in a manner that suggests they goofed, there are structures for dealing with them. Never, however, is it contemplated that the DP will direct personal attack on a public official and act in a manner to suggest that he is helpless when he is the president's substantive and principal assistant. Matters are worse when politicians seize themselves of such issues and rail against public officers. It is demeaning and erodes the public's confidence in those officers and their institutions. Criminal investigation is a sensitive matter. What investigative officers do is not a subject of public debate. The outcomes are used for prosecuting cases in court. This is why we are alarmed when the DCI and his officers are pilloried, because the matter they are investigating revolves around DP's office. The point is that professionals should be allowed to do their work without political interference. Intimidating public officials and subjecting them to public ridicule undermines good governance. We're entering a dangerous threshold where every matter, irrespective of its nature, is perceived along political lines. This has to stop. And of course, that is what we shall be discussing with the panelists here this morning. They're here with, of course, with me. When you saw that particular long shot, they're here. Aaron Cheriot, Dr. Eseli, Dr. Otene Molo. We're eagerly waiting for Jacomi Dio. Also, we have Bone Halwale and Kimani Ometangi. And the guest profiles is up next. right, those are our panelists this morning. And I just want to rope in briefly just to hear the introductory remarks before we go to the soap box of the day. We have Kimani Matangi with us, who is joining us. And today, Kimani Matangi brought us some grift.
Yes.
But I can see only 2 oranges and we're several of us here in the studio. Good morning.
Well, thank you very much, Dibala, and I want to say good morning to our viewers. It's good to be here one more time. Yes, and I came with a few gifts. 2 bright oranges that looks savory
They have a purpose.
Eat. Yes, they have a purpose, and they have an owner.
And they have an owner today. All right. Last week also missed Senator Aaron Cheriot. While you were away, a lot happened. You can tell us where you were. We saw you actually on social media. You're an avid supporter of some football club. You can tell us more about that.
Well, good morning, viewers, and good morning, Dibal. I was away in London on some parliamentary assignments. So, what picture are you referring to?
Bonnie Galole is walking in, so Jackie just stand by with my camera one. He's running late. Just walk in, sir. Yes.
But you're cautioning me not to try.
To walk in.
I'll come over and mic you. Right, just continue, Aaron Cheriot.
Yeah, so of course, like you're saying, on the sidelines of it, I found time to watch football. I'm an ardent supporter of Arsenal Football Club. So there's no...
The only thing you share with Baba.
No, I share with Baba many other things. But Arsenal is one of the things that we share. And by the way,
yes,
I think I watch football with him more than with Otiende. With Otiende we play, but with Baba we watch many times. And on the good days when Arsenal win, the meeting normally ends in a very good way. Most of the time we will round up all our bills because we watch in one place and say, just go, Baba has taken care of this. But given the fact that Arsenal hardly wins these days, that phenomena doesn't happen so frequently. So yeah, that's where I was. I came back yesterday, and here we are. Same old Kenya. I thought perhaps by the time I'd come, Otiende would have moved this country forward, but it just stagnated at where it was. So I'll try and help him this morning. We see if we can manage to push Kenya forward.
All right.
Good to see the rest of my colleagues as well. Kimani, Boni, and Eseli.
Right.
Good to see all of you.
Fantastic.
I watched the show, by the way, last week. It was quite early, almost 3 a.m. in the morning, but I woke up to watch you guys.
Good.
I didn't want to comment though, because I know people can be cheeky if you say something, and you don't have a chance for rebuttal. So I just decided to keep my peace.
Right, Dr. Eseli, good morning. Your introductory remarks today.
What was by the way, yes, sorry, there's something, Eseli, I forgot. There's something I've realized every time, and I think the rest of my colleagues can share the experience on this. But if there's something out there that make people recognize you, it's being on this particular show, and how keen people, especially those who live and work in diaspora, follow this particular show, Dibal. On many occasions that I bumped into Kenyans living and working in London, they'd remind me about things we've said on this show. I said, oh, on that day you were wrong. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with what Omatangi said. I think Otiende on that day didn't speak the truth. So it tells you that this is a very important show, and Kenyans take us very seriously on the things that we take here. So it's a take home for me to be more serious and focus, try and always say things that move the country forward on this particular show. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Right, let's hear from Dr. Eseli.
Yes, first I would like to pass my sincere condolences to the family of Suleiman Dori, MP Msambweni, who we lost yesterday, and he was buried by the Islamic customs. He was a very amiable gentleman to associate with. It's sad for us, and we just hope that, we pray that God gives the family strength. And then for the nation, media, the loss of your photojournalist the other day through an accident, a hit and run accident. And now looking at the papers, one of the renowned photojournalists, Mohinda Delon, has also passed on.
At 88.
Yes. Having said that, Wamatangi is bringing trouble to the set.
Yes.
Because usually ODM is one orange. So when he brings two oranges, who is he expecting Jakoyo to pass the other one to? Because the ODM is symbol is one orange.
Is already preempting. Yeah. This is meant to be a surprise.
No, but they are there.
And on the other hand,
No, it's meant to be to make people really curious. What is all these oranges all about?
But where is he going to pass the other orange to? Because ODM is one orange. Now he has been brought two.
I was going to explain.
I think the other one he carried for himself.
I was going to explain that when
But
the
the other
order
one is
comes.
for Tiende Omolo. Good morning, Otiende Omolo.
Good morning. First, yes, together with my colleagues, to condole with the family of our brother Suleiman Tori Ramadhani. I learned of his death as a shock. I was actually not privy to how serious he was unwell. And before I could settle, I saw that the burial would be the same day, and so I was definitely not able to attend. But I spoke to at least three of my colleagues who were able to make arrangements and attend. Our SG, Edwin Sifuna, leader of minority in the Senate, James Orengo, and leader of minority in the National Assembly, John Badi. At least they represented us. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Another event that I think should be of interest is the transition. LSK recently held election.
Yes.
And this was the week that you'd have thought there would be fireworks. But fortunately, and I participated in the elections went on quite well. And there does not appear to be any serious complaints. And somehow, elections such as for Law Society of Kenya, the IEBC always gets right. I don't know why it can never get these others right in equal measure. But on a lighter note, now that Aaron Cheruiyot has just come back, I hope you screened him for corona, because we don't know how safe we are here.
By the way,
He does not attack Africa.
Go away.
all right, good to hear from you. We expect Jakoyo also to join us, but let's just look also of the politics of the week that has been, and especially how the Sergeant Kenei's burial also panned out. We've prepared this for you.
On the 14th February, the year 2020, DCI officers proceeded to Harambee House Annex, seeking to be provided with the CCTV footage covering the event of the 13th February 2020. The officers were denied access to the server and were only shown 23 minutes of footage which had been taken from various cameras from the monitor, which is connected with the different cameras of the building. They were asked to record whatever from the monitor, to record on their phones or with any other device they had record, but not being given the extract. February 2020, that is when the deceased was found dead And this was established out of curiosity of his neighbors, who had not seen the deceased, and when they closely examined his door, they realized it was not locked from the inside with a padlock, and it was slightly racked. These doors, for those who are at the scene with us, could see the one to just rock from the inside, and then just a little bit, which means that somebody who just returned the latch a little bit and then they left. When actually he was found, he was wearing pajamas. He did not have shoes, no socks. This is an unarmed police officer with a firearm. He entered his house. I don't expect him to forget to lock from the inside his house because it was still open.
Mwili ulikuwa tu umelala pale karibu na mlango. Na huo mwili ukapatikana kwamba ulikuwa na bunduki ya huyu ilikuwa tu pale karibu, na risasi ilionekana na damu imetoka karibu na shingo na imetoka kwa kichwa, and there was a bullet which had hit the ceiling.
This is the way of shooting himself, and then definitely the entire spatter of either brain and brain, they were expecting to be somewhere because that's the direction, trajectory of the ammunition after it has been ejected from the fire. And then when we are ejecting like that, definitely the cartridge is supposed, even I'm calculating, goes on the right. There is no fire, we have known that the ejector goes from there. We have not had one. But the one which he had, the ejector is on the right. When he shot himself, and what we were expecting up there was not consistent.
Huyu Kenei ako na wenzake wawili ambao wanafanya kazi pamoja, ni askari pia. Nikawaita wote watatu wakasimama mbele yangu pale ofisini. Nikawauliza, vijana, ni mambo gani yaliyofanyika kwa hiyo ofisi? Wote wakajieleza. Na Kenei akaniambia ya kwamba ni kweli yeye anajuana na bwana Echesa, alikuwa amepigiwa simu na kuambiwa ya kwamba Echesa na wenzake waliokuja kwa ofisi yangu walikuwa na appointment. Ndio akawaruhusu waje katika waiting room. Na mimi nawauliza wale wote wahusika watafute kiini na sababu na kwa nini huyu Kenei aliuawa.
I want to say without fear of contradiction that the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has brought dishonor and disrespect to the presidency.
I am aware and I know, and it's obvious, that there is a huge scheme that has been orchestrated to demean and to destroy my office to ensure that I do not get anywhere. Those executing this scheme, this elaborate scheme to undermine and destroy my office and ostensibly to stop me using all these schemes, I want to tell them they may have the system. They may have whatever they have. But I want to tell them we have God. Pengine waniue mimi, lakini sitarudi nyuma. Siwezi kurudi nyuma. Vitisho, njama, hizi zote. Kwa sababu ninajua hata yale mambo yanakuja hapa mbele ambayo imepangwa. But I'm ready for it.
And that sets the tone for our conversation here with our panelist who killed Sergeant Kenei. We want also to just let you know that on the side we'll be running also the dailies for you. If you have not seen the dailies today, of course I didn't show you, so that at least we can maximize on match time. So the Daily Nation and all the dailies will be running on the alongside the screen, just to make sure at least you're up to date as well as far as the papers are concerned. Let's just begin with Otiende Omolo on this particular clip we've played so far, the happenings last week, grave statements coming from the political divide as well. We shall discuss much later. I can see Boni Khalwale trying to point at the oranges before we continue, but I think we'll do that much later. Let's just begin with or we shall begin with the oranges first. Let's just begin with the oranges first. Right. So for them that don't really understand why we have oranges today, there has been what Otiende Omolo calls a seismic tectonic shift to the oranges, right? And we just want to Otiende Omolo to tell us more about why we have these oranges here.
I thought Wamatangi would do that. He came with them. I have no idea whether he wants to eat them or partake of them in any other way. I think he should explain
you came
first.
with the oranges.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And, you know, it is always good to honor a colleague, you know, and especially, you know, a colleague who has been of good faith and one who finally, you know, takes a position and a stand. And these oranges I brought for my brother here, Jokoyo Midiwo. And I came and I placed them here neatly. And Jokoyo, just before you came in, Estelle was wondering, why did I bring 2 oranges? and in Orange Democratic Party, the symbol is only 1 orange. I brought 2 because, and I know the slogan is Chungwa Moja. One represents your past. and one now you're present. and these oranges are good, they are clean, they are ripe, and it is you to choose. I would rather we don't eat them. and we keep them, but please take them with you. and when you take them, save them somewhere. You know, you can even dry them. But, you know, to say I would not be able to welcome you the way Otiende would welcome you, but to say finally it is good to have you somewhere.
the prodigal son is home.
And lastly...
And finally, you are now an orange man.
You are still only commenting about them.
Yes. We were going to present them in due time, but I see like you wanted to present
yes,
more colorful stuff, you know, the oranges can can be the last.
Right. Maybe Otieno Molo will walk over now to Jacob Midio. Just come in front and be welcomed back to your party. The prodigal son who was lost. We can see merchandise here. You can come with the oranges as well. Right?
I've not been given the oranges.
It will be presented to you not from the Jubilee Party,
Yes.
but from
No,
the,
but from the owner. How can Jubilee bring on?
You know, this is a priestly act, so I must vest myself first.
Yes,
you know, unlike Wamatangi, who's presenting something he might not be very familiar with, I must do this myself before I, adorn Jacoyo, and then I will say a few words before you say a few words. It is very important. Yes, ODM.
and the words being said.
And let me tell you, Jacoyo, you're in a much better position than Dr. Alwali here. Because for you, this is not the formal reception. You are already received by the party leader.
Yes.
You know, my brother here was only received in this studio. And the person performing that function was actually Senator Wamatangi. So Senator Wamatangi has this habit now of receiving every other person. But at least in your case, it's after you're received by the party leader. Congratulations.
But what really informed Jacoyo going back to ODM? Yeah? What really informed you, or what really informed this particular decision, you going back to ODM?
You know, all politics is local, eh?
Absolutely.
And the way things are, there's no more Jubilee. Whatever is left of a political party in our country is ODM. The rest will have to be formed. Even if you ask Cheriot and Haluale, what is their party? Now that they have been kicked out of Jubilee, generally they may not accept, but which wing of Jubilee are they? They don't have a political party. They don't have any construction of political movement. They're just there. You see how they're complaining on TV.
Otienda, you forgot to carry the constitution during the you also didn't give them.
No. That one is already safely there. This is that much more serious. But Wamatangi,
Yes.
the party constitution, Jacoyo already has. He was given on the day he was received. Today we are only discussing the country's constitution, unless you are conflating the two.
I thought you would find a relevant article.
Those ones will come in the show.
But Jacoyo, is you're finally going back to ODM. Is it related to the police attacking your home?
That is even a very good question. The police attacked my home.
Is that what
paid
prompted you?
for a plane ticket with my own money. I went to court and I said I forgive them. I thought I would have had to contest with the police in court, but I know police have internal mechanism, and the bigger boy that I am, I forgave them.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I went to court and said. Now, to answer your question, no.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
And let me tell you, let me correct you and Otiende. I never left ODM. I was just rigged out. So I was an independent candidate. That is the window the Constitution creates for people who wale wamedhulumiwa.
So have you forgiven Baba and ODM because you think...
I have forgiven them. I'm a bigger boy.
You're a bigger boy?
Yeah, I've forgiven Baba, Otiende, and all those people. I've forgiven them. That is why you can come here and bring me this thing. I'm a bigger boy.
Okay. It's a good thing, Dibal, what has happened to our good friend.
But let me come and actually take the capes and the scarves. I don't want to be in a campaigning mode. We've not yet started campaigning here, so
Keep them safely.
And the oranges can be made.
the oranges can be made.
Halwale may be interested in that.
I actually thought the second orange was Halwale's. I thought that maybe Wamatangi had spoken to the good doctor.
There are things.
Yes, about now.
There are things
crossing over property.
About chewing the second orange.
There are things Alwale will never do. One of which is to join the Orange Party. That one at least I am sure.
Anyway,
He will never.
so
But it's a good thing because Jacoyo has eventually followed his spirit. You know, his spirit has always been ODM, even on this show. It's only his heart and body that has been elsewhere. But now he has decided to put together his body, soul, and spirit inside the orange. You know, I've always told him, if it works like ODM, talks like ODM, then it is ODM. Finally, at least now, that debate is settled. Right. The only disappointment, Jacoyo, you know, we had other very serious discussions. Yes. And I told him, in a proper functional democracy, alternative views are something that's, you cannot say alternative views. You know, if you go to, say, Central, because our politics is domiciled around regions. If you go to Central, there are people who agree with the general thinking of the region in terms of political direction. A majority, but then there are 1, 2, 3, or 4 others who think otherwise about that region. If you come to Rift Valley, where I come from, there are people who, most of us think in a certain way, but there are 3, 4 voices that sort of gives an alternative view to things. And the same is replicated elsewhere, only for the region where Jacoyo and Otiende come from. And I had spoken to Jacoyo at length and I've told him, after 3 terms of parliament, surely, you cannot be doing the things that Otiende first-timers are doing. Your stature has risen. I think if these people rigged you out, it's because they know of your abilities. So what I expected Jacoyo to do, which he had done, by the way, sometimes, so he tried. But I understand how viciously these people have fought you. They've sent police to your house, they've destroyed your hotel. So now you have eventually given up.
They've pushed him to the corner.
You have pushed him to the corner. Just like, he's just a small William Ruto who has given up. You know, I expected Jacoyo to stand and be firm, because it is unusual and unheard of that a particular region, that it can only be one way of thinking and nothing else. I find that to be strange. Maybe it's
No, but Senator.
Yeah.
You know, you are young. I can't say young and stupid because you are not stupid. But I can say you are young.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. The same way I was in ODM and we were here with you.
Yeah.
You will never see a scintilla of change in Jacoyo Midim.
Okay.
I believe in justice. Even that you're calling me a small William Ruto, I can't be small because I'm older than him. But what I'm telling you, I would want to protect his rights.
Okay.
But we are politicians. You must play politics within some kiwanja.
Okay.
So that you are, politics is a game of numbers. It's not a game, even when Boni abandoned Dueta, he joined Jubilee because of numbers. And I think we must respect that. Suffice it to say that the day I was now going back to ODM, it was not, I was not alone. We were like 30-something people, but only lawyers. Then there are lawyers. Then there are people, because ODM did wrong things to many people. But we are saying it is better to correct from inside than to make noise and go nowhere.
Okay.
That to me, I think, is a mature thing. That's the direction we must take.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think we shall dedicate just a show.
You don't want me to congratulate him?
Well, you've been Millimouth for a while. Just do it.
Yeah. I think in congratulating Mheshimiwa, I want to say how the country has lost the quality of leadership that Jacoyo Midio had in the National Assembly. I'm sure had he been in the National Assembly, probably Junet would not be who he is. It would have been Jacoyo's position. And the embarrassment Junet has brought the Orange Democratic Movement through the poor leadership that he has depicted would not have been the case. So it's again hoping that he'll find his way back into the House, of course, as the whip of the minority in 2022. I'm sure he's going to get to that. It's also a plus for the people of Gem, because my brother Elisha, the only talent he had that brought him to Parliament was that he was very close to Kidero, and they used to attack me with goons and so on when I was putting them under pressure. And then he became visible. It is bad to democracy that the only way a son of the Luo nation can become a member of parliament is after you have only sought one vote, the vote of the ring leader. So we'll live with it. May I congratulate my brother for coming with 2 oranges.
Yes.
One orange is for Jakoyo. Yes. The other orange allow me to give Honorable Eseli. He knows where to take it. Eseli? No. I have said that. Since he has refused to take it, let me tell him, take it. You take it so that it is shared with Kalonzo Musyoka and Wetangula and Mudavadi. Even being told in black and white that you are not members of ODM, they keep on sneaking back. Just tell people that you are unable to underwrite your bills. That's why you are hanging on ODM so that you get something from the political party fund. For as long as you are still hobnobbing with the ODM in parliament and in BBI rallies, that orange is yours. This one is Jakoyo's. Finally, I hope you'll have your take. I hope, and Jakoyo, I hope,
Yes.
that you, the 2 people I've worked longest with, Honorable Elizabeth Ongoro and yourself, your real reason for going back is what you have said. And that it has got nothing to do with you now also having your turn at the laundry. You know, the laundry at Capitol Hill, once you have problems like Elizabeth Ongoro, you've been sued for CDF. If you go to the laundry at Capitol Hill, moja tu, and you are as clean as cotton. So I'm not too sure what you have been stealing. You might have gone for, I'm saying I'm not too sure. You might have gone to the laundry.
Okay. I think we're done now.
I'm the one who came with the oranges. Can you allow me to protest Boni Halwale's move because he took my orange. and I donated the oranges, 2 of them, and I give them with a reason. Then unceremoniously he takes one and hands it over to other people. Boni Halwale knows where he can get oranges. He could be maybe to donate.
Yeah, please. Then we wrap up on it and go to the topic of the day.
When you talk about the association of ANC, Wiper, and Ford Kenya with ODM, despite being mistreated, I think you need to understand one thing. BBI rallies, while ODM is trying to pretend that they are the owners, BBI belongs to Kenyans. That's why, apart from us attending them, I think you've seen Kipchumba Murkomen also attending. Have you questioned them? Have you given them part of the orange? And finally, I would like you to know that by the history of this country on governance issues and on proper running of national affairs, I would say that when we were in government with ODM, we ran a better government than Jubilee. So I think I'm associating with the right side.
Thank you.
You are the one associating with the people who are ruling this country.
Thank you.
Let me have my say on this orange.
We finalize with the tenure on the orange, please.
You're asking why Boni Halwale has taken your orange. Yes. It's because Boni has a natural affinity to the Orange Party.
No, I passed it.
Natural affinity to the Orange Party. So it is natural for him to take an orange and donate it here and there. Because where he is, he's merely on a sojourn. He will come back home. But, it's kind of a contradiction to hear Aaron Cheruiyot and Boni Halwale lament so much about dissent and then attack the leader of Ford Kenya and ANC for supporting BBI. Isn't it a contradiction merely because you think that they should join your wing of Jubilee that is opposed to BBI? How do you condemn intolerance and then advocate it at the same time? But if Aaron Cheruiyot was a good scholar in history, he would know that there is no part of this country that has a longer history of political dissent than where I come from. at any one time since before independence and after independence and to date, you will always find that there's a mainstream thinking, but there's always an alternative thinking. That alternative thinking goes back to, you know, the days of Tomboy and Jaramogi. It goes all the way into as recently as when we were all on this side. And my own predecessor in Rarieda was on your side. And he would still say his thing. The fact that most people don't agree with him at the time is irrelevant. Today, we have members of parliament who do not belong to ODM. We have Honorable Masara, who's an independent, Shakil Shabir, who's an independent. We have Olaga Luoch in Fort Kenya, and they're still, it's okay. So it is wrong to attack those who have chosen to come back, like Jakoyo Midio, my own sister Elizabeth Ongoro, by merely saying that now they've come back either for what Boni, you know, very dangerously, you know, claims to be reasons for wanting to be laundered, or because it's for some other, you know, pressure. I think we must allow people to exercise their independent thought and will, to come back and will, to live at will, at least for me.
Thank you.
Hopefully, Jacob will not be calling me a member of the Sultanate anymore. So I am quite happy. We will now be on the same boat on this one.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Let's wrap up that particular discussion on political parties. And of course, we know also there is a bill that is on the floor of the House, the political parties bill. You talked about funding, and I think that has been also a bigger component on how this winner takes all, like ODM, or Jubilee, when it comes to the funding as well. Maybe you can just put us to the know briefly, members of parliament, if there is anything on, because I know there's a sort of a bill in the House right now that seeks to tackle the issue of funding, briefly.
I'm not privy to the bill yet, but yes, I think the current sharing of political parties fund is undemocratic. It's not useful for this country, because what happens now is such that they have made it so difficult for many parties to access the fund. Even parties that have representation in various assemblies in the country cannot access the fund. And yet, the whole idea about political parties funding, which by the way I need to remind the country, that the initial bill was actually brought in by the former chairman of Ford Kenya, Honorable Muskari Kombo. They are the initiators of political parties funding. But right now, what we are dealing with has been distorted to the extent that you find all the money goes to one or two parties. Yeah. And yet there are many other parties, not just in the National Assembly and the Senate, but in various other assemblies in the country. I think that needs to be looked at carefully, because somebody imagines that then they are reducing the number of political parties in the country. I don't think financing should be the way to reduce the number of political parties. There are better ways to do that. I believe that the time when political parties funding was being equitably shared by political parties, there was vibrant democracy. You could see that with the kind of debate we engaged in and with the kind of people we had. But right now, with the money just going to two parties, you can see what's going on in the country. While the rest of the parties are so disenfranchised to the point that they cannot implement their activities effectively, because then you have to rely on individuals' generosity to be able to run your affairs. And that was the whole idea of political parties funding, so that a party stops being a property of an individual who funds it. But if we continue this way, then yes, and Kenyans should be very worried, because then we are reducing this country to an ODM Jubilee affair. And in my view, both those parties are dysfunctional. And if we reduce the country to be at the mercy of these two parties, we are doing a disservice to democracy.
Right, thank you.
And I think during our time in Senate, in the last session, Boni Halwale was one of the most passionate contributors to that issue. I remember he contributed to that matter.
They came up with
at length. And because I think from what I followed the discussion that time when you contributed to it, Boni. And the issue was I think narrowed down to what you'd call the terms and conditions, or the threshold that has been set for a political party to qualify to be a beneficiary of the funding. And so you find largely to what Eseli is saying, it becomes in quotes, unfair. And for that matter, creates a monopoly of the big parties gobbling up all the funds, not necessarily to promote democracy as it is supposed to be, but to fund political expansion of those parties. I think that was the debate. It would be better off probably rationalized. One would want to wonder then how will it play out at this time when we are also agitating to have a parliamentary system? How would that play out? It would be a big discussion. Yeah.
Right.
Can I respond to your question?
Just a moment. Yes, Boni Halwale, briefly.
I really regret some of the many things that I did in Parliament. But one such a thing that I regret is when I moved an amendment to lower the threshold of the requirement for a political party to access the political party funding. Because in so doing, I started thinking contrary to what Muskari Kombo had envisaged, i.e. to try and kill the so-called briefcase parties. You might like it, you might hate it, but some of the political parties now represented in Parliament are actually engaged in enterprise, in the sense that let me get a few MCS here, a few MPs here, one governor, senator there, so that I can get access to political party funding, and at the time of nominations, people will pay my party. So they are in business. It should be strengthened. You members of Parliament who are still there, go and strengthen that so that we have got serious political parties that can compete for presidency. In fact, the only parties that should have access to this fund is one that competes for the presidency and proves that they have competed at that level. So that we move away from these small little parties. I'm not having a Sally on mind, but he's having himself on mind, because his target is usually to get MPs in Bungoma and in Trans Nzoia. You know, you can't believe it. Even during the NASA negotiations, we had negotiations within negotiations. The negotiation Sally and I were in then paved way to other negotiations where Raila and Mudavadi and Wetangula then shared out regions that you will control this, I control this. So as we went into the election, some of us didn't know we had been auctioned.
Right.
Just to answer you, I'm reluctant to enter that where Boni Halwale is going, because to the best of my recollection, the biggest stumbling blocks to the negotiation of candidature in what was broadly called NASA was Dr. Halwale and former Senator Hassan in Mombasa.
Indeed.
Because they believed Boni Halwale could not fathom a situation where he cedes any ground to Oparanya.
Yes.
And Hassan would not fathom any ground in which he would cede any ground to Joho.
Yes.
And therefore the idea of having joint candidature scuttled on that account. And so I thought that Boni would be doing a confession rather than a lamentation. But I don't want to go there. I want to answer your question.
Yes.
Whether there is a bill that seeks to deal with this. To the best of my knowledge, what there is a report.
It's a report. So.
A report of a task force that was basically put together by the Registrar of Political Parties with assistance of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, and which is primarily led by Senator Mwaura in the Senate. And some of us in the National Assembly are involved, including Dr. Chris Wamalwa, including Honorable Mbui, including Ms. Honorable Keter. And just the weekend before last, we were discussing, and it primarily centers around the question of nominations. You know, Article 88.4 requires the IBC to regulate the process by which parties nominate candidates. The initial draft was, it required them to conduct. But the thinking around this task force has been that maybe we can improve the quality of the nominations if we create an independent fund. Some of us sought to persuade them that it is political parties don't mess up nominations because of money, but it's because of interest. So we should move towards having the IBC conduct the nominations and ceding the dispute resolution mechanism to another body. The second issue around what it's talking about is an independent fund. Do we need and can we create and can we sustain an independent fund only for nomination. And then thirdly is the question of the extent of regulation. Do you let parties do whatever they want and then you deal with the outcome, or do you control it so that whatever is done is legitimate? So I think that report is yet to be reduced into a bill. It is yet to be agreed on the text of that bill and whether it's to be introduced in the Senate or in the National Assembly. Most likely, because it might involve money, it may have to be initiated in the National Assembly. But that's where it is for now.
Right, thank you.
But
finally, with the Jacob video.
Just 1 second, just 30 seconds. I agree with Bonnie. I opposed that recommendation. I am surprised that Dr. Chris Wamalwa's name is not being mentioned.
Oh yeah, he did.
Because he's the one who said he wanted monies to be shared by these briefcase parties. Ford Kenya is not a small party. Ford Kenya was the Jaramogi party. It was the national party. But it has been reduced to a Bukusu party. Why should we fund it?
I think
so if you are let me
just let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. You can do that and tell me if it is not, because when you have these briefcase parties looking for taxpayer money, it is how not to do it. In other democracies, even individuals who are billionaires who want to contest for presidency, they fund their own processes. Here is a political party that goes, even when people are going for nominations, they don't agree that people negotiate. Why do people only negotiate, or why must people only negotiate when it is time to divvy up money? And when people are going so that people can get numbers, the contest between ODM and ANC and Ford Kenya in Western Kenya, that is how Jubilee got an advantage to get that 54% thing. Because Ford Kenya refused, ANC refused. They could have been given. You negotiate. Politics is art of negotiation. That after the fact, after they have no numbers, they want ODM money. That to me, I think, is a very wrong thing. Money is not divided amongst coalitions.
Thank you.
Money is for political parties.
Correct.
Right.
I think I know you have said something very critical, which I need to.
We wind up with you because we've got a lot to cover ahead.
I don't think Jakoyo is right to say that Ford Kenya is a Bukusu party. Just the same way ODM has got majority Luos, is the same way that Ford Kenya has got majority Bukusus. Every party has a stronghold. But Ford Kenya has got representation up to cost. So I don't know why he's saying that Ford Kenya is a Bukusu party. We have MPs in Kisii. Are those Bukusus? Or you are now trying to baptize Olago Oluoch a Bukusu? I think there is something. People fear Ford Kenya because Ford Kenya has got an outreach throughout the country.
Are you serious?
Yes.
All right.
And they fear Ford Kenya.
Thank you.
If Ford Kenya actually got funding.
Thank you. We're not here to hold brief for our
Kenya
parties.
got funding.
No, thank you.
People like ODM will be the loser.
Thank
and that's why Jakoyo can say such nasty words.
Thank you. Let's wrap it and go back to
independents are more than Ford Kenya MPs.
And you are part of the cause. You made us lose Kakamega by your misbehavior in Kakamega.
No, Kakamega was auctioned.
No, he misbehaved in Kakamega. He made us lose seats.
Just a moment. No.
Fairness.
He went campaigning our candidates.
When you want to have a discussion about Ford Kenya, do that when Eseli is not on the show.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you
could
fly over this side and start but you must disengage yourself from
when we are discussing Poland.
Right, thank you. We have a bite from Boni Halwale as well, just to take us back to topic of the day. Also, him giving his reaction on the investigation by the DCI. Just take a listen.
What the Director of Criminal Investigation is doing is very dangerous. Police Officer Kinoti, yeye ndio anatembea na propaganda badala ya kufanya investigations. Kwa sababu vyombo vya habari viko hapa, ningependa kumwomba kwa heshima kubwa President of the Republic of Kenya amwambie police officer Kinoti aanze kufanya kazi ya polisi, asifanye kazi ya wanasiasa. Akifanya kazi ya polisi, ataambia Wakenya kwamba Kenei aliuawa na nani. Atatuambia jina yake na atashika huyo mtu na mshtaki. Sisi kama Wakenya tuko na maswali. Tunauliza Kinoti, sio Kinoti, unatuambia watu watatu ndio waliingia kwa nyumba ya maskini marehemu wakamuua. Tafadhali Kinoti, vile umejua hawa watu watatu, ambia Wakenya majina ya hawa watu watatu, tuone umewashika, tuone umewashtaki. Namba 2, Kinoti ametuambia tuko na mfanyakazi katika Safaricom, kampuni ya simu ya mkono, ambaye alitoa information kwa simu ya marehemu Kenei. Tunataka Kinoti ashike yule mtu mwenye alitoa hiyo information, and we want him to be charged for being an accomplice to murder. Isitoshe, tunataka Kinoti atuambie majina ya hawa wazungu wawili wenye walikuja na aliyekuwa waziri Echesa, walikuwa na akina nani, na waliingia Kenya kama watalii ama wafanyabiashara ama conmen ama business people ama hitmen or mercenaries. Kinoti must tell us. Tukiuliza namna hivi, Kinoti anatuambia we can deal with you because you are not allowed to debate an investigation. It's you who is inviting us to debate the investigation because we are doing political agenda. Sisi hatuogopi. Mimi nimezaa watoto, mmoja wao ni huyu Remjus. I cannot keep quiet so that we lose our country the way Ugandans lost Uganda from 1971 up to 1986. We want Kenya to remain a steady nation for educating our people.
So is DCI Kinoti doing a bidding of some politicians in the country? This is a sort of sentiment that we can hear from Boni Khalwale. We're going to take a short break right now. When we circle back, we continue with that topic of the day with our panelists here. You're watching People and Politics. Remember to hit us on Twitter. AM Live NTV is a Twitter handle. AM Live profile name on Facebook, and 20686 our SMS portal. Also remember to follow me at Dibalanea. Don't go away. We circle back with more.
Building tips for general construction should be bought from reliable sources, should not get dry before the specific curing time given for best results, must be kept certified. Exactly 50 kilograms guaranteed in each bag.
Adding strength to Kenya's landmarks, power for specialized constructions, cementing the nation's future. Simba Cement, the strength and pride of Kenya.
Now also produced in Nakuru and Mombasa.
Things are thick. Thick kama hii penzi nyumba paka kwa macho.
Na wewe, unamjuaje? I was his fiance.
Cheka storo kibao na 200% storo bonus. Piga simu zaidi, tuma SMS au nunua bundles ufikishe target yako leo. Isitoshe, pata 50% extra airtime unapo top up na kupiga *544*2* amount hash. Safaricom, for you.
When you're facing stubborn stains, you're always in a fierce fight. Clean Soft kicks out stains, keeps back. Take it.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Mara ngapi itakwambia ni uache kucheza hiyo kitu?
Njoroge, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a houseboy.
Unanifinya nyinyo ni nini nifanyike? Mimi sikutaki. Enda utafute wale wanaume wanalala kwa mtaro.
Leo jioni nisipoona hizo pesa kwa simu yangu. Utanijua.
This is Father Bartholomew Dominianos. Please just step onto the confession box.
Is Prince Fulvius Aurelius Valerius Mayweather Jr. Mayweather's son?
You are under arrest for robbery with violence.
Anti-bus.
All right, welcome back. You're watching People and Politics here on AM Live. We promise to circle back with more. Now we want to gravitate to serious issues regarding the death of Kenei as it is right now. There's a very interesting also editorial cartoon in today's Daily Nation. When the system takes out its frustrations on the system. That is today's Daily Nation, and we can see here, this has been drawn by Victor. I just want my partners to respond to this. Let's just begin with this particular topic, and Bone Halwale also, you respond to what you said there. Serious also allegations you make. Maybe you can also substantiate that. But Otiene Molo,
yes,
your comment on
first of all, this editor, it's very interesting. When the system takes out its frustrations on the system, and so you're wondering who is the system. And I think the DP, as usual, is shown there, I think, crying and practicing. I don't know whether that's what's called shadow boxing.
This is the punching bag now.
Yes,
the DCI.
is the DCI. But to that cartoon should be read together with the caption underneath by Macharia Gaito, with which I agree completely, that where William Ruto has reached, he should do the honorable thing and resign. When you are the deputy president of a country and you maintain that you are duly elected and you're supposed to deputize the chief executive, then you come to lament that the system is fighting you. You have so sufficiently lost faith that you have no business sitting in there. Do what Jaramogi did, resign. But if you can't, then it is right for Parliament to consider impeaching you and to help you out of that misery. The utterances by William Ruto at Kenei's funeral and by my brother, Dr. Boni Halwale, can only be described as careless and reckless and very unfortunate for so many reasons. First of all, you know, I think we forget too fast. Only barely 2 weeks ago on this show, we were discussing, less than 2 weeks ago, the death of Kenei. And we were discussing the confusion demonstrated by the Deputy President's office. First, they feigned being unaware of the visit. When it became clear, because the clips were shown, then they said, we were aware, but they were only there for 23 minutes. When it became clear that they were probably there for 23 minutes, then we say, well, this is unfortunately linking us to the arms deal with the chess and all that, and all those things are Photoshop. You remember my brother here almost, hitting the roof. All this time, Echesa himself, who's the central player in all this, has never denied even those photos. I never said it's Photoshop. When we were discussing that, and you remember me saying here, that why would the deputy president, somebody has died in his office, instead of directing and complaining to the police, he's taking to Twitter. It is only after our show that a letter emanated from the deputy president's office now to the DCI to investigate. The prevarication is very curious. At that time, one of the initial reactions was that don't just focus on the deputy president's office. find out which other offices, especially in the Ministry of Defense, that they have accessed. How is that relevant? Then, you remember at all material time, the theory that we were dealing with was the theory of suicide. To date, the only person we can credit to have moved us from that theory to one of murder is the DCI. And so we should start, and the first person who should thank him for that should be the Deputy President himself. If somebody has died in mysterious circumstances in your office, and the DCI has investigated and brought it forth to show that it is murder, the first thing you should do is thank them. And insofar as in that funeral, the Deputy President said that Kenei was murdered, he was agreeing with the DCI. So if you're agreeing with these people, why would you insult them? Why would you not assist them by saying, now that it is clear this boy was murdered, I am ordering everyone in my office with any information to please report to DCI, to please assist DCI. Do not frustrate them the way DCI is claiming that they're being frustrated. You should direct your wrath to the killers, not to the investigators of the killer. And lastly, if you are so clear, as Bonnie appears to be clear, as William Ruto appears to be clear, that they know who killed Kenei, and they know even why, how do you help the family by saying it at the funeral or at a press conference as Bonnie was doing? Why don't you go to the police? And if you are in fear that they might not take your full statement, go with their lawyer, with a pre-recorded statement and signed. Go even with the media and give that statement and say, this is what I know. Because we all want to know who killed Kenei. There are too many unexplained deaths in this country. Only we have not solved the death of Odhiambo. We have not solved the death of Juma. We have not solved the death of Msando. There are so many, and they increase. Even Yebe, you remember Yebe, we've also not solved those deaths. So when you think you have something that can help us resolve this, bring it to the proper forum. Do not go there. And if you have lost faith in your own system, where you are the deputy and the DC and others are your junior, then resign.
But did we hear anyone saying that they know who killed Kenei during the funeral? Because
yes.
I didn't. Did you?
Let me put it. You've just heard what Bonnie said, and you can replay the clip. Okay.
Aside from Bonnie, yes. We're talking about now.
No, first
the
we are talking
itself.
with Bonnie. Then about the funeral, the Deputy President is on record as saying that the death of Kenei is being used to fight him. It is a ploy to fight him and his ambition. What does the word ploy mean? Somebody has been killed. What does that mean? It means you have things, you know things more than what you are saying.
Leave it at that.
That's what we mean.
Oh, let's hear from Senator Aaron Cheriot. Your reactions, please.
Dibala, I continue to find myself in a very difficult situation. And the reason why I find myself in a difficult situation is that unlike the rest of you on the panel who Kenei is just a name, to me this is a friend. This is somebody I know so well. This is somebody I talk with. This is somebody I spoke with even on Monday, only for his body to be discovered on Thursday, because I found him in that office on Monday. That is the day that I think actually that was the last day for him to be in that office. Then he disappeared on Tuesday, Wednesday, then I think on Thursday is when his body was found. So when you read the things people say, you hear Otiende Amolo speak about Kenei, you are sort of lost, because it's not an abstract discussion for me. This is something that is real. It's unfortunate what has befallen a young person. And it's really sad that we live in a country where even when people have been killed, at least to this particular moment, you would have had clear, proper explanations of what really transpired. But up to this particular point, the kind of explanation and the stories that we keep on getting from DCI and from Nation newspaper particular, which is an avenue that the DCI has chosen to be a place where he wants to conduct most of his investigation and send his leads, you get lost as a Kenyan, and it's really unfortunate. You see, for ODM and Otiende and the likes, this is just political scavenging, latching onto anything that they can to throw mud at the Deputy President, which is really unfortunate. It's the least that we could do. A decent society, I would expect that even in things that are sad and of this nature, you'd be the last to jump on things that you have little understanding of. I would, for example, begin by saying, you know, I hear you, Dibal, when you try to tell us, oh, why are you questioning the DCI? Why are you doing that? You forget that DCI is an institution. And the people that work at DCI, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our friends, they are our neighbors. These are people that are known to us. So information is bound to get out. And the reason why, for example, you keep on hearing people saying that the DCI is not being completely factual is because we have information to the contrary of what he was reporting in the press conference. The DCI, when this particular incident happened, and I'd wish him, and I want to challenge Kinoti to say, if I am misleading the country, set up a team of 9 investigative officers. 7 out of 9 rendered a theory that is different from what he read from that particular press conference. Unfortunately, for reasons that are best known to him, and I think it is within his right, if he perceives that he doesn't agree with what his investigators have done, to lead people into a particular direction. Even this article that by Macharia Gado that Otiende is referring to, he agrees, at least with many of us who say, what was the purpose of that press conference by Kinoti? After watching it, did it leave you in a better place to understand and say, oh, perhaps this is what happened? He kept on showing us people moving in an office, entering, going out, vehicles driving in, driving out. I thought in a country such as ours, that is so technologically advanced, by the time you're calling a press conference as DCI, you'd have been able to reveal and say, ladies and gentlemen, we've made some ground-breaking access into this into the investigation that we're carrying out. We now know the people that were in communication with the late Sergeant Kenei. We know the kind of instructions that he was being given. If, as he alleges, for example, this theory that he's pushing that the phone records of Sergeant Kenei at Safaricom, and I expect Safaricom, being an international company that is listed not only locally but internationally, to clear its name, because DCI Kinoti has told us that somebody went to Safaricom and actually deleted the phone records. So we expect Safaricom to also come out and clarify and say, how safe are our records, for example? If today something was to happen to me, is it the case that it won't be able to establish who called me and that kind? How weak are the data protection systems at Safaricom such that any employee can come in, especially over a case of this particular magnitude? You know, he would have explained to us and said, after this happened, we visited Safaricom, we've gotten the employee who got access to these particular records, and that kind of information. At least it would have helped us. To me, as I sit at this particular moment, if you ask me, was it murder, was it suicide, I do not know. And in all honesty, the very office that I expected would at least help me have closure on the death of someone I knew is sending mixed signals, unfortunately. You hear this from this particular person, the DCI is explaining that, and the sole purpose of his press conference, if you ask me, was it to confuse us as Kenyans or to shed more light so that people understand whether this thing was an intended murder or assassination? I do not think he gave us the sufficient information, because if you watched 90% of the journalists who asked him a question, there was only one standard reply, that we are still investigating. We are still trying to find out. Then people asking, so why did you call us here? So it is in the
investigation.
Yeah, it is in the conduct of the DCI has left us with more questions. But at this point, I cannot conclude. The only thing that I'd wish to request my colleagues who keep on commenting, even the reason why some of us are restrained in how you speak, because you know that this is a family person, he has his family who are still mourning. Some of the things that you can say while just trying to explain the situation, you may end up hurting his own family. They may think, oh, you're being dismissive or not caring about it. So I'd wish we leave it at that.
All right, we leave it at that. But also this issue about Safaricom being embroiled in all this, I'm not privy to Kinoti really saying that, because what I had was somebody deleted, the calling list from his phone. If I can remember, I stand to be corrected, right? So are we very clear? Do we have any evidentiary, document that says Safaricom was embroiled and somebody went to Safaricom to delete this particular, calling list? Because they said somebody deleted from the calling list from his phone, right? So that I want to be very sure. You've said it, Bone Khalwale, you need to clarify.
Thank you very much. I think I can afford to want to clarify.
Please.
Because Kenei, many people think I know Kenei because of my friendship with Deputy President Ruto. No, I knew Kenei before Deputy President knew Kenei. One, the Kenei we are talking about was born at the same time with my son Tigana Khalwale. So I always called him my son. And Kenei, we got him in 2009 when Honorable Soita was a minister and he was looking for a good cop. And we got a very nice young Kalenjin boy, and he got that job. And because Soita and I, we used to go to Kakamega in a convoy. Sometimes Soita, who liked moving with his constituents, his car would be full of his people, and then my car and my bodyguard and Kenei, we would be trailing them. So we worked with this boy for a long time, and when Soita lost his seat, then Soita introduced him to the deputy president. I know Kenei very well. In fact, if you open this phone, the last conversation between me and Kenei, we were so personal that he sent me in the morning, the last conversation on this phone, that, hey, Governor, he used to call me Governor, Governor, last night I dreamt about you. It is here. So we are that close, and this is why we are demanding that the DCI does a better job. Now to answer you. There are three things which the DCI has told Kenyans. The first one is that 3 people went into Kenei's house and killed him. He's told us, we didn't know. He has also told us himself that somebody in Safaricom assisted in flashing out data.
Where did he say this? This is what I'm struggling
I think
it's even in the papers.
It is in the papers. I start to be corrected. Is it
there?
Which paper? Please.
This is the standard.
You'll open it when there.
Thanks. Continue.
He has told us number 2. Number 3, he has told us that he has got 2 foreigners, Rashid Echesa, and some fake generals. Then he has told us that he has documents that are purportedly from DOD signed. Based on these 3 findings, he can choose to arrest us or intimidate us or do what he wants, but we shall keep on asking him. Since you know these 3 people, why have you not arrested them, told us their names, and charged them?
All right.
Number 2.
Before you go to number 2, because Aaron has given me that particular, paper just to see.
I will continue.
The caption, you will continue.
Oh.
The caption reads a mobile phone data provider, right? It's not very specific, unless there's a specificity inside the daily that I've not seen. So can we be very cautious?
From his phone, not from the mobile data provider.
Yeah, from his phone.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying from his phone.
Yeah,
right. Not from the mobile service provider.
No, from his phone.
Yes.
Okay. Just continue.
Look,
yes.
Deleting data from a phone, it is something which can only be achieved by the people who control the data that goes in and that comes out. So let's not go into that debate.
But
let's talk about.
We need to clarify, because you mentioning a company here that is not actually verified that it is the company. It's just saying a mobile data.
Okay, it could
provider.
be Safaricom, it could be Airtel.
Let's leave it at that.
Let me read for you so that you guys don't get confused.
Please.
This is a headline of I think the Star that week. It says that strangers were in police officer's house in Nairobi, Villafranca Estate, when he was killed, that they liaised with an employee of a mobile service provider to clear data from his phone.
Clear data from his phone. Yes,
so it could be Safaricom, it could be
yes,
we
don't know. We need to clarify that. It's very important.
Or even Orange.
Thank you.
So now, the good DCI, and we are insisting, is that both the mobile provider's employee and the 3 people that he has information that came to that house be named, arrested, and charged. And then these 2 foreigners, those Wazungus, he should tell us categorically who are they, how did they enter into this country, under what permit? Were they tourists? Were they hitmen? Were they mercenaries? Were they business people? And if they are business people, do they have a history of dealing in the business of selling firearms? Finally, and don't cut me on this one.
Okay.
The DCI has carefully avoided to speak to the word Department of Defense, DOD. For God's sake, they even have told us that they arrested a chaser with documents that are purported to have come from DOD. So why is he not telling us why he has not taken the investigations to DOD for him to tell us that he has since established that those were fake documents? Those documents are signed. He could help to tell us who signed those documents at DOD, or tell us the denial of DOD about the signing of these documents. And then finally, why he can't run away from this question of DOD is because the office of the Deputy President does not procure for the government of Kenya on matters arms. The procurement of arms is a preserve of DOD. Why is he not concentrating there? He wants to do that which is politically correct, i.e. try and connect to the Deputy President. This does not mean we are using the DCI as a punchback. We are asking to honor the things he has been telling Kenyans. In fact, what we're asking is that the things he's saying in press conferences, he should say them in a court of law. When he tells the country that Rashid and these two white people were in that place for 1 hour and 22 minutes, and yet the footage that he has given us actually shows Rashid enter with those people and come out within 23 minutes. Is he not trying to drive a particular narrative that is 1 hour, 22 minutes, when actually what we see as Kenyans, it is 23 minutes?
Right, thank you.
And Mheshimiwa Otiende, you're being unfair to the Deputy President. I think be fair to him. It's just a Kenyan like you. Why do you ask him to resign? Resign for what? You are giving us the example of Jaramogi. Yes, Jaramogi did a heroic thing and resigned. But Jaramogi was appointed as a Vice President. Deputy President has been elected.
Thank you.
Elected members of Parliament.
Thank you, Boni Khalwale.
Elected leaders are removed.
Thank you.
The difference?
The difference is huge.
It's a world of a difference.
It's a world of a voluntary. It does not depend on how you get there.
All right.
No,
thank
you
you. We need to give just a moment, Boni Khalwale.
You'll get it.
Thank you, Sally. And I think also on that or not, because the Standard also has carried that particular information. DCI on the spot over Kenei's last call records, it says that Telcos says logs information kept for up to 3 years, as experts discount Kinoti claim that officers' handset information was deleted. That is inside the Standard page 6 of the Standard today. Let's continue with the selling.
I think the ball. For a while back there, I had been having some doubts whether I was right to seriously campaign against Jubilee in 2013 and 2017. But what's going on now gives me strength. I was right. I was right. These fellows can't even handle an investigation.
That's right.
Because this is about forensics. What happened to the forensics? They have spent so much money purportedly putting up a forensic laboratory and things like that. And in any case, I don't know whether we are going about it the right way, because we are virtually doing an inquiry, public inquiry, but there's been no court whatever to open up a public inquiry, so that we can have a public inquiry and start throwing these things and put it in public and say this and that. We have not had that process done to start a public inquiry on the death of this sergeant. I think it is this cloak and dagger kind of politics that we are dealing with now is toxic for the country, and I think it's time now for the investigative arms, for the relevant arms of government, to come out clearly and state what are we doing here, because we cannot do this through media, through what. I don't think that's right, because an investigation of this nature, because remember, what happened is very unique. I don't think Kenya has ever undergone such an issue, that some people walk into the deputy president's office purportedly to do some arms deal, then they are arrested just outside, then soon after somebody who let them in is killed. I mean, these are very unique things, and I'm not going to blame the deputy president for his reaction, because this is a very unique occurrence.
Exactly.
I think if any of us were in that position, I don't know how we'll react. Like if it was me, I don't know how I would react, whether I would fire back the way the deputy president is firing back, or what I would do, because this is a very unique thing. So we must handle it in a very unique way as a country.
Right.
The way we are going about it. No,
you just continue. Just a moment. Let him have his head. Please let him finish.
You had your chance.
Oh, I thought you had finished. Sorry.
I think what we are doing here, as he mentioned about Jaramogi resigning and so on, those were those days when communication was very difficult. You didn't have mobile phones. You didn't have all those things. And you could do something silly east of this country, and by the time the West gets to know about it, it's taken so long.
Thank you,
but
sir.
now it's instant. So we must operate in the current scenario, where this country is. I don't think the way we are handling
Yeah, we will. Boni Halwala, we need to give Kimani Watangi and Jacob their share of time. No, you will. Thanks. Okay. Kimani Watangi.
Thank you, Dibal. Dibal, as I make my comments, I think it's important that we be conscious that, one, that this is a matter that is in court. So some of the comments that we make should be reserved to that extent. Number two,
but in due respect to sub judice also, we're not really discussing the merits.
Yes,
and the merits of the case.
I'm aware.
It's an investigation.
Number two is that let's remember, and I think we need to take a deep breath to remember that Kenei was somebody's son. Kenei is somebody's brother. And remember, Kenei was somebody's husband. And I don't know whether, I'm sure most of us watch that funeral. We all get affected differently by how people react to certain situations. But I don't know whether you saw the tears of that woman, the wife, and the 3 children. And that's the situation that we're talking about. Sometimes I ask myself when we discuss this kind of matter, supposing that was my brother, and that's the same question that everybody here would ask themselves. Suppose that was your brother. How would you react to would you say the things that you are saying this morning? And that's why I would just want to appeal really to the investigative process. Whoever is investigating this, the DCI and all the agencies, that don't do it for everyone else, do it for the children and for that wife and for that family, and get down with the truth and let us know precisely what happened to Kenei. So that Dibal, at the end of the day, we can have some sort of beginning to open up and end this process. What's most frustrating, especially to most of us, is this: that to the reality of the saying that life is so fickle, it has become so fickle that you can imagine that somebody like Kenei, and many of us, Kenyans that at that level, that we just become pawns in a game of kings and queens. That your life is just that useless. That somebody can push this and that, as long as it's just part of a big play, of big shots. And it is really very frustrating. You heard all the names that have been mentioned there by Otiende Amolo. All of us have, and we have had a discussion about all those individuals on this panel. Remember about Yebe, we spoke about here, we spoke about Sando, we spoke about all of us here, and just comes and goes. But when you open your TV set in the evening, or when you're free, Dibal, and many Kenyans do, and you go to channels like Discovery, like what, and then you watch breakthrough stories of how murderers who committed crimes were cracked up, and the bottom of the story gotten into, and it becomes, so this can be done using forensics and so on. And you see that at least criminals cannot have a heyday. And that's the hope you get. But when shall we get to this in Kenya? This is my question. And that reminds me so passionately in my mind and in my heart. The late Kenneth Okoth, when we sat with him here sometimes over a debate, And he was trying to tell us the merits of his bill, coroner's bill, which up to today has never seen the light of day. And to him, this is what he thought, that one day we can get an opening, that it is not just okay, that my friend, the late Honorable Muchai, would be killed just here, a few meters from here, completely under CCTV, and shot dead with 3 other people instantly, and that chapter closes and nobody ever says a word, and the children continue to suffer, and it becomes an agony for life. That now, this story of Kenei is just simply another statistic. We are going to argue about it. Can you imagine, Dibal and any Kenyan watching this morning, that your own son, that your own brother becomes an argument about who was that on CCTV, who was there, who did what? I mean, come on. You know, we must have, and I want to urge the DCI that because they, in the interview they held there, they made promises. When they were asked questions by journalists, they said, no, we are going to come up and give you the story. We know this is a murder. At least that one they already owned up to. They said this is a murder. I think that theory now is agreed upon by everybody, that this was a murder, not a suicide. And when they were asked so many questions, who was involved, they said, we are going, I hope that this comes very, very soon.
Thank you.
So that there is closure to this.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, Diban, we must start to see a new reality in this country, whereby, for me as Wamatangi, it is safe to know that in my smallness, in the big game of power, that somewhere I am safe, that my life means something. You get what I mean? You just don't live around and looking over your shoulder, knowing that you can get hit the following minute, and then you just become an argument on AM Live. That you know, Matangi was walking here, he crossed the street, he entered there, who was that guy who was looking like Jacoyo Midiwo, you know, and then that story ends, and yet it has been committed. There is possibility of bringing it to closure and to truth. Let's get these guys, whoever they are, and the DCI should do that immediately.
Right, and you mentioned also the National Coroner's Service, it's an act right now, right? It's not even a bill, it's an act, and I think this is where the parliamentarians also, you fail us, because this coroner, we have an independent coroner who's supposed actually now to be doing this forensic work as it is right now. If we do not really,
you need to differentiate the way you're pronouncing it as corona.
Corona.
It's not corona. You're pronouncing it to sound like the virus. It's corona.
Yeah, it is corona.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. In this age of coronavirus, it's important to differentiate that we don't have an act.
No, it also depends on the school you went to.
The coroner's bill. All right, so it is an act right now, as it is, and I'm saying that you as parliamentarians, you're failing us to implement what actually the coroner's bill is really talking about, as it is.
That's the executive.
Sorry?
Parliament is not in the
No, to steamroll. You know, but we have the CIOC, isn't it? What is the role of the CIOC on this?
No, that's the work of the media.
No. What is the work of Jeremiah Kioni with the Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee? Anyway,
oversight.
All right, oversight. Let's hear Jacob Midio.
Dibal, it's sometimes very annoying to listen to Amatangi. Because this is life we are playing with. And when Bonnie says the procurement of weapons is a preserve of DOD, he's so right. So why were people trying to procure from DP's office?
Please.
Echeza is a simple citizen, should be. How can he access the DP's office like his house, like his home, in the village, not even here in Nairobi, because nowadays, because of insecurity, your gate may be closed. But here is this young man, he just walks in and out of the second highest office in the land. And he goes there with these wazungus to dupe them, and nobody questioned. Even if you looked at the ranting of the DP over the weekend, he was not focusing on Echesa. He's not focusing,
Because Echesa is on his side, always on his side. So what we are asking, I know the office and the VIP waiting room where those people sat from the time Raila was the Prime Minister. You can see them, if you are sitting in that office, you can see them sitting there. What we are being treated to is firefight. And you know, how can an AP or a police officer in a DP's office on that video be talking on a phone when he is on duty? What was in that envelope? And where would the audacity come from that an AP can talk on a phone and take an envelope and do all those things in that kind of office? It means the occupiers of that office have issues. They do not know how to behave, or they are involved in serious issues. I have seen a video, Deba. Now that you think blaming Kinoti is fashionable, I've seen a video of Echesa testing rifles, high-powered rifles. Where were they trying to take the arms or the weapons? So to
videos from where?
I have seen it, a video of Echesa in a military installation in Poland. I have seen it. And we will produce the video so that they are surprised because they know it exists. I have also, I want to tell my friend Wamatangi, you know, when Muchai was murdered, Kinoti was not there. The best thing which has ever happened to this country is Haji and Kinoti. Kenya is in good space, and people must be arrested. There is no way a private citizen can have foreigners who are not checked into his office, and DP's office. Debal, you try, after this show, try going there, see if you can go through the gate. He will. It is not possible without people checking you. So what am I saying? The DP runs and says, I know there is a scheme of things to come. He sits in National Security Council meetings. He's the deputy of the president. How does he know? And how can he not tell Kenyans that they're planning to kill me? What we do here, why we wake up at 3 a.m., is to defend some things or fend off such issues. Debal, I will defend William Ruto if he tells me so and so, even if it is Kinoti, intends to kill me. I will come out and defend. But the DP cannot cheat Kenyans that Kenya has only one commander-in-chief, and he is I am the deputy. How can he go to a funeral in Nyeri and tell Kanini Kega that I am the deputy? So why didn't the president give me money? In a funeral. We did not know that the deputy president deputizes as president even in funerals. Kanini Kega was given money to take to a funeral. How then does he run away from deputizing president when it comes to arms procurement? And remember, Italy, Rome, Italy, is the one that oversees Poland and those places.
Thank you.
And you ask yourself, who works in Rome?
All right, thank you. So I'll give you a moment. You wanted a second, 30 seconds before you come to Otiende?
No, just give him fast.
I'll give Otiende, okay, fine. Even Boni Khalwale, you wanted to be joined on something?
No, we'll do later.
You do later, fine, okay.
You know, there's one thing that is true. I did not know Sergeant Kenei, but his death and the circumstances are truly sad. And I mean, watching the speech of the father, you know, watching the wife, it is truly sad. And I think we would all agree that it is urgently important to find out what happened.
Very important.
And in doing so, it's not about politicizing. It is about requiring us to have a country where you cannot have murders that are unresolved. There's nothing political about that. As much as we want all the others that have been pending, way back to Tomboy and James Kariuki, resolved. But Senator Aaron Cheruiyot and Dr. Boni Halwale, because you had the advantage of knowing the late Kenei, you cannot sit where you are and say the things you are saying, because then you are not helping the family. You must be prepared to come forth and truly assist in resolving it. And this is not about politics. If anyone eliminated Sergeant Kenei for the right reasons or for the wrong reasons, we need to know. So when then, Aaron Cheruiyot, you tell us that you have information that of the 9 people who are tasked to investigate, 7 of them came to a different conclusion from what DCI Kinoti came to. You should tell us, what is that conclusion? Are you suggesting that most of those investigators thought it was suicide? Are we still going back there, or what is it? Yeah. Because if you want to help us, if you want to help the family, if you want to help resolve, let's not prevaricate. And that's the point I was making. If you want to help resolve a murder, you do not stand in the way of investigations. It is true, and I've said this before here, and to this extent I will agree with you and Boni Halwale to an extent. We have had a situation where DCI Kinoti and to some extent the DPP have now treated us to accepting that you can prosecute through the media. That you bring your investigations to the media, even before the people being investigated know, before they're even taken to court. Mm-hmm. That you pronounce your evidence in the media even before it's presented to the defense. That is wrong. Mm-hmm. And that I stand by. Mm-hmm. However, when I watched DCI, that interview, it strikes me that the purpose of that interview was different. It was actually a cry from the wilderness. It was an expression of frustration. This is a gentleman saying that he's trying to investigate the murder of a sergeant in the deputy president's office, but he's not getting the cooperation. That's how I understood it. And you know, the deputy president is his boss. So there's a sense of public pressure that sometimes comes with it and might enable people who are blocking you to allow you access. That's how I understood it. That is why I am not as critical of him on this one as I've been on the others before. Lastly, Boni Halwale asked me, why do I ask the deputy president to resign? You know, I think I've been consistent on this. For weeks and weeks and weeks, I've always said that in my view, Article 147 is very clear, and let me just reread it to Boni Halwale. Article 147 says the deputy president shall be the principal assistant of the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's function.
Correct.
And under 2, the deputy president shall perform the function conferred by this constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign. Yeah. Maybe I could put it closely, I could put it to you in Luo. That is to say, the deputy president does not have any independent function.
Of course.
Except deputizing the president.
That's true.
Okay. So the question is this. When you then come to a stage when you can no longer deputize, when you come to the stage when, as recently as this weekend, you say the system is against you, just like the cartoonist is asking, who is the system? Because there's only one other person above you, that is the president. When you come to the stage, when you say BBI, which is gazetted by the president, is a fraud, and you will stop reggae. When you come to the stage, when you call the presidency and some others dynasties, when you come to the stage, when you now attack a meeting organized with the blessings of the president and say, hiyo ni mkutano ya wachawi na wale wa kuvuta bangi. I mean, you have stopped having faith in the person you are elected to deputize.
All right, thank
you can't deputize him. then resign. That's what I mean.
Right.
It's not, and let me clarify this. Boni Halwale, you know, Boni Halwale is a medical doctor who doesn't practice medicine, but purports to know more law than lawyers lately. The question of how you get to that office is not a function of how you resign. Whether at the time of Jaramogi you are appointed to be deputy president, whether under this constitution you are elected together, this very constitution allows you to resign anytime.
Right, thank you.
Without consulting anyone.
Aaron Churiot, before you, because from that particular clip also, I think, as Otiende is saying, the DCI has been expressing frustration that the office has not been cooperative as it should. I know you don't work there and you can't hold brief for that particular office, but don't you think, as he was actually telling us, that even the access to that particular clip was a frustration? They were just supposed to take, caption using their mobile phone from that particular, the video that we are being given to understand is 1 hour. Why aren't they also cooperating?
They issued a statement.
They issued a statement.
I hope you
as
read
a retainer, okay.
They actually discounted his version of the story. They said they gave him all access that was necessary. They went ahead to even further discount the theory that as an office they had not reported these particular officers are missing, and they attached the memo that they had issued and the letter that they had sent to him in their communication.
It's good to clarify.
Yeah,
thanks.
So it's good to have that clarification of all the lies that Kinoti has told. But before that, allow me to, when Otiende was giving his dodge, I was just smiling. It's a dodge.
What is a dodge?
English is a difficult language.
He's crying. You're wondering, on whose behalf are you complaining, Otiende? As Uhuru Kenyatta said to you, the question that I've continued to ask Otiende, each and every time he continues to rant about, the deputy president has stopped deputizing, is on whose behalf are you complaining?
Kenyans.
Which Kenyans?
Kenyans.
Which Kenyans?
Uhuru
You see, listen, you had your time. You had your time. Allow me to have my time, Otiende. You are normally a gentleman, same for the time when you put on your ODM colors. Otiende, Uhuru Kenyatta knows who he picked as his deputy. I want to believe the day he will feel that he no longer served his interest and they are no longer able to work together, they will have that discussion, because you were never privy to their agreement. They will sort it among themselves. So let us not cherry pick here or no, this instance they agreed and they never disagreed. Even on this particular issue that you're trying to mislead the country, that people who've been elected together on a ticket cannot disagree on a particular issue, is not the truth. Take, for example, the issue, as an example, the US, where Donald Trump is the president and Mike Pence is his deputy. There are a number of issues that they do not agree, and it's known in public. For example, on how to handle Muslim foreigners from Muslim countries coming into the United States. The policy that is in place was propagated right from campaign time up to their time in office by his deputy. Trump had a completely different view about it. He had said, when I become president, no person from Muslim dominated countries will ever visit this particular state. So there is absolutely nothing unusual about holding a divergent issue on issues of national importance. Therefore, distinguish that particular narrative and perhaps separate and know what is it that you can complain about, what is it. If ODM as a party you feel, for example, that things are not okay in Jubilee and you want to assist us, please, there'll come a time where we'll call out and say we need help. But as of this particular time, nobody has invited you into Jubilee to try and sort out the challenges that might be there. Back to this particular issue, Dibal. On page 6 of the Standard, and it's something that, you glossed. I know you, Dibal. Whenever you're caught flat-footed, you love glossing. Oh, listen, keep quiet, brother. Watch out.
I was not glossing.
No, listen, you glossed over this issue.
Yes.
Listen to what the experts are telling Kinoti on why they think that he is lying.
Just speak the Standard as well.
Yes. Standard page 6. Yes, Telcos says logs information are kept up for 3 years as experts discount Kinoti's claim that the officer's handset had information was deleted. Yes. So phone records cannot simply be erased by formatting a device, as claimed in the murder of Sergeant Kipyegon Kenei. And the experts continue to discount this narrative that is being perpetuated. The word is glossed.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
The issue of phone records has been discounted by experts. The office has given a clarification on all these myriad of claims that are being given by Kinoti, that we have given you all our cooperation. We have sent you all the officers that you asked that they come to your office. They have recorded their statements. That on the second day when we realized Kenei had not reported to work, we sent out an alert in communication, said there's an officer who's a person of interest. Please be in the know that since Tuesday he hasn't reported to work. And you need to understand the difficulty. And this is what I've tried to explain to Otiende and Jakoyo. They do not understand. The reason why some of us cannot go completely explicit on Kinoti and some of the things he says is that we understand that he has a family. And therefore, if we appear to be discounting some of these things, we can say some things that will hurt the family. So we are guarded in the kind of things that we can say, oh, we don't think it is this particular issue. Number 3, Kinoti told us that by triangulation, he was able to establish the 3 individuals who were in the house of Sergeant Kenei. Why are those 3 individuals still walking free in this country? Please, Kinoti. Why are you still allowing individuals who are in the house of someone who was found murdered to be walking in this house? Unless it's a new style of investigating where you say, I know this, but I'm letting you to walk and run free, cross the border to Uganda or disappear to Siberia. I mean, in all honesty, don't you see this thing for what it is, Dibal? That's why even some of us, you remember when we had this discussion 2 weeks ago, I asked a very pertinent question, and I'm happy that I've seen even other people. I saw David Ndii ask the same on Twitter the other day, that these investigating officers, they knew of what Echesa was up to. They knew that money had already been paid. Yes. They knew that they had met at a particular hotel and they have been moving around to this particular. Why was it so important that they only be arrested immediately they leave the office of the deputy president? Doesn't it point to a particular tale and narrative that was being drafted? Because there is no offense, much as Jakoyo, you may want to mislead us, there is no offense called visiting the office of the deputy president, such that you can say they had committed a particular offense. Right. There is no evidence that there is anything that they signed. And you know, Dibal, you want to tell me those 2 gentlemen are investors? Which investor signs a 39 billion shilling contract carried in some brown envelope by some shadowy looking characters in an office that is not responsible for that procurement? In my own assessment, these particular individuals, the reason why they have not been arrested is because they are here for something bigger than even what we are seeing. That chances are these are mercenaries, just like we had Artur and remember those particular because if it is confirmed that you have already issued given a bribe, it is a crime against the laws of our country to bribe. Why haven't they been charged for that particular issue? So the better finally, you know, I hear Jakoyo try to make light of this particular issue, say, oh, the deputy president sits in the National Security Council. How can he be threatened? Nobody will threaten him. But we are forgetting that it is this same Jakoyo who went to a funeral in Siaya and wept and said, Baba, they want to kill you. Yes. Remember him weeping? And at that particular time, Raila was the prime minister. More powerful perhaps even than this deputy, because he had some executive power which the deputy doesn't have. So if at that particular time you felt that it was possible to threaten somebody wielding executive power, why do you think it will be any different for the deputy? I mean, what we are asking a very simple thing of you and Otiende, raise your bar. Don't glorify mediocrity simply because it pains the deputy president back. Thank you. I would wish to live in a country where an investigative officer gives us blow-by-blow account of the kind of things when you have murders like this that completely leaves you sitting at home and say, that is a job well done. But feeding us with just theories and saying, oh, this happened, this, that, but because it suits your political narrative, you get excited about it, that is too cheap. Right.
Allow me just to play the clip by Deputy President and just look on the other side and to try and see which is the system that is frustrating.
Are you giving me a chance?
We'll give you a chance. Okay. Just briefly and prepare our headline thoughts so it won't be very verbose as it should, because this is a continuing story. Yeah, we'll come back to you. Briefly, let's just play that particular clip and see, are there people who are really frustrating, as you say also, why was it very providential for them to actually go and capture this alleged culprits when they went to Deputy President's office? They would have done the arrest before that because they had information. Let's just listen in.
I am aware, and I know, and it's obvious that there is a huge scheme that has been orchestrated to demean and to destroy my office and to ensure that I do not get anywhere. I want to tell them they may have the system. They may have whatever they have. But I want to tell them we have God. Pengine waniue mimi, lakini sitarudi nyuma. Siwezi kurudi nyuma. Vitisho, njama, hizi zote. Kwa sababu ninajua hata yale mambo yanakuja hapa mbele ambayo imepangwa. But I'm ready for it.
So the Deputy President seems to be speaking as a matter of fact. He is aware, he's sure, he's cocksure about this. Your reaction, briefly, as we prepare also headline
Yes,
thoughts.
my reaction is, may the children of this country take note of the fact that once upon a time in this country, one Andrew Mudemba was used to try and fix the same theory of arms so as to manage Charles Njonjo. I would not be surprised if that primitive thinking is being peddled now. Number two, the Deputy President has spoken to the issue of the system and an elaborate scheme. We are not going to take it lightly because, as he said himself, he is not a madman. The only thing I want to encourage him is for him to remain strong, because even in 2013, the so-called system tried to force Mudavadi on Kenyans, and that time I was celebrating because they were helping me. They tried to force Mudavadi on Kenyans, the so-called the system, and the will of the Kenyans prevailed. As they say in English, the power of the people is greater than the power of the people in power. And I want to call out the press, all media houses. You should stop aiding the so-called system in getting away with these schemes of theirs. What do I mean? Two cases. One in Murang'a, just before the weekend, or was it over the weekend, when members of the public in a rally of the Deputy President rubbished the ill intention of the governor of Murang'a, Mwangi wa Iria, to try and disrupt a Deputy President's function. The media did not give Kenyans. Kenyans got to know it through social media. Number two, yesterday, the chairman of ODM, when he tried to hit in Msambweni at the Deputy President, Kenyans have only gotten to know about it through social media. But all the media houses have given the heckling of Mbadi a total blackout. Please, media, don't take sides in this very important issue. Finally,
please, briefly.
Finally, I have been challenged by my brother, Amolo, that I'm trying to practice law. In the very least, when law requires common sense, we use common sense. When it requires lawyers, we pay you people. So on this obvious thing of common sense, my brother, let me tell you, the element of surprise is one element in court.
Thank you.
Which a good lawyer uses to win every case. What kind of case is this man called Kinoti going to win by divulging all the information that he has? But Amolo, you remember the nice books we used to read called Sherlock Holmes?
We'll leave it at that. All right, let's hear from Jacob briefly. We're winding up.
Yeah, but
briefly, sir.
You know, not a madman. Ruto is not a madman.
Of course.
He's just a man who is not wise. How do you even rant in a funeral? And if you know, a wise man would have even blamed the death of Kenei on a chaser. You know, Debal, Kinoti held the press conference because he's dealing with a monster. The office of the Deputy President is a monster in corruption and now death. And Kinoti has no other way of protecting his investigation other than talking to Kenyan people.
But that still stands to be an innuendo. You don't have any evidentiary documents to actually
categorically
say that.
I have not blamed the Deputy President for the death. What I'm saying...
No, even the office of the deputy president, yes.
No, but the video was shown. Kinoti showed the video.
Of someone being killed?
All right, just give
of the guy who was killed, and he linked the
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is that you cannot come here and begin blaming Kinoti for conducting investigations about the murder of a young Kenyan. And Debal, you know, just let's be fair to one another. You know, you can even keep all the phone logs. Kinoti has not said they have not gotten the phone logs.
That's what he said.
He has not said they have not gotten them. He said the information was deleted.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Which was a
lie. But lastly, we have a deputy president who calls his boss a drug user.
Did he?
Yes, because the BBI is an issue of Raila and Uhuru. He calls Raila Mchawi, Uhuru a drug user. You know, Kenya must have decency.
It's the ODM interpretation.
No,
so
yes, but I will interpret it my way. That is why we are here.
Kimano Matangi, your closing remarks.
You have allowed yourself to be angry. That's why.
I'll take only one finally.
Sure.
Start with the finally. We'll start with that.
Well, when there's silence, I will. Anyway, Dibal, I wanted, my attention was drawn to that report on page 6, and that's what I would want to just comment on. That second paragraph, and I would want to be urging the DCI, because that second paragraph says that as of now, the DCI has not sought records from the telcos company. That one he needs to do, but also to clarify that in the first paragraph there, what this report was trying to also clarify is that by deleting data from a phone, you do not affect the data in Safaricom. That was a clarification. So if the data in Kenei's phone was deleted, the one in Safaricom exists. And so
that is the ambiguity that actually we were talking about. From the phone.
Yes, from the phone you raise. Yes. But in the main data it remains.
It's not erased, of course.
Yeah. That's what we would want to hear. The reason why I was emphasizing on this is because I would want to close with the remark that DCI should resolve this, not for the president, not for the deputy president, not for Jacoyo, not for Chariot. He should resolve it for these children and for the wife. And face them and tell them that this is the truth. This is what happened to your son. This is what happened to your father. These are the culprits, and bring them to book. That's what we would want to say.
Thank you. Yeah. And it's very important also that you data breaches. We have the Data Protection Act right now. It's good to get that particular clarification also from page 9 of page 6 of the standard as well, that there are conditions to access, that is access to sites and records, right? That is in the standard. You can read that. Let's just hear closing remarks from. We're winding up. 30 seconds.
I think I agree with the Deputy President that he's not a madman, but he should tone down some tinge of the megalomania that he does experience at times. That scares some of us from him. That tinge, he should really work on it and get rid of it.
Thank you.
This has given us 7 years of drama by Jubilee, and I think I'm happy that 2022 is around the corner.
Thank you.
We'll get rid of this drama.
What Dr. Boni Halwale, Aaron Cheruiyot, and a lot of the people around the Deputy President are doing is called subterfuge. Asking, who are these foreigners? Are they real businessmen? How did they enter? Which are the offices? That is subterfuge. Stop it. But I want to leave them with that one question. Who is the system? Maybe you'll answer next week.
Right. Next week we'll look at who is the system. Thank you very much for your valued company. And before we do the wind up, I just want to give you also the True North. That is just to give you the day's activities that we have in our diaries. Media briefing on coronavirus at the Aga Khan University Hospital is today. A new initiative to support public education on coronavirus to be announced. Also, Wild Animal Protection will launch the Animal Protection Index report today as well. Report ranks countries using policies and legislations enacted to protect animals. And finally, a post giver for you, our quotable quotes. Right, this is the quote of the day. Truth is hard, propaganda is cheap. That is the Shen Stock saying this. Edward Cheriot, I gave you your closing remarks, didn't I?
You only gave these two.
Which two? No. Everyone gave their closing remarks. Everyone did. I was saying that was your. Unless you.
I am Carol and I've invested in the Alma by Saiton, located in Loaka. Investing in the Alma was the best investment decision I made. I was one of the area investors and I have enjoyed up to 55% of the capital appreciation. If you are looking to earn above average returns, invest sharp in the Alma Phase 2 today.
Phase 1 is 100% sold. Call to reserve your unit in Phase 2 today.
Discover the all-new Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Lotion, specially formulated with Nivea's Deep Moisture Serum and Africa's natural cocoa for 48-hour deep moisture. Glowing, radiant skin with Nourishing Cocoa Lotion from Nivea. Get 48-hour deep moisture from the new range of Nivea body lotions.
Mzungu alikuja hapo kitambo akapata watu wanachimba gold. Is this a gold mine? Then Muluya akasikia akasema, hii ni Kolomani.
Ayabiri is a solution that gives you the power to book a ticket to your destination at the right time and the right price. Download the app or log on to www.ayabiri.com or call us on 0709 215 215 to book your ticket now.
The three sides of Anna.
I feel more trapped every day that passes. I don't know how I can go on like this.
I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this, and that's why I came here, so I could give you a chance to tell the truth.
I just can't accept that you're gonna be running away all your lives.
As soon as Santiago's wife sees that he's not wearing his ring, they're going to get divorced.
Those wedding bands have been blessed, Marcelo. How could you do this?
There's no use for me to go on being here pretending to be a man I don't even know. That man is gone. Marcelo has to stop existing.
The three sides of Anna.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer while the soap lasts even longer.
This is NTV.
It is 4 p.m. at Matagari Reading Camp in Garbatula, Isiolo County. About 60 learners from the neighborhood have made their way to this homestead. It is a routine that they adhere to every Thursday when they leave school. Their parents are the captains of the reading camps, which are also known as schools of nature. The children from the neighborhood first congregate and together they sing and are taught life skills before they break out into groups depending on the level of class. Each group has a trained volunteer who takes the children through the activities. The out-of-school learning differs from conventional learning in schools. The only similarity is that they have a timetable listing the activities they will be engaging in for the time they will be here. The beauty and uniqueness of the School of Nature is in the teaching aids. The community has put to use locally available materials such as wild fruits, bottle tops, beads, sand, stones and plants.
Our parents helped in making these materials because as you can see, even those who are illiterate, they support in even cutting the shapes. They can support in knitting. We also use old sacks.
Children in the reading camps are taught how to count, write letters of the alphabet and read. So friendly and engaging is the program that already teachers have noted an impressive improvement in academics for children who religiously attend the camps.
After every month, tunafanya monitoring and tuna evaluate, na kama kuna mahali tunaweza rekebisha, tunaweza kuwasaidia. Hata imeweza kusaidia hawa watoto kufanya vizuri katika masomo yao ya kawaida.
All the children are taught how to read, and since they do not have storybooks, the trained volunteers made storybooks out of banana fibers and carton boxes.
Yeah.
The characters in the storybooks have names of people and places that the children can easily identify with.
Parents come in as storytellers. They also provide a space, a child-friendly space where children can meet. About 460 children attending the reading camp, with about almost equal number of boys and girls attending across all 13 reading camps. We target children in grade 3, grade 2, grade 1, PP1 and PP2, and also children out of school.
We have to support education or learning outside the school. We as volunteers, we came up with such materials because inatuambia kwamba whatever we are using in education or learning or the teaching of the children, we have to use the local available material.
The main purpose of the reading camps is to complement what the children are taught in school.
We went to school and sampled their reading ratings by term 1. When we compared with the ratings in term 2, there was a remarkable improvement.
Watoto walikuwa chini sana, hata kwa alphabet they can't even recall. Sasa tukaona kweli, tulijaribu kumanage kutengeneza, kweli tunajua mtoto anahitaji ku alphabet. Sasa lazima tunafuata, tutafute box ndio mtoto angalie na ashika kabisa.
There are 5 schools being supported by 4 reading camps in Garbatula, namely Garbatula Boarding Primary School, Matagari Primary School, Nagaa Primary School, Dawa Primary School, and Garbatula Day Primary School.
Lion is beating the hyena. Lion punish
6
hyena.
grade 3 pupils in this class at Matagari Primary School attend the reading camps.
Babangu ameniambia niende reading camp. Reading camp imenisaidia kusoma, kujua kitu na kuwa number 1 kwa exams. Mama yangu ndo aliniambia uende reading camp. Reading camp inanisaidia kusoma kitu na kujua kitu na inanifanya kuwa number 3.
Previously had a lot of problem with these learners. Maybe even reading a sentence or even a word is a problem. But since this facilitation started, we are getting a lot of support.
The reading camp sessions are conducted once a week by trained volunteers, that is after school or during weekends. A session can run up to 90 minutes, but the volunteers can extend the duration depending on what activity that the children were doing. The schools of nature are currently implemented in 18 counties, where World Vision implements child protection programs.
Community reading camps began early in March this year. We began by training of community volunteers, 28 of them, to support 13 community reading camps. A community volunteer, we looked at someone with a Form 4 school leaver, and then someone with interest in issues of supporting children. Then after which we trained them, we gave them the required skills to implement this project.
The Office of the Ministry of Education in Garbatula is aware of the reading camps. In fact, they say that they have aided in the implementation of the competency-based curriculum.
We checked on the design and we found that it's one of the things that can support learning, especially when children are outside, and because children get chance to interact.
The attendance of children in the reading camps continue to increase. In fact, when word went round that we had visited some reading camps, some of the community members were inspired to start more of the camps. Sharon Baranga, NTV, in Garbatula, Isiolo County.
This is NTV.
Key points to bear in mind, and therefore which will define the kinds of challenges we face and have to face, but also realize the strengths we have as a continent, as a people of Africa, and just making sure we don't continue to waste the opportunities we have.
Unakaa fresh kama ukambani jo.
Ever since Brayo alanduku umekuwa desperate. Kama umerudia wizi, itabidi basi umeachana na sera.
Operator present.
3 days ago, I was robbed this watch.
Imeandikwa PB na maanisha nini?
Paris Baraza.
You are mine, and that will never change. Never.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa. For the first time ever, Kenya's biggest loves comes to South Sea. Saturday, 14th March, it's the Churchill Show recording, live at the MOW South Sea Sports Club grounds. Big loves, lots of fun, and more fun. Yeah. Featuring all your favorite comedians, hosted by Churchill. VVIP tickets go for 2,000 shillings, VIP 1,000 shillings, and regular 500 shillings. For your advance ticket, dial *229 *29#.
But ukiona mtu ameseviwa kama wa kinyozi.
Saturday, 14th March, Churchill Show live recording for the first time in South Sea at the MOW South Sea Sports Club grounds. A night of Kenya's biggest laughs.
Ule demu wa Churchill ndio huyo. Waachana na hizo vitu.
See you then.
The first ever Western and Nyanza edition of the Higher Education and Career Fair is here. My Network invites you to the Jomo Kenyatta Sports Ground, Kisumu, on 13th and 14th March 2020 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is Connecting You to Your Future. Join us and get the opportunity to interact with institutions of higher learning, tertiary institutions, and career guides experts. Lots of fun, learning, training, entertainment, and gifts. Entry is absolutely free. For more information, call 0707 871 918 or email careerfair@ke.nationmedia.com. This is NTV.
Kenya's north in Tana River County is a home to a community that is still steeped into their cultural values, and women are the key enforcers of the community's discipline. In Mambosasa village, we meet the Maranga women of the Iluan community as they dance in the rain. Their mission is to show us just how they ensure that their fellow women and sometimes men stay on the straight and narrow.
Kama jamii ya Wailwana ama kabila ya Wailwana, kuna mambo katika kabila ambao ukifanya huwa umekosea kabisa.
Aisha Juma is the latest recipient of the women's dosage of disciplinary action. She's a new mother, having just delivered her baby a few days ago. She gave birth en route to the hospital by the roadside, an offense that the Maranga women say must be punished despite Juma's protestations.
Nisikia uchungu wa kuzaa. Nataka kumpunga aje nisaidie, nikaona haistahili, labda nikae nimngojee acha nifike hospitali. Kabla sijafika hospitali, ikawa nimeshindika kuingia hospitali, nikazaa kabla sijafika hospitali kwa barabara. Sasa nilipozaa hospitali, kwa nilipozaa njiani, watu wakaja wakaniokoa. Wameniona nimeshindika nimelala kwa barabara, akaja akaniokoa, akanichukua akanirudisha nyumbani. Akasema nimekosea.
Kama unaona hospitali ni kando, ni mbali hiyo hospitali, unaomba Mungu hapa nyumbani anazaa. Kama iko karibu, haya unaenda. Ama mwingine unamwambia wewe leo ama kesho utazaa. Yeye akifanya lazima utaenda siku fulani hospitali. Alafu amuka, kama ni asubuhi kama ni mchana, anatembea bila hata mkungo kumfuata. Akaanguka njiani akazaa. Hata hiyo mwenyewe atabiwa. Si mambo ya mchezo.
Hii ni pilipili ambayo imetwangwa alafu ikaikwa maji. Hii ndio kitu cha kwanza, mtu akikosea anaadhibiwa nacho. Alafu kuna ufito pia wa kumchapa, si mnono hivyo kama huo hapa. Huo hapa pia ni ufito wa kumchapa ili ajue kuwa amekosea.
That mixture is then administered to the offending party and her husband as well.
Lakini wao hawakujua, bahati mbaya waliona nimekosea. Akaja ndio nikapatia wa faini yao. Kabla kuwapatia faini mwanzo akanichapa, akanyeka pilipili na ile asiri. Hivi saizi ninasikia vibaya sana. Hivi mali nimesimama hivi, sina afya mzuri. Polingane vile ile pilipili vile inawasha. Akanipiga hivyo, hasa nitasemaje, ni mila. Sina namna kukataa. Nikikataa kesho anaweza kunilaani. Nikae na niko na watoto. Ile laana inaweza kuambukiza watoto wangu wale nimeazaa. Ili nikabidi tu nikubali ile makosa yao, nimenikosea, waniadhibu na nipeane faini yao. Tukae kawaida. Mwenzake mimi ni leo, kesho ni mwingine.
It is a punishment that has been used since time immemorial by the community's moral police. The women ensure that their community is free from hate, disgrace, abuse, among other indecent acts within the society.
Mzee akifanya makosa kama hiyo, na hata yeye huwa anawekwa hiyo pilipili na huwa inamwasha. Sasa ikimwasha namna hii, hiyo ni discipline, hawezi rudia tena.
Hii anamwagiwa kwa macho, kwa sehemu za siri.
This year alone, tens of women belonging to this community, together with their husbands, have undergone this kind of punishment, and they insist that a woman must either give birth at home or in the hospital.
Wanawake ndio wako na hayo majukumu ya kuangalia katika hiyo kabila ni nani amekosea, ni nani hafuati sheria vizuri. Na kama kuna mtu kama huyo kwa kabila yenu, wamama wanamfuata, wanaenda, kuna adhabu huwa anapewa. Na pia upande wa pengine mama ama mwanamke na bwana wake wamekosana kwa nyumba, mama akiwa mjamzito kwa mfano, alafu wamekosana, huyu bwana iende ifikie mpaka kiwango cha kuwa atampiga yule mwanamke. hiyo pia huwa ni adhabu anapewa.
The punishment also comes with atonement. After the sting of the pepper, the same women offer a soothing balm, a sign of forgiveness and acceptance back to the society.
Yule ambaye amekataa ni 5,000. Na pia kwa mfano, sasa amekataa kabisa, akasema wamama hawezi fika hapa kwangu, mpaka kafikia mahali anachukua panga, anataka kukatakata watu. Wanawake wanamlaani.
Kama analipa hiyo faini hiyo anatoa. Alafu wamama yote wanamchukua huyu mama, tunaenda naye mtoni. Alafu bwanake anatupa ndowani, akaua samaki. Maana hata mtu mwenyewe imkwishe kufa, hata huwezi kuona, hata ngogo huwezi kumuona. Hata ukitupa ndowani mimi huwezi kuua. Alafu mnamchukua huyu mama ameadhibu, tunamwadhibu, na ni mama yote tunamwenda naye mtoni. Alafu akaanguka kwa maji. Wanzake pia akaanguka kwa maji kama 5, na huyu mwenye kuadhibu basi yeye anaogelea. Basi wakati ile iko nyimbo zinaimbwa. Inaimbwa bere bere kwela dua hiyo jemi, bere bere kwela dua. Basi wakati ile wamama wanacheza, wale wanasimama nje, wale wako kwa maji wanafanya hivi kuogelea. Sasa hiyo hakuna mtu anacheka, kila mtu amekasirika. Alafu anacheza hivi, anaogelea, alafu tunamtoa nje. Basi anaingia kiwanja kucheza. Alafu kama tunakaa, basi yule bwana yake ndio anatupatia hiyo faini.
This tradition, they say, will continue for years to come. They will not allow modernity to interfere with a system that has worked well to keep the community's moral fabric intact. Some of their sole responsibilities is to maintain law and order, as well as instill good morals within members of the community.
Mambo ya kutolewa nguo, kuwekwa pilipili, hiyo ni fedheha. Lakini sasa ni sheria ambayo unajua iko. Inabidi tu unavumilia, hata kama inaudhi unavumilia tu namna hiyo mpaka hao mama wamalize shughuli yao. Ni aibu hivyo, lakini sasa tunavumilia tu.
The main roles of women in the society are to care for their children and husbands, as well as run household chores. Tana River County is a home to, among others, the Orma, Wardei, Wata, Wailwana, Pokomo, and the Malakote communities. Kevin Mutai, NTV, in Tana River County.
This is NTV.
Nimetiwa mbaroni. Tosha.
Ni kweli nyinyi mmenikosea sana, haswa wewe na mume wako. Lakini mimi singelipiza kisasi.
Leo namtaka mume wangu ama nitamuua puto.
Yule mrembo si Nabila.
Na yule uko naye Jabali wangu. Tulia bro.
Tulie vipi?
Sikize Jabali wasema ukweli.
Na wewe usinichemshe. Nikafikiri uko njama moja na huyu mwanao Nabila. Na hili jitoto ile ambalo sura mbovu. Yaani wewe umekosa mtu wa kupenda. Unkwenda penda hili jiduluvula hili. Haya, kwenda kupelekeni nyele zenu kwa mkatie kalikiti.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
I've been a sinner, hata maji niliombwa nikasema sina.
Always wanted to be a singer, but along the way I think focus ilibaki sina.
Nataka niwe nawe, tuwe tu milele. Mimi nawe ni mimi nawe ni mimi nawe. Kazi ya Mungu kweli haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio juju ni maombi.
Nikupike na kapete, 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 kapete. Foto, kisha chora namba kwenye telefone. Telefone, leo tujua.
The Heat, in association with Coca-Cola.
Moving is crucial for healthy living.
Let's move, let's move, let's move. We don't stop.
So let's move. Register for the Diamond 10K Nairobi Run. And let's run together on the 5th of April. You can win one of the many cash prizes or diamonds. Come on guys, let's move.
I've been on the forefront for corruption.
And that's a good place to begin. A lot of this corruption happens because private sector and government are in bed together.
We've had this talk many times.
How drastic should the measures be taken? Because we can't keep on talking.
We don't see any action. The president has the ability to actually fire people.
I like to ask a direct question for direct answers. The heart of humanity, how do you still have it when you're such a hardened soldier?
This is not about you, it's not about your life. It's about the country that I serve.
This is where the real conversation happens. This is NTV.
Okay? Yeah, you're such a beautiful boy. Yeah.
For the last 20 years, Dr. Anderson Gitari has been a practicing veterinary surgeon. His interest in animal health began at a young age. Immediately he left college, he worked in a pharmaceutical company, after which he partnered with Dr. Andrew Matole to start a private practice, the Andy's Veterinary Clinic, which now has 3 branches, 2 in Nairobi, 1 in Nanyuki.
For me, it's been more of passion. I love what I do. I love, the challenges that are thrown at me.
A vet surgeon's job is round the clock, as Dr. Gitari explains. There's no general routine and one has to be prepared for any eventuality. He, however, does not mind the long hours.
It's actually like 24 hours. Many times you're waking up very late at night to go to the hospital or to go to the rescues. So you can get home as early as 6 o'clock or as late as 9 p.m., midnight.
A job that has its own challenges and rewards in equal measure.
This is Seattle Spire, very nice horse. So you have many patients and also you have many owners, yeah, the pet owners. So we kind of, treat psychologically the pet owners and then treat the animals.
And that characterizes the day-to-day life of Dr. Gitari as a vet surgeon. Diagnosing and treating an animal entails a lot, as he explains.
Before you do anything, you just get a history from the owner. And the history is the guy had ran over this dog yesterday, last night. And on examination, there is a lot of pain on the right leg. So we want to do an x-ray and see if there are any broken bones. It's okay. This is a digital plate. Once you take the x-ray, the image is captured here. Then this is what we call a digitizer. So it processes the image, and now the image will come to the screen.
The X-ray done on animals is similar to that for humans. It is after this stage that Dr. Gitari determines what procedure will be done.
So this cat, we suspect that it was hit by something very hard, and it came limping on the left leg. When we did an X-ray, we found that the bones are broken or they're fractured, right? So what we did was we need to operate the cat and put plates and screws to make that bone to be back to normal. Each surgery is normally, complicated in their own way. There's some that will really take a toll on you. Some they are quite easy to fix, and also it depends on the quality of life of the patient.
Although he has many years of practice behind him, Dr. Gitari says every day is a learning experience, a fact that makes his clinic a hub for teaching the ropes of the profession.
A lot of interns are coming through us and going out there. I can say we've trained quite a number of vets in this country to be self-sufficient.
Dr. Gitari envisions that the standards of animal health care in the country will grow to international levels. He, however, admits there is a lot to be done and he is willing to go the extra mile. Nonetheless, Dr. Gitari is encouraged that through the years, Kenyans are growing to appreciate their pets every day.
We have many clients who are very passionate about their animals and they want to know what is going on in their animals. So it's something that is changing.
This is Abby Rose. She's just been treated by Dr. Gitari. She's about 2 years old. And definitely such a profession would require such passion and will to tenderly take care of animals such as these. She's still sedated for now, but in not too long she'll be okay. Mel Miendo, NTV.
This is NTV.
20 holiday na spot on vacation. 2 days, 1 night for half board at Mayan Nanyuki from 10,000. 3 days Masai Mara from 13,000 with transport, accommodation, meals and game drive. 3 days Mombasa from 13,000 with SGR tickets, accommodation, transfers and meals. 5 days Dubai for 53,000 and Zanzibar from 67,000 with flights, accommodation, meals and excursions. Call us on 0741 06 5656 or visit our office on Gong Road, Gong Lane Plaza, 4th floor, or visit our website www.spotonvacation.com.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Hiyo maneno ya kucheza na mfanyikazi wangu mtanikoma, haipehi.
Hata nione ukipea nyambagea pesa ulikuwa unampatia ya nini?
Wewe umezoea shinda, mimi sijazoea shinda bwana. Sikuwa ipitia kukunywa pombe na mnasafiri usiku.
Na vile nimekusaidia kazi. Sasa tuache tulale tu leo.
Mulale kwa nani?
I'm from my morning jog. Kau unaelewa hiyo ni nini?
Wacha kujifanya uko klasi yenye hauko na tunaishi Kawagware sisi wote. Chiwa the girl phrase.
Lakini surely madam, ukienda jogging for 3 minutes, una expect kuburn calories gani?
You run your mouth, that's too much. Nanita madhe on what grounds?
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Welcome to Press Pass.
Naangalia TV ninaona habari zangu.
Napata news updates kutoka Google.
Sana online inakuwa sawa sawa.
Are we ready to
transfer that audience.
People don't really trust social media. They will always go back to the traditional media sources.
The bashing of the media has become fashionable.
I was chased from the field because of politics.
He says, "Wapi mtu ya gazeti, a nation." I innocently lift my hand. And I he threw the room at me.
I am Mark Masai, the bald, shiny man who brings you Press Pass every week.
Press Pass. Accountability to the Fourth Estate. This is NTV.
My name is Martin Goge. I'm an artist. My pen name is Artist Mchoraji Art. I try to do art and art that has an impact to the society. When you're growing up as a kid with disability, it's normal to have stigma, and especially at my time, it was a bit different. People are not very aware about kids with disability or persons with disabilities. I was doing art when I was a little kid, but not just those kind of art that any other kid would do. I used to get a lot of encouragement, not really even in art, but even in other things. Actually, at Form 4, I was the only one who took art. I was among the best. I've been doing art professionally from 2008. That's when I finished college, and that's when I started doing freelance work. In between, I've done employments, but for some reasons, I find myself quitting. So I've trained as a graphic designer, but I'm good in illustrations, book illustrations, publications, posters, advertisements. When people see me do the stuff, that's when they believe it's me who've done those things, and I'm happy to see inspiring people. I've worked with all the major publishers, in East Africa, to illustrate for them. We are working with a group of guys called the Laikipian, where we are doing more of conservation education through art. Through that, we have a comic book called Hunt Me Not. We have a color book, Let's Go Wild, and we've developed a conservation board game. Through that, we want to create awareness through art, because it's really easy for people to get a message through art, as opposed to maybe something like writing. We also have a cultural diary, which is all about positive tribalism, because there is a lot of negative tribalism around, and our aim is to maybe challenge other guys to produce other materials that are positive with different tribes. Having gone through the theory in school of art, I've gotten inspiration from so many artists from old times to the modern time. Everybody starts art as a passion, but later on you realize you need to make that passion a living, because right now everything around me revolves around art. When we're generating art for conservation, we usually visit, we've been into Mount Kenya, you'll see water intakes. We talk to people in charge of those, so they give you ideas. At times you go to Google and see something interesting and you think something creative and original from what you've seen, you get inspiration from there. Right now, people have access to social media. You're able to see so many artists doing different things. So you get inspirations from so many other areas. And our day-to-day running, like a market scene, a town scene. There are times when you do a client's work and you really don't want to part with it, beside being paid for it, and you feel like, and there are instances where you do an artwork and you don't feel like it's your standard, and you don't even want to sign your name on it. And once in a while you find yourself having to repaint the whole canvas. I work with like 2, 3 or 4 different types of projects, art related, at the same time. So when I'm bored with this one, I'll be able to pick another one and do. When I'm freshened up, I'll come back to this other one. Any art you do, like the latest one, is always the best, and there is something new to it than the previous one. So I wouldn't say I have like my favorite piece. I do digital art that is called vector graphics, and I try sell them to platforms like Shutterstock and those stock photography and platforms, and mostly in a African market, people don't buy from online, so I will say that is a challenge. Besides us doing very good work, I've been featured in American blogs, ironically, so, but locally people are like, is this art really or something? So there is that, but it's a growing market. The first ever Kikuyu calendar in Kenya. I'm the one who drew it. We designed it together with a guy called Evans Ishinga. But the challenge was we didn't have the resource to have like it everywhere. But in a span of like a week or 2 weeks after releasing our first calendar in the market, and everybody had it, and it's piracy for you. I copyright my stuff, but even you find it, even after copywriting it, people still reproduce it without your consent. Copyright laws are not very strong, so the penalty is not something that bars people not to do it. My message to upcoming artists is to keep on working hard and not to give up. Art is tricky. It's a luxury, so not everybody will buy art, and there's a market that buys art, and so the thing is, you just keep on being strong. My message to any persons with disabilities is to don't give up, work hard, eat from your sweat.
This is NTV.
I've been a sinner, hata maji niliombwa nikasema sina. Always wanted to be a singer, but along the way I think focus ilibaki sina.
Nataka niwe nawe, tuwe tu milele. Mimi nawe ni mimi nawe ni mimi nawe. Kazi ya Mungu kweli haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio juju ni maombi.
Nikufike na kapete, 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 kapete. Foto, kisha chora namba kwenye telefone. Telefone, leo tujua.
The Heat, in association with Coca-Cola.
delicious.
Africa, the richest continent in terms of resources, yet Africans' living conditions also the poorest. This paradox is what we want to resolve, so that instead of exporting iron ore, we'll be exporting steel. Instead of exporting copper, we'll be exporting copper cables. Instead of exporting bauxite, we'll be exporting aluminium finished goods.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
As the world battles a wave of misinformation about the new coronavirus, we fact-check some of the claims widely shared online.
Which kind love this?
We hear from a Sierra Leonean musician on how he battled a fake HIV story.
We debunk fake news from the baking world by testing some kitchen hacks with billions of views online.
And are Africans immune to the new coronavirus?
I can say true. False. False. True.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kibia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
This is NTV.
It is an art that is fading from the public limelight. The backbreaking work of turning raw materials into functional art and pieces of utensils. In the past, it was passed from generation to generation, preserving the art form with specific families. But that isn't how Swale Elianga got immersed into this art and trade.
Mama mwingine akatoka upande ya Busia kama na vitu kama hizi za kuja kuuza. Kajaribu kumuuliza kama anaweza kanichukua huko nione vile wanafanya na mimi pia pengine naweza kanisaidia. Akakubali, akanigharamia mpaka Busia, akazungumza na wenye kwa anafanya hiyo kazi mpaka na mimi nikaandikwa pale nikafanya. Sasa baada ya miezi 6 kwa nimeshaelewa.
He is now an established metalsmith based in Voi Town. He designs and repairs objects from steel and also creates fine art and custom decoration for his clients.
Despite the inventions of new technology, blacksmith industrial work remains relevant in today's generation, and this is proven by Saleh with his 7 years experience in this sector.
Although his work already speaks for itself, he admits that getting the quality end product isn't always easy. First, he has to source for materials he uses.
Mtu anaanza kwa kupata material. Ukisapata zile mikebe, sasa ni material ya aluminium soft, hizo mikebe unachukua kitu kama boiler, yani ya ama compressor ya fridge hivi, unazitumbukiza ndani, zinayayuka kwa muda ya dakika kama 30, unarudi pande hii kwa molding, unakuwa na kitu kama hii yenyewe, unapima pale. Baada ya dakika 30 ukishapima pale, ukisharudi pande kwa molding, unamwaga. Ukishamwaga dakika 2-3 imeshapoa, alafu unatoa, unaanza finishing.
The demands of good he creates here in Voi and beyond is quite high, keeping his factory busy around the clock and earning him a decent living. His efforts has brought attention to many of customers, and his workshops now hold 6 employees who he has trained and depend on the same metalsmith work. Bilotieno, NTV.
Ever wondered what it's like to make a living in a kitchen? 26-year-old Milton Jumbo chose a career as a cook, a decision that crystallized in his younger days. A 4th child in a family of 9, Milton grew up with his grandmother. He spent most of his time with her. Although he would have it a different way, he was unable to continue with his education.
Tulitamani tusome, tupate kazi mzuri, ikashindikana. Sasa ikabidi tu sasa the best way tusibie watu ili nini ndio sasa ikabidi tu nifanye kazi ya hoteli.
Milton started cooking at the age of 5, the beginning of what has been a long period of sampling food delicacies and which developed in a fascinating obsession. Through experimenting and also by incorporating a variety of food preparation techniques and picking some tips from cookbooks, Milton grew in his passion, his first teacher being his grandmother.
Nilikuwa ninakaa kwa shosho yangu, hasa ndio alinifunza jinsi ya kupika, ya kulenye ninajua kupika ni pilau, chapati, ndengu, minji, mandazi na kutengeneza.
You may be surprised to learn what a typical day for a chef is actually like. He normally gets to his workstation, which is a cafe in Nairobi's Kimathi Lane, by 5 a.m. every morning from Kiambu County.
By saa 10 niko hapa, nikuje nianze kazi zangu, nipike mandazi, samosa, sausage.
His ability to mix ingredients and bring them together in a new and beautiful way is exciting. Singing is Milton's way of charging himself up as he cooks, and he does so effortlessly. Having the potential to deliver such unique satisfaction to others through food provides him a level of personal gratification incomparable to any other pursuit. Working as a chef is no easy job, Milton says, but he strives to ensure he has time for his wife and child, even as his small family grows. His vision is to one day start up his own care for a hotel. He encourages the youth not to disregard small beginnings.
Wakipata tu ile yenye inaweza wasaidia kwa maisha, wasiache, waifanye tu, wasiweke matarajio ya watu kwa ofisi mara wapi. Ile tu yenye watapata, hata kama ni mjengo ama hii yangu ya kupika, wawe wavumilivu.
Milton has made lemonade out of the lemon that life has dealt him. He embodies determination and belief that nothing is impossible. Fatma Bugu, NTV, for my job.
This is NTV.
Moving is crucial for healthy living.
Let's move, let's move, let's move. We don't stop.
So let's move. Register for the Diamond 10K Nairobi Run and let's run together on the 5th of April. You can win one of the many cash prizes or diamonds. Come on guys, let's move.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma-award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kimbia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
Mara ngapi itakwambia niwache kucheza hiyo kitu?
Joroge, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a houseboy.
Unanifinya nyinyi ndio nini nifanyike? Mimi sikutaki. Enda utafute wale wanaume wanalala kwa mtaro.
Leo jioni nisipoona hizo pesa kwa simu yangu. Utanijua.
This is Father Bartholomew Dominianos. Please just step onto the confession box.
Is Prince Fulvius Aurelius Valerius Mayweather Jr. Mayweather's son?
You are under arrest for robbery with violence.
Molfix breathable surface developed with airsoft technology is very soft and provides the best Molfix skincare.
I found the best diaper for my baby's sensitive skin.
All babies deserve a high-quality diaper. You should also try Molfix.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
NTV, turning on your world.
Period. That word kept swirling around in my head. What was this period that was causing me to bleed? And why was this bleeding shrouded in such mystery? With no clear answers, I trudged through what was a very uncomfortable day. I kept imagining that everyone knew that I was bleeding and was scared stiff of being touched by boys. I might as well have stayed home because all the lessons in class that day all went over my head.
Janet Bogwa, everybody. And she is reading an excerpt from her book, My First Time, which is now available around the country, Textbook Center. And today we get to discuss her book. Welcome to Living With Us, everybody. I'm Sharon Wendia, and we are at Hub House. And this is our very first Living With Us book club. And our pick, it was an obvious one for us, had to be My First Time Stories. Yay. Janet Bogwa, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with her. She is a journalist by profession. She is a mother. She is a gender equality advocate and a content creator. And now we add author. I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Sharon. First of all, for all the incredible work you do and for being a part of My First Time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the bit of we add author. It took me a minute, by the way, I don't know, call it imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Until somebody was like, just say, I'm a published author.
You're a published
author. So now I can say that when I'm introducing myself, and I'm really proud of it.
Yeah, I'm proud of it too. And not just even the book, but everything that you've been doing, especially in the menstrual health management space.
Yes.
So let's dive into the book club and having conversations around My First Time. So if you've not yet picked up the book, one, what's happening? Come on, pick it up, read it, gift it to every girl in your life, but also boys as well. I think this is an important book to them. But the gist of it is that you had 50 women share their stories.
Yes.
Right? Actually, I should let you say
what is so
it?
It's 50, so it's just over 50, and then some men.
Right, yes.
Which was a bit of a last-minute decision. Not really last. I wasn't sure. If I'm to think about the genesis, and please excuse me, I'm battling a cold. If you hear the sniffles, it's not so much emotion. It's a cold.
It's a cold.
It's a cold.
Okay.
I've been in the space of menstrual advocacy for a few years. I started in Nuadada Foundation a few years ago, and it was out of addressing an immediate need, which was girls need pads in school. So at the time, I still was coming to grips with that whole space. I just knew I was triggered that girls didn't have pads, that they were using unsanitary products, and started the foundation. It was largely intervention like distribution of pads and underwear, and really pushing the government for a bigger budgetary allocation. Over the years, it became a lot about advocacy and awareness and using the media to mainstream the conversation. And I can say that from 2013, there's been a huge leap in mainstreaming it, starting with that feature that aired about periods of shame, a TV feature about girls using unsanitary products.
Yeah.
So fast forward a few years, and I kept feeling like every time I was doing intervention, there were still so many question marks. Like you go to a school and girls have never seen pads before. Boys would rather, they just want the ground to swallow them. And I just kept thinking, what's missing here? There's an awareness advocacy bit that's missing. And how can we make this conversation normalized in a way that people kind of, it'll take a while, but how do we start? Now, I am a sucker for storytelling. I love storytelling. It's a powerful tool. It's a face, putting a face to an issue for me has always been a very strong way of bringing the issue to life.
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, what if we collected stories on people experiencing their period? It started as a very simple thing, let's collect stories. Then I thought, let's collect diverse stories. Because initially it was just going to be maybe people I know.
Yeah.
Then I thought, what about people who are locked out of the conversation? Then I thought, what about men? So I sat down and said, okay, this is clearly going to be a project.
I got goosebumps. I don't know why I'm getting it.
No.
It's like, I know the story, but
the journey. No, then I thought, how do I want these stories to be told? I could have done it in any other medium.
Yeah.
Why a book? I wanted a resource tool that can live in school libraries, in the workplace. I wanted that years from now, there's a reference point for girls and boys to see themselves.
Yeah.
And so that informed the inclusion aspect of the people in the book. I thought about people who the stories you don't usually hear, women who are differently abled, a woman who's blind, an imam, like a man who calls men to prayer.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was so excited when he agreed. I said, really, you're going to? And he literally came from prayers and came to do the shoot.
Right.
And so the way I did it was I called all of you. I can, say Sharon's also in the book.
Yeah.
And kind of did this portrait series. And why? I felt like I really wanted it to be a very proudly African project. I feel like a lot of the time our stories are told for us. I'm like, we can tell our stories, and this is how. So, and then the creative in me was like, I wanted everyone to kind of be in theme, wear white because there's a purity to the transition, and the red really just speaks to the theme of the book.
Yeah.
And so that's how it came together, but it was interesting trying to get people. Some people were like, I would love to do the book, just don't show my face.
Oh.
Yes, because it's still...
Right, because there's still shame and stigma around
there you go.
Something that is so normal.
It's so normal. It's every month for like another 30, 40 years of our lives. And so that's how I ended up with these particular people. They were not afraid to show their faces, to raise their voices, and to just share in their experiences. And that's how I ended up coming up with just over 50 people, because some of them are in groups.
Right.
Like over 25 is the four of them, the twins, the sisters.
Twins.
Exactly. So close to 60 people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so let's start off with your first time story, which is actually how there's a forward, I think.
Yes. There's a forward by
Jinadin and the First Lady.
And the First Lady endorsed it by writing a message, which was also just an incredible opportunity.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they'd say yes. I just said, it would be great with all the work you do. Okay. Yeah. Because it's something that she does. So yes, it starts with the preface and then the forward and then the message.
Yes.
And then my story.
And then your story is what sets it off. And so I figure we might as well just do a quick recap.
Okay.
And I'm going to read this. It's actually on page 1.
Yes.
And you say, what I thought was the start of an ordinary day eerily turned tense as I slowly opened my eyes. A strange sensation overwhelmed me. I wiggled my body ever so slightly in my bed, and it felt like I was swimming in some slippery substance. I cautiously peered under my sheets. They were blood-soaked. Shock and confusion instantly gripped me. Oh my God, what's happening to me? That part, for me, first of all, I want to understand, before that, did you have any conversations, had anyone spoken to you about your period?
No.
Because from your reaction, it's like, I'm dying, which a number of people
say that in the book.
Yeah, like they approach their parents like, Mom, we need, in fact, one went to hospital.
Yes.
And it's only when like they were coming back that the mom was like,
you didn't need to do that. And I love your question. Like, I didn't know. I was 10. So my mom was also shocked because she said, okay, because my sister started at 13.
Yeah, your older sister.
My older sister.
Yeah.
And so the first thing I remember when I think about it was going shopping with my older cousins. My cousins would come from Nairobi. I grew up in Mombasa, and they'd stay at our place. And I remember this one time going to a supermarket, and they were kind of trying to hide whatever they bought. And I didn't see the full packet, but I remember seeing a little bit of color, like just the tip of the package, and saying, what's that? And they said, oh, you do not need to know about this. And that was, I think I was maybe 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Then fast forward to another 1 or 2 years, and no one had ever talked to me about it. I think they figured, you're still young, we'll tell you at like maybe 12, I don't know. So I had no idea. I did not know what period was. I did not know what was happening to me. Genuinely thought my body was under some kind of attack. And so I remember going to my mom, and then she was a little shocked because she thought, I thought I had time, maybe another year or two before and so it was really quick. It was like, okay, here's pads, don't let boys touch you, go to school.
Right.
So even in school, I was traumatized, and it's only like in the book, in my story, that I say it's the way I was walking, that one of my classmates was like, you started your period. And she was the only other person who had.
Yeah.
So it was problematic for a while. I was quite traumatized. I was quite shocked. I was embarrassed.
Yeah.
I went home, and that evening, my dad was like, congratulations. I wanted to die. Oh my gosh. I was like, Mom, why?
Yeah.
And so that's planted the seed of it's not a bad thing.
Right.
And it's only when I was a teenager that I thought, okay, now everyone around me has started.
Yeah.
But it was shocking.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, there's two memories that came to me that I'd completely forgotten when you were speaking. And one was we'd gone for a funeral, and then I think my cousins had they wanted to use the bathroom, and they were kind of lining up, and someone was handing them something. One of the older cousins was handing them something. And I tried for the life of me to just get them to tell me, what are you handing out? Yeah. Can I please see? It just looked fascinating. And it's only years later that I was like, it must have been pads that they were handing out. And the second thing was, I remember after starting my period, suddenly it was like there was always an always ad, or like a pad ad on TV. Yeah. And I'd just be like, everyone in the house is looking at me. They all know.
They can sense it.
And there was just that kind of fear. And I'm curious, when did you, because you also talk about a point at which you kind of overcame the shame and the stigma, and recalibrated what your period was for you.
Right.
How did you get to that point where it no longer felt terrifying or even shameful that you needed to hide? How did you get to the point where you're writing a book, talking about it, pulling men into these conversations?
Right. That's a really good question. I think the first step was, if I'm to think about just the years following, it took a while. And then I think when I was about 16 and I was aware, the other problem came when I started struggling with my period, excessive bleeding, a lot of pain. And I remember times when I would be in the matron's office, because I was in boarding school, and there was once or twice, it wasn't as regular as a lot of girls suffer with, but there's once or twice I couldn't go to class because I was in immense pain. And then that kind of continued on and off throughout college until once, it was 2005. I think I was right smack in the middle of uni, and I came home for the holidays because I studied outside the country. And I said, something is very wrong. Yeah. This can't be normal. I'm in a lot of pain. I was curious enough because a lot of women and girls normalize the pain.
Yeah.
I think I was maybe for some reason exposed enough to say, this can't be normal, and I don't like pain.
Yeah.
Just generally, I hate pain. So I thought this pain has to be addressed.
Yeah.
And I can't keep self-medicating.
We're gonna fix this.
We need to fix this. So I went, and that's the first time I was introduced to a gynecologist.
Right.
That was my first appointment. And he said, you have ovarian cysts. I said, what does that even mean? He said, yeah, there's little growths outside around your uterus. So we need to burn them. The whole thing just sounded very odd. I said, am I going to survive? That's all I need to know. He's like, no, this there's this thing called a laparoscopy. At the time it was, I don't think it was new, but it wasn't as popular as it is now. Okay. He's like, it'll be non-invasive. We'll just like put a tube in. We'll, kind of took me through the medical bit.
Yeah.
And you'll be fine. You'll walk out of here today. Like, you're not going to be admitted.
Yeah.
I said, that sounds really awesome. So he did that and I was okay. But the pain kind of came back about a year later. So when I went and saw now the next gynecologist who's since delivered my 2 sons. And he's like, you're struggling with endometriosis. That's what you have. And I said, but it's, I've never heard of it. And obviously now we know how much it affects people.
Yeah.
And he said, for you, the only thing that will help you manage your excessive bleeding and excess pain is going on birth control. And I said, okay, and what next? And he said, maybe when you have children. I was like, I don't know, 15 years ago. I'm like, I stopped him. I'm like, but I'm not looking at having children right now. Right. He said, maybe then your cycle will change. Before then, you have to manage it. There's really nothing I can do. Or in the sense of there's no quick fix.
Right.
It's something that has to be managed. And so literally that's how I started. And it stayed with me. I'm like, why is my period so problematic? I can't be the only person. Also, this can't be just me. There must be other people going through this. How do we, and that kind of planted the seed and my curiosity for how is this period disruptive for me who has access? And it kind of stayed at the back of my head because it's even then, birth control really helped. Had my sons, it actually got worse.
Your pain?
The pain without birth control, because I'm like, now I've had children, I'm a ninja. Oh my goodness.
God.
And so I'm like, you know what? We need to have this conversation.
Yeah.
So to your question, that was kind of the journey of, I've always had a problematic period. I'm lucky I have access to the right medical, medicine and doctors, but how do we mainstream this conversation? And then I started asking women, what was your period like? And I'd always be like, I started at 10. They said, what? That's so young. I started at 12, 13. I was shocked. I was happy, different things. And I was just very fascinated. And then that kind of planted the seed again, going further. When I got into advocacy, I went back to those stories never left me of just different people's experiences. Why don't we put them in a book? Because now I have the know-how, I have the exposure, I understand what my issues are and how to address them. Let's open up the conversation. And so it's incredible to see that every time somebody says they've picked up the book, it takes them back to their first experience, makes them think about other people's experiences. It's a conversation I think people have wanted to have for a long time.
Right.
And this was just my way of, let's have a tool to open up the conversation. And so that's essentially what I wanted to do.
Oh, Janet, bless you, because even as you were speaking, I didn't, I'd like to think that I am a well-traveled, like exposed modern woman, but it's only now that it hit me. I can't believe that because I also went on the pill when I was in university, and it was only after my friend was like, you can't be missing school, because I'd missed like 2-3 days in uni because of my period, and I was in pain, diarrhea, vomiting. It was excruciating. I couldn't go out to the car, and she's the one who told me, but I never once even thought to ask a doctor. I just kind of went to the school nurse and I explained what I needed, and she was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, even now I'm learning. I didn't try to pursue that a little bit more to understand, and yet I normalized it too. I just assumed
there you go.
You feel this kind of pain where even in high school I'd be like, oh, Janet.
Wow. No, but you know what you said, Sharon, is so important, because it's even a conversation I had the other day with a group of women. We're just used to normalizing pain. First of all, as women, we're taught, Vumilia, you're a woman, you've got this. I'm glad it's changing to some extent. But there's that notion of, you're not the first person to have gone through it, so wing it. Also, this can't be as bad. I've not been admitted. I'm having a bad day, let me take medication and go, but we shouldn't normalize pain.
No, not, and it's, if I remember what it felt, it just was excruciating.
Bad,
but it changed for me, it changed after pregnancy. We've got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more from Janet.
The three sides of Anna.
I feel more trapped every day that passes. I don't know how I can go on like this.
I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this, and that's why I came here, so I could give you a chance to Tell the truth.
I just can't accept that you're gonna be running away all your lives.
As soon as Santiago's wife sees that he's not wearing his ring, they're going to get divorced. Those wedding bands have been blessed, Marcelo. How could you do this?
There's no use for me to go on being here pretending to be a man I don't even know. That man is gone. Marcelo has to stop existing.
The three sides of Anna.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Africa, the richest continent in terms of resources, yet Africans' living conditions also the poorest. This paradox is what we want to resolve, so that instead of exporting iron ore, we'll be exporting steel. Instead of exporting copper, we'll be exporting copper cables. Instead of exporting bauxite, we'll be exporting aluminium finished goods.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
As the world battles a wave of misinformation about the new coronavirus, we fact-check some of the claims widely shared online.
Which kind love this?
We hear from a Sierra Leonean musician on how he battled a fake HIV story.
We debunk fake news from the baking world by testing some kitchen hacks with billions of views online.
And are Africans immune to the new coronavirus?
I can say true.
False.
False. True.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Have been on the forefront for prohibiting corruption.
And that's a good place to begin. A lot of this corruption happens because private sector and government are in bed together.
We've had this talk many times.
How drastic should the measures be taken? Because we can't keep on talking.
We don't see any action. The president has the ability to actually fire people.
I like to ask a direct question for direct answers. The heart of humanity, how do you still have it when you're such a hardened soldier?
This is not about you, it's not about your life.
It's about the country that I serve.
This is where the real conversation happens.
Do your gums hurt? Yeah. Does your toothpaste contain sage, eucalyptus, myrrh, chamomile? All that in one toothpaste? Yes, try Colgate Herbal. Colgate Herbal contains nature's best herbs and Colgate's fluoride technology to give you strong teeth and healthy gums. Ah, Colgate Herbal. Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums naturally.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
New Blue Band peanut butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with New Blue Band peanut butter.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Welcome back, everybody. Today we are having our very first book club session, and I've got Janet Bogwa here to go through my first time, and it's her very first book. game changer. Even like during the break, I was telling her, I can't believe I'm sitting here and it's only now I'm still learning things about my body from the conversation we were having before. And even taking, going from what you said about your first time experience and not being very aware. And as I was going through the book and the other women's stories, there were many who had no idea what was happening to their bodies. How do we normalize this for our girls, for our boys, because there were a lot of boys as well who were like, haha, there's a stain on your dress.
Exactly.
And when is the right age to have these conversations?
Really important questions. I think to normalize it, we first of all need to educate the educators. So parents and teachers need to be comfortable with the conversation. We find that a lot of the time, teachers, because of how they've been socialized, surrounded with the stigma and the taboo, don't really know how to articulate it. So you find that the stigma is already, the socialization is already there. It's not a blame game, it's just simply what it is. They grew up being told, you do not talk about this publicly, and suddenly you're supposed to teach it, so there needs to be an unlearning. Parents as well. Even parents who are buying this book are telling me, yeah, you've made it simple for me, because I didn't really know where to start. So we need to educate the sort of like the caregivers, so that by the time they're communicating this information, they're not doing it when it's shrouded with stigma and shame. Yes, boys also need to be included. So I'm sure you can remember, and you've heard it before, and it's even in the book, when these organizations came to schools, the boys were told, please leave. We only want to talk to the girls. I'm actually supposed to be starting school tours soon. And one school had suggested the same thing for me, like, oh, we're not really sure to mix it up yet. And I said, I'll let you off easy, but I haven't let one or two others. I'm like, can we just try and have it that we're all in the same room? We're trying to find an easy way to incorporate the conversation that everyone can be involved. So we're still trying to explore it. It's already still, this is 2020, my book is out, and people are still like, oh, can we separate the girls and boys? And I'm like, it's reinforcing the stigma, but I get that it'll take a while. So I think it will take educating the public. In terms of age appropriate, girls are starting their period at 8 and 9, which is, I find that so heartbreaking, because I'm like, you're such a little child.
To be able to like
to handle that shock.
I can't go swimming.
I know.
I can't that must be a lot.
But I think most people are doing it from class 5. So 10, 11, 12 onwards seems to be in schools. It's home science. You're told about the reproductive, your reproductive organs and what's happening to your body, and then it's like the rest study for your exams. It's not a very holistic conversation about this is what's happening. If you're feeling tired or if you're feeling moody, there's a hormonal imbalance. That's important to say, because some girls have no idea why. They're just tired. They're tired. They're fatigued, heavy bleeding. So of course you're losing a lot of. You need supplements maybe sometimes. That conversation isn't really happening. So the hope is that now that this is becoming more of a mainstream conversation and the government is also kind of rallying behind it, we can find ways to make it more holistic in schools. It has to start in schools. It has to start in the home. Parents also need to be able to sit and say, you're now 10, 11, 12 years old. We need to have this conversation. What have you heard about periods? Let your child respond and then say, okay, this is essentially what's happening in your body. How does that make you feel? Like, be very intentional. Try and draw a lot out. Don't talk at the person, at the child for so long. Engage them. Because by now they've heard. They're 12, 13, maybe they've heard about it. If they're 11.
Yeah, for sure.
Try and just engage them on what do they know. So they might bring up some stigmas like, I'm not allowed to be in the same room as boys when I'm on my period. Because there's so many myths. I mean, there are countries, in India, women are not allowed into the temple because they're dirty. And I know that there's huge activism there around that. Don't even go far. In parts of Kenya, you're not allowed to be in the man's hut or home or space. You're not allowed to cook. You're not allowed to do this or do that because you're unclean. So let's begin to also teach our children that those are just myths, because people don't know how to deal with the issue. But it has to be in the homes and schools. Otherwise, they're going to learn it from their peers, which isn't terrible, but it's not the best place to start. Because they don't have the experience.
Or they'll just be shocked and some even kept it from their, I think one of the ladies said they kept it from their mom.
From their mom.
Or something.
One even kept it for years. Beatrice Wafula, who is a huge advocate in the space, who brought this story to the TV, was like, I kept it from my mom and I just wish I hadn't, because she ended up, and she says it, she ended up developing fibroids that have made her unable to have children. She talks about it. She's like, I just wish I told somebody, because they would have maybe told me that what I'm going through is not normal.
And
I wish I hadn't kept it from my mom.
Exactly. And I even like how, I think it's Tatiana Karanja who shares her story, and she says that she was familiar with periods because she would be in the bathroom when her mom was either taking a pad or a tampon, I don't know what it
Yes.
was. And I love that you're also, it's normalized. So it's not
Exactly.
like, hide your pads, put them in a drawer that's far in the back.
Yeah,
that
don't
no
show
one
boys.
can ever see.
There you go.
Exactly.
Normalizing it from early on, especially
Yeah.
when you see your daughters and sons
Yeah.
are getting a little older.
Yeah.
They will be exposed to that information.
Yeah.
So the best thing you can do is try and make sure they have the right information. Right.
So actually, now that you talked about Beatrice Wafula, I think it's in, she also talks about the need for men to be involved.
Yes.
There's also an MHM trainer, what's his name?
Is
Let
it
me just get
Josephat?
his name. Yeah, Josephat.
Yes.
And he says, I once asked a male teacher, teacher, if you found that a girl was in her period, would you assist her? And he replied, God forbid, I do not know what I can do.
Yeah.
And it goes back to your conversation about educators being an integral part of this conversation. But now I want to also dive into the men.
Yes.
And the men you've got on the book, you have your dad.
I have my dad.
It's so
He's the last story.
Yeah.
One of the first feminists I encountered in life was
Yeah.
my father.
I love it.
And you know how that came about? Is
yeah.
that I hadn't really told my family. I have this thing, Sharon, where when I'm working on a really big project, I
They
either
didn't
say,
know?
They don't know. They didn't know. They knew at the last minute. That's just how I am.
Oh
When I'm
my
working-
God.
I just get so into it. And
Yeah.
I don't want anything to, derail me.
Yeah.
So towards the end of it, my dad was like, okay, so can I read some of the material? He's a very good writer and reader. He's a linguist.
Yeah.
And so he was going through and making little changes. I'm
Yeah.
like, Dad, do you want to be in the book? He's like, okay.
Yeah.
So I ended up having him as one of the last
love it.
contributors. So I'm really glad. And I also needed somebody who's like an older man.
Yeah.
So he became the older man.
I love that it started with you and it ended with him. One of the first feminists you've ever encountered.
Yes.
He congratulated you on your first day.
He did.
And he absolutely, he kind of normalized it. And in fact, now that we're talking about your dad, he said something here that goes back to how, how we should start to deconstruct the stigma and taboos. And this is what he says. And that's on page 229.
Yes.
He says, for adults still trapped in taboo and stigma, society needs to keep gently hammering away by using available platforms, including radio and television, the church and the workplace, to perpetuate debate. Because some cultural norms are not easily overturned, this is likely to be a protracted war, but one that ultimately must be won through small gains and sheer persistence.
Sounds like my dad.
Yeah.
Big words.
He's like, everybody is involved.
Yes.
You have to get everyone. And I love that media had a space, the workplace had a space.
Yes.
How do you think the workplace can kind of contribute to this conversation? Because that's one of the, don't get me started on how economically, like women especially, are just not supported, whether it's through maternity leave, sexual harassment. And I think, do you think that there's space for that, for periods to kind of
I think
be
so,
a
because one of
conversation?
the women I profile, you see there are many now, I'm like, her name is,
okay,
and then it'll come to me
yeah.
later, but she was actually let go because of missing. It eventually added up that because she had to keep taking days off, eventually she became a burden. Elsie Wandera, who talks about endometriosis, luckily for her, she's with a very savvy organization. She even runs she's one of the people behind the Endometriosis Fund in Kenya, Foundation. So she is lucky that she has the support. Sometimes she is hospitalized for days. It's something that she's really struggled with. She's very open about it. But in the case of other women, menstrual leave is now becoming a big conversation where the workplace has a role to play in understanding not everyone has the same period. And yes, some women are even fighting menstrual leave because they're like, oh, you're reducing us to our period. But other women are like, I need the menstrual leave. Because when I take 2 days off work, I'm not skiving. I'm literally bound by my pain and have to manage it before I'm able to be productive. I think Egypt is the first country in Africa to approve menstrual leave. It's big in Asian countries. They get 2-3 days. And it's normal. So there is a place for the workplace, for HR departments to understand and normalize, and even have period products in the workplace in case of an emergency. It does need to be in the workplace. It is a conversation. Men need to empathize. Stop saying this thing for you're just being moody because you're on your period. Let's understand that your colleagues have the same abilities, but sometimes because of this transition, there's certain challenges that may be affecting them, not necessarily limiting them, but affecting them. So let's have the conversation in the workplace as well. And the role of men is crucial because they are the ones who perpetuate stigma.
Right.
A lot of the time, when you look
Yeah.
at societies, if you look at the workplace and places of worship, it's the man who's like, you're dirty, you cannot
Yeah.
worship with us, or you cannot be with us. It's perpetuated, not limited by men. Some women also perpetuate the stigma.
Yeah.
So if we bring men on board as allies, they are, because we're in a patriarchal community and society, they are the gatekeepers of these communities. Let's have them on board so that they can speak to their fellow men.
Yeah.
Men will listen to them.
Yeah.
And that's why having a pastor, having my father, having King Kaka,
Right.
who's, just having them say, we need to be allies. We need to multiply these allies. Neville is a very big MHM advocate.
Yeah.
He has trained people. Every time he's somewhere, women learn from him.
Yeah.
He'll drop gems and just talk about some of the things he's learning. And the other day in a conference, he says, I'm the product of a missed period. And everyone was like, yay! And he was the one saying, if this was a men's thing, he's like, let me tell you something. If men had their period, they'd be like gold-plated pads.
Oh, no, we'd have figured it out.
We'd have figured out
No.
everything. And he's like, it's the patriarchy. So why don't we bring these men and make them allies, make them understand, so that we're just able to be very open about our conversations.
Yeah. And again, I really like that you brought on even an imam into this conversation. The most unlikely person that you would have anticipated to be
Exactly.
talking about the period
Yes.
was there. And also it was to try and also understand the stigma around, or a lot of the stereotypes around the period and whether you are dirty, and those conversations, because that ultimately builds on stigma as
Exactly.
well.
Yes.
So I found it really interesting going through the book and seeing the selection of women you had, and I was trying to map them out. Every time I saw someone, different or represented a different group, I was like, look at this.
Yeah.
So you had women who are differently abled. You had women who live with HIV, Muslim women, Christian women, athletes, women who'd been behind bars and living on the streets as well. Why was that important to you? I mean, I almost want to answer this question.
I know,
I
you're
just
like-
asked it, and I was like, I know why she did it, because I could see it as I was moving through the thread of the book. I was like, this is genius.
Yeah.
But why was it important for you?
I think the inclusion, I'm very big on inclusion and to an extent diversity. I think in 2020, you can't exactly be having certain conversations and locking out other groups, which tends to happen. And I don't feel like there's room anymore to say I didn't know better. And so for me, it was important to understand everyone's experience.
Yeah.
We have a policy that has been approved by cabinet, right? The MHM policy. It's the first of its kind in the world.
Wow.
Kenya is leading in policy. We're the poster child for policy, by the implementation is a whole other game. Let's not even talk about implementation. So this policy has been approved. I think it's been signed. We're just waiting for it to be launched. Everyone is just like, can you please launch
Go
it?
on, yeah.
But the reason I bring that in is because we need to make sure it's a holistic, inclusive, policy that includes everyone. I've seen it. I've been able to kind of view it, and I know that they include differently able people, but already I was poking holes and saying, I don't see what it says about women who are incarcerated, teen moms, because if you're distributing pads and panties to girls in public schools, you're leaving out that girl who is her age mate, but not in school.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen that, but I'm still looking at it. So this book was supposed to highlight, hey, let's show you who menstruates.
Yeah.
It is everyone who menstruates, and it's people with different backgrounds, with different abilities, in different settings who menstruate.
Yeah.
And they can also draw on the policy gaps. The girl who was in the streets, Veronica, she's the youngest girl in the book. She's 16. I didn't want to have anybody under 18 in the book just to protect them, but she's like, no, I want to do it.
Yeah.
And she's now in a football academy. Wow. And she was like, I grew up in the street. Imagine she's 16 and she's talking about when I grew up in the streets, when she was 11, 12, and seeing friends of hers having sex for pads and everything. Teresa, who was in Langata Women's Prison, talking about women who are incarcerated being reduced to begging for pads.
Right, sharing an underwear.
Sharing an underwear.
Tearing pages from their Bible to use as pads.
So that was
just,
women who are blind.
Yeah.
Women who...
differently abled and sort of having to go to the toilet. And honestly, that made me feel so embarrassed.
Yeah.
If I've ever, for the moments that I'm going to confess, I may have gone into the disability bathrooms and maybe not really paid attention to it and thought, what does it mean for someone who is differently abled and will need to hold the toilet? Or just,
and imagine how
or the floor.
Sit on the floor. Some of them are like, we have to sit. So she's like, we can't use public spaces because people don't consider us. They're filthy also, so we can't. And one of the people whose stories really, really touched me is Ingrid and Sharon. And Ingrid is living with Down syndrome. So we also don't think about special
Mother and
needs.
daughter.
Mother-daughter.
Right, yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
think about special needs. Because she said that's a whole other ballgame,
Right.
Janet. Trying to make your daughter who has special needs
Yeah.
understand what's happening.
Yeah.
That got me, by the way. I was very teary-eyed.
Yeah.
And she's her mom is a huge advocate for special needs. She's like, we're nowhere. We're not featured in any form anywhere. We're just like the invisible folks.
Right.
So me trying to walk my daughter through it was really difficult. Trying to get to the place where she's not removing this pad because it's, why is that there?
Yeah.
She doesn't really understand.
Right.
And so for me, it was important that we look at a very diverse group of people and find out what intervention looks like for them.
And I loved it. I saw it as I was moving through it, and I was like, you are just genius,
Okay,
and bless
thank
you. We've got to take another quick break, but we'll be right back.
Key points to bear in mind, and therefore which will define the kinds of challenges we face and have to face, but also realize the strengths we have as a continent, as a people of Africa, and just making sure we don't continue to waste the opportunities we have.
It's delicious.
Mara ngapi itakwambia ni uache kucheza hiyo kitu?
Njoroge, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a houseboy.
Unanifinya nyinyi ni nini nifanyike? Mimi sikutaki. Enda utafute wale wanaume wanalala kwa mtaro.
Leo jioni nisipoona hizo pesa kwa simu yangu. Utanijua.
This is Father Bartholomew Dominianos. Please just step on to the confession box.
Is Prince Fulvius Aurelius Valerius Mayweather Jr. Mayweather's son?
You are under arrest for robbery with violence.
I've been on the forefront for corruption.
And that's a good place to begin. A lot of this corruption happens because private sector and government are in bed together.
We've had this talk many times.
How drastic should the measures be taken? Because we can't keep on talking.
We don't see any action. The president has the ability to actually fire people.
I like to ask a direct question for direct answers. The heart of humanity, how do you still have it when you're such a hardened soldier?
This is not about you, it's not about your life. It's about the country that I serve.
This is where the real conversation happens.
Ever since Brayo Alanduku umekuwa desperate. Kama umerudia wizi, utabidi basi umeachana na sera.
Operator present. 3 days ago, I was robbed this watch.
Imeandikwa PB inamaanisha nini?
There is Baraza.
You are mine, and that will never change. Never.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Welcome to Press Pass.
Naangalia TV ninaona habari zangu.
Napata news updates kutoka Google.
Sana sana online inakuwa sawa sawa.
Are we ready to transfer that audience?
People don't really trust social media. They will always go back to the traditional media sources.
The bashing of the media has become fashionable.
I was chased from the field because of politics. He says, "Wapi mtu ya gazeti, The Nation." I innocently lift my hand. And Aliga Paracho, he threw the room at me.
Fimbo ya nyayo. I am Mark Masai.
the bald, shiny man who brings you Press Pass every week.
Press Pass. Accountability to the Fourth Estate.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking my first time, and specifically period. It's so funny. There are a couple people who read the book and they're like, first time sex?
I know.
Or saw the cover.
Yes.
And I was like, not that juicy. Sorry, son.
Sorry, son.
Yeah.
Next version. Next edition.
version. Oh, yes.
Yes, right?
I support that book. And we can also start to get into that conversation.
Yes.
But for now, let's talk periods. It's really problematic, and we've even touched on this before, not really having laws around MHM and kind of pushing forward that these policies are not just there, but are implemented. But also that there are policies that kind of speak to what goes into the sanitary towel and the pad. And I think it is it Washuka? Yeah, Washuka
Yes,
Thimba,
Washuka, yes.
who calls it moon time.
I
She
know.
calls her period moon time. And I was like, what is this like elevated
Yes.
version
She has
of
a
like an
completely
awareness of self?
a completely spiritual experience. I loved
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Her period.
And she says, research has found that there is no law in the world that requires manufacturers of menstrual products to list what they put in the product. And last year we had a brand confronted on Twitter by Kenyan women.
Yes.
And African women. Actually, there was a lot of women kind of chimed in to say, no, we reject the product that you put into the market because of the plastic and the products. They just don't sit well. They lead to itch and issues, and we deserve better.
Yes.
What are your thoughts around that? Whether it's what goes into the product, and maybe even moving from that a little, how to dispose of it, and the different options of pads, the cups, and
that's true.
Cloth.
Ooh, period choice.
Yeah.
It's a big conversation. Going back to the conversation that was big last year, I'm really happy that we have the space and the voice to say, I deserve better. To your sentence, fantastic. And in as much as, there's conversations for improvement, etc., at least now brands are aware you cannot bring substandard or have products in the market and assume everyone will take it as it comes. Lessons have been learned, which is fantastic. I still feel like there needs to be a better education, to Ashuka's point, on why are some of these things kept from us? Why don't we deserve to know? And it's a global debate, by the way. Women in the US are asking for it. Women in the UK are asking for it. It's up to companies to declare and to say, we are okay saying what's in the product and we're telling you it's safe for you. That's a conversation that's going on, and I think it's just going to become a lot more persistent. So and it's important.
Can you imagine if they weren't telling us what we're putting on our hair or skin? And
Yes.
now they have to list what ingredients there are.
And honestly, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time.
Yeah.
The good thing is, the fact that we're even having this conversation on national TV, that there's books, that there's docuseries, that for me, that's like a huge win. It's a matter of time before they say, okay, we're ready.
Yeah.
And so I know it's a really big conversation. Even in terms of period choice, and I know I talk about it in part of the research for the book, there's washable or reusable pads, there's the menstrual cups. I believe everybody should have a choice.
Yeah.
Like, there's this thing called the Menstrual Hygiene Lab. As a trainer, one of the things that we do is open the training with a lab, and we call it a lab, but it's basically like a shuka or a lesso on the floor, and you put all the period products out there, including applicators and tampons and cups and pieces of cloth.
Yeah.
And then it's always like a conversation starter. Women and girls are like, what's going on? What is this? And you'll see people pick up. And then we say, these are period product choices from around, like especially the ones which are in Kenya.
Yeah.
Make people aware. I think anything that gives women and girls the ability to menstruate with dignity, I'm all for it. The thing about cups and washables is there's women who are doing incredible work in Kenya, Ebby with the Grace Cup, and a lot of people with washable.
Yeah.
And I'm always asking them, what happens in terms of water, sanitation? Because with the cup, you have to wash it and boil it. So it's not easily accessible or usable to everyone for that. But I also want to say, in the same light, disposable pads are also problematic because of the hygiene and sanitation.
And also disposal. If you're thinking of even environment, I think it takes like 300 years for
it to decompose, which is horrible.
Yeah.
So bottom line is we need to allow period choices to be met with access to clean water, hygienic and safe disposal and sanitation. You know what it will take, Sharon? It'll take like concerted effort of like the environment ministry, water, sanitation, health, education. I'm like, please come together and help us better create the environment that we deserve. So disposable pads are what people are used to when you go to schools, etc. But they also say, Janet, we leave our pads and it's just a mess. And our neighbors find it problematic. And everybody just is so disgusted because we don't have anywhere to throw them. So they're out in the open. And that's something that we find is an indignity to us. Our neighbors can't stand it. The cups, they'll tell me, would be ideal because then it's a private way for me to manage it. But where am I going to store it? How am I going to wash it? The washable pads, they're called reusable, but it's better known as washable in some parts, are also great. But some girls, because of shame, wash them and put them under the mattress. So you're not even drying it. Then it gives you an infection. So can we just, first of all, allow people to have the choice? Let's stop hoarding towards one. Whatever parents feel is safe for their daughters, especially for really young girls, let's find a way to facilitate the better and safe use of these products. That's the dream. That is the dream, is that people will have the facilities around them to use these products. But right now, if disposable is what government is pushing for, please include bins and incinerators, which are being fought left, right, and center. But I'm like, these are ways in which we can address the disposal. So it's still a very big conversation. I'm glad you've raised the question because it's a very big component of menstrual health management.
And you know, as you were just listing the different options available, it took me back to one of the women who shares her story. And I think she was the oldest. We've talked about the youngest who's 16. But I want to say she was the
Is it
oldest.
Tumpesia? The one who's in
Masai?
Yes,
she's the oldest. She's the oldest.
She's the oldest.
Because she said by the time she realized that pads were available, she already was on menopause.
Yes.
She did not know, for her life, most of her life, she did not know what a
Wasn't
pad
that incredible?
was. And I just stunned, you know? And things you take for granted.
Things we take for granted. So information isn't reaching areas where it should.
Right, exactly. So page 237, and this is now like the appendix, the you know, end bits of the book. You talk about the economics of menstruation, and I loved that you put a figure to it.
Yes,
because for the most part, and especially in like more marginalized communities, this is what is stopping girls from going to school, having, you know, getting men who ask for sex in exchange for this, kind of mothers or fathers who just have no time to spend. What was that figure eventually? 180 a month or something?
And breaking it down, right? That
it's
like milk or bread or maize. Why would I buy a sanitary pad for you? And so a lot of households will tell you, I would rather feed my children and my daughter stays back. And then they'll say things like, I went through that. And so it's repeating the cycle of poverty. Because again, pricing of sanitary products, in as much as the excise duty has been lifted, it has not reflected in the pricing. So you still find that 50 bob, which is one of the lower prices in the market, is still very unaffordable.
High.
It's very high. And they'll tell you, with that, this is what I can do in my home. Why would I use that for pads? She'll figure it out. I did. You know, and it's
hard. I mean, I don't know how you make a mother choose, and I'm saying mother, but also father. Do you feed your child? Do you kind of get them to go to school? Do you buy pads? Like, there's, of all the things that you need to figure out where to spend your money, it's a difficult choice for someone to make. And that's why, going back to what you're saying, that's even, like, as governments are trying to, you know, make sure that girls in school, in public schools, have access to pads, also consider the girls who didn't end up going to school because
Exactly. For me, the pain is, why does it have to be a choice? These products should be, we need to find a way. As somebody said in a conference I hosted the other day, an amazing lady called Lucy Nashu, and she came from Kajiado, and she's like, condoms are everywhere, and some of them are freely available. This is something I don't have a choice over. Why do I still have to choose? I know that in some campuses in the US, they're now availing sanitary products for students for free. And it's going to take a while. But honestly, for the love of God, can we just find a way to make these products easily accessible? Because we should not have to choose.
Yeah.
A mother and father should not have to choose food over pads. Let's avail the pads. Let's avail the products. Let's find a way to create access.
Yeah.
That's the only way we'll do away with the cycle of poverty and crime and all of these issues that come about because of period poverty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Janet.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready. Are you
You're not
chasing
ready
me? No.
You're ready?
I'm
okay,
here.
fine.
I'm just kidding.
We've got a couple more minutes actually.
Okay.
And that, I think now I will ask, like, I'm just curious to know,
Yes.
what are you currently reading?
I like the way it's like somebody can be like, I'm reading this, and I'm like, Sharon has busted me because I'm not currently.
Because you're busy on
Because
book
I'm like,
tour.
I'm busy on my book tour, so I am not reading.
Okay,
and
so-
I can literally see it on my bedside.
Yeah.
It's called New Power.
Oh, okay.
It's called New Power. I'm usually good with the title and not the author, but this book
Yeah.
is incredible. I think it's one of those books everyone should read.
Oh.
Because it talks about the change from the old guard to the new. They even started by citing campaigns that have shifted this world, like Me Too.
Oh.
And this book says, we can't avoid this new shift and new power that's about co-creation and about giving the power back to people.
Right.
Old power is about, I get to make the decisions, I'm the gatekeeper, you guys just listen.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. It'll even give you ideas on how to interact on the social media space, even in the workplace when dealing with new power, which is again the new way of thinking, whether it's millennials thinking, etc. It's an incredibly powerful tool that I think employers all need to have by their bedside. Government needs to read it. Everyone needs to stop avoiding the power in co-creating, in inviting those who are locked out. I recently also read Moment of Lift by Melinda Gates.
Okay.
She talks about the same thing. Stop locking people out.
Yeah.
So I love those themes of
I love
inclusion,
that.
new power.
Yeah. And in this day and age, and especially with social media, just because you are an untouchable, like whether like government official, does not mean that you are, outside of.
And you'll be
reach.
held accountable.
Yeah,
And that's what
exactly.
new power is about. It's about like you now need to work with these folks because they will still come back to hold you accountable. So it's my current read.
Oh, that's good.
New Power.
And what book in 2019 had the greatest impact, or did you enjoy the most? What would be?
We're going to need more wine.
Oh, I love
Gabriel
that.
Union.
Also, it almost sounded like you were saying we're going to need more wine before, because it took
I
a
was like,
second for
where's
me,
the-
to be like,
You're like, why is Janet?
Why are we on wine now? But yes,
Fantastic
Gabriel
book.
Union.
You know why I loved it? And you're very good at this, Sharon. You're good at talking about the ability to be imperfect. It's not an ability, what am I saying? Being imperfect and vulnerable.
Right.
I love material like that where she breaks down as a woman her vulnerable moments, her moments of power, her moments of coming into her own. I feel like as an individual, that's something I'm really awakening to as a woman. I'm really feeling good about the space I'm transitioning into now, which is like, it's okay to say I'm a feminist. It's okay to be a feminist but be raising two sons. It's okay and it's necessary because they also need to be aware about this incredible thing called humanity that they have a responsibility to protect.
Yeah.
So I loved that book so much. And I loved The Bigger Deal by Sunny Bindra, who's a Kenyan. That book is really good.
We hosted him, I think it was a year before though, and went through that book. It's that book, right?
Yes,
I think
it must be because
it's
it's his most recent book.
And we went through, and that's the one that's talking about like your passion, your purpose.
Bigger purpose, like your bigger deal.
Yeah.
So those two kind of stayed in my mind for 2019. I liked the balance of the femininity and evolution of person that was Gabriel Union. And then I liked how Sunny Bindra was like, why are you here? Like, what exactly is your purpose on this earth? So I kind of carry that forward. But now it's just like thinking about feminism, but also inclusion, feminism and leadership, how to integrate it in the workplace. It's complex, but it's an exciting conversation. Yes.
Janet,
and you? Am I allowed
so
to ask
much
you?
love. Oh, what am I reading now?
You're a very avid reader.
Or I'm trying to be.
Okay.
Well, I just finished my first time.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, I finished it yesterday.
Okay. I wouldn't
I
judge
was like,
you.
Power read quickly.
I wouldn't
really.
judge you here.
I have to make sure I have to
I
like
know.
get everything. Of course, I read like a couple of stories.
Yes.
But I knew it was going to be on my must-read book.
Okay.
But the book I just also finished reading, and it just completely changed my perspective. And I love books for that. That it kind of shifts your thinking and pushes you out of your comfort zone. Is 40 Rules of Love. I don't know if you've read it, but
I've heard about it, but I haven't read it.
And it for me now, it got me asking questions about the ego, Islam, and wanting to understand it a little bit better. Just because I thought here is someone who has dismantled the idea of again, going back to power, and I am in charge, and I am your spiritual leader, and I am the only way that you can access your relationship with God. And he was like, forget that. God is here. And but in a very like conversation, like a very interesting tone.
Yeah, those are important books to read.
Yeah.
And of course, the other book I'm reading is my first time. But I wanted to mention there's a journal.
Oh yes,
because I want people to be able to draw or write or just outline their own experience.
Yeah.
So some people have been sending me like I've drawn my first time. Others are like I'm writing it out. So
nice.
And but to your point, just reading books that shift perspective and ask you to question more and challenge more and challenge notions that we've been made to believe.
Yeah.
That just there's no more permission for that.
Yeah.
It's like I need to challenge you.
Yeah.
You can't be saying you're the all.
Right.
You know, you're the all the all power.
All
and
knowing.
All knowing.
Yeah.
Exactly. You need to be able to engage me. I'm human.
Yeah.
At the very least, I deserve a chance to air my views and lend my voice. And so when I see a lot of war of words online, a lot of it you'll find stay in your place, you're just complaining.
Right.
And I'm like, you can't ask me to be quiet. I literally have permission to say what's on my mind.
Yeah.
And you saying that means you have to unlearn who gets to speak and who doesn't.
Right.
And it's this back, you just have to be, are you ready to unlearn and learn new ways? If you're ready, come, let's have a conversation. But if you're bashing me, calling me a feminazi or whatever it is, you're not ready to unlearn. When you're ready, come. We'll have tea.
Janet.
We'll have a couple.
Janet Boba.
Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you.
I'm
I'm so excited that we get to start this off, this series, which is our book club series, and that we get to start it off with a Kenyan author, a female author, and that being you, about a topic that I think is way overdue, and I'm so happy that you're doing this outside of even the book, that your work is in line with this as well. So thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. This was great.
Bless you. Thank you for watching, everybody. Remember, if you haven't already, you can pick this up at Textbook Center. That's correct, right?
That's correct. It'll be available countrywide very soon. It's available in a few counties.
Okay.
But countrywide soon. But right now, Textbook Center in Nairobi.
Okay. Textbook Center. Pick it up. I love it. I love the conversations that we've had about this book today. And also, if you have any suggestions on books that you would like us to get into later in this year, or if you would like to be part of this discussion, we'd have loved to have one of you guys here and we talk through this book as well. It would have been really interesting to get one of your fans going through this. So if you would like to be part of one of our shows in the future, make sure you hit us up on social media. That's Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. It's Living With This across all platforms. Send us a DM and just be like, I'm in, I'm coming. Tell me where and when, and we will. But for now, I'm going to love you and leave you. We were at the beautiful Hop House. It's my first time here, and it's stunning. A must visit. Jen and I were like, this is where we're coming next for our overdue lunch date. But I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Thank you, Janet.
There are issues that we need to discuss as Africans. How shall we feed our growing population? Because that's a terribly important point. The youth, the biggest stakeholders in this scenario, how do they fit in, and what lessons can they learn from the current crop of leadership? What is their dream of Africa? What do they think Africa should be in the next 60 years? Because this really indeed is their conversation. And what can they contribute to the realization of that dream?
Just move into the weekend where there's something for everyone.
For relationship, financial, and travel information, grab the Saturday Magazine. For trendy farming practices and the latest in agricultural technology, read Seeds of Gold every Saturday. Get your gossip and entertainment news in The Buzz every Sunday. For updates on lifestyle hacks, read Lifestyle every Sunday. To keep your child entertained, get Young Nation every Sunday, covering your needs.
For the first time ever, Kenya's biggest loves comes to South Sea. Saturday, 14th March, it's the Churchill Show recording, live at the MOW South Sea Sports Club grounds. Big loves, lots of fun, and more fun. Featuring all your favorite comedians, hosted by Churchill. VVIP tickets go for 2,000 shillings, VIP 1,000 shillings, and regular 500 shillings. For your advance ticket, dial *229 *29#.
But ukiona mtu ameseviwa kama wa kinyozi.
Saturday, 14th March, Churchill Show live recording for the first time in South Sea at the MOW South Sea Sports Club grounds. A night of Kenya's biggest laughs.
Oh, ule demu wa Churchill ndio huyo. Waachana na hizo vitu.
See you then.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
As the world battles a wave of misinformation about the new coronavirus, we fact-check some of the claims widely shared online.
Now, which kind love this? We hear from a Sierra Leonean musician on how he battled a fake HIV story.
We debunk fake news from the baking world by testing some kitchen hacks with billions of views online.
And are Africans immune to the new coronavirus?
I can say true.
False.
False.
True.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
I've been a sinner, hata maji niliombwa nikasema sina. Always wanted to be a singer, but along the way I think focus ilibaki sina.
Nataka niwe nawe, tuwe tu milele. Mimi nawe ni mimi nawe ni mimi nawe. Kazi ya Mungu kweli haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio juju ni maombi.
Nikupike na kapete, 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 kapete. Foto, kisha chora namba kwenye telefone. Telefone, leo tujua.
The Heat, in association with Coca-Cola.
The three sides of Anna.
I feel more trapped every day that passes. I don't know how I can go on like this.
I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this, and that's why I came here, so I could give you a chance to tell the truth.
I just can't accept that you're gonna be running away all your lives.
As soon as Santiago's wife sees that he's not wearing his ring, they're going to get divorced.
Those wedding bands have been blessed, Marcelo. How could you do this?
There's no use for me to go on being here pretending to be a man I don't even know. That man is gone. Marcelo has to stop existing.
The three sides of Anna.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
This is NTV. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
gĩkũyũ nĩigire ona nyoki ndĩgĩtũire okaga nĩgimaraga thutha wa gũtuba tubio na gũteithio netiwaki ya wendo wa mamĩrĩ nĩ hĩndĩ wacoka mũciĩ ya wendo wa mamĩrĩ nĩ hĩndĩ wacoka mũciĩ
Nekio mama ĩndahua sara na nyane
When utaimba? Naitwa pale mbele na kanyangishwa kiti tu so small. Naimba, so I grew up knowing I can sing.
Alafu at what point ukaamua wacha nifanye kitu ikiwe career?
I began in 2016. That is when I recorded my first song. Though nilikuwa naimba.
Yes, you were part of a band.
A band, yes. When I completed high school, nikakuja Nairobi 2009, nikajoin band ya mzee alikuwa anaitwa Kamande wa Kioi. Nilikuwa backup vocalist.
Okay. Na mulipatana wapi? How did that come to be?
I have an elder brother, alikuwa anaitwa Karis Magic.
I see.
So yeye alikuwa ametangulia kuja Nairobi, nilimpata kwa hiyo band. Actually. So venye niliingia tu kwa hiyo band, yeye akatoka, akaanza kucheza freelance. Alikuwa anacheza one man guitar kwa vilabu hapa na pale.
Okay.
So when I came to Nairobi, I joined now hiyo band ya Kamande na yeye akaenda.
You took over?
Yes, I took over.
Alafu at what point ukasema sasa, thank you for the lessons, sasa najua, acha nifanye mimi mwenyewe?
Kwa Kamande nilikaa kwa miaka kama ngapi? Like from 2009, 2010 na nilitoka around 2012. So ni miaka mbili na kanusu hapo.
Okay.
I joined college.
I see.
Nikaenda Kenya Poly.
Okay.
Then after college nikaingia kazi ya polisi. So I had to kuondokea Kamande kidogo.
I see.
Like for 3 years. Ndio nikafika sasa
nikarudi ufanye
zangu 2016.
I see. Speaking, in fact, umeanzisha hiyo story ya polisi.
Yes.
Most of us we know you as well as a police officer.
Yes.
You mentioned 2016 ndio ulianza.
Yes.
So what led to that decision? Mbona uliona uwe
kuimba?
Kuingia kwa
No, kwa polisi niliingia 2013.
2013.
I was employed in 2013.
What led to that decision? Mbona uliamua hiyo?
Ni kusota.
Okay. I love your honesty. Walikuwa kubaya.
Ukiuliza, ukienda ukae na hawa vijana unaona kwa nini kwa uko nje tu. Mtu anatafuta kazi yoyote. So nilikuwa natafuta kivuli. Jua ilikuwa kali sana huko nje.
Naelewa.
Na hii kazi nakwambia nilitafuta bila shati. Kimbia. Ndio maana hata siwezi iacha.
Huwezi iacha?
Kazi ulitafuta bila shati.
So hata sasa hii na hii muziki yako yote
siwezi.
Ukiambiwa uchague
Sijaifika mahali ya kuchoose sasa between now my talent and my career. But nikikaa hivi siwezi sema wacha niache hii kazi. Regardless whether hata kama ni nini inanipea pesa mingi, talent inanipea pesa mingi, I still feel I should hold kwa
kutoka mbali nayo.
Nimetoka nayo mbali sana.
Nakwambia. In fact, when you were posted in places like Dadaab,
yes.
I can only imagine how that must have been. Please tuambie hiyo ilikuwaje. Was your life threatened at certain points?
Maisha yangu when I graduated, nilikaa Nairobi like 3 months. We did an operation hapa Isli. Nikatoka nikaenda Mpeketoni for another like 3 months, another operation. Then I was posted to Dadaab. So I've been Dadaab since 2014.
Until juzi?
Until juzi, like 5 months ago.
Imagine. Experience ilikuwaje? Was it scary? Was it?
Life ni tough sana.
Ni tough, eh?
Na unajua sasa unaonanga nini? Unaonanga askari akitembea tu hapa town. Sasa kama wewe nikikuangalia, you see that police officer who mwenye anatembea town,
akapo traffic,
mwenye ako tinted hiyo nini? Hiyo yani kama mentality watu wanakuanga nayo, hao watu ni hongo tu wanachukua kwa barabara. But
thank you for saying it.
Yes,
but
kuna kuumia sana because ile experience ya Northeastern ama mwenye askari mwenye amepata bahati, tuseme ni bahati tu kuwako huko unapata experience, and you know kuna mahali maisha si lazima, it's not a guarantee that you have to see jioni. Ukiamka asubuhi si lazima uone jioni, ama ukilala jioni si lazima uone asubuhi. Unafika mahali yani maisha tu iko.
Unakubali?
Yes.
Unakubali kesho labda sitakuwa hapa.
Unakubali tu, lakini sasa ni maisha tu, ni kuomba tu Mungu, hii maisha yangu inahitajika sana kesho na watoto wangu na familia yangu na Wakenya kwa jumla. Because when you are there, uko hapo kulinda
nchi,
raia na mali yao.
Will your talent take over? Polisi uache?
Sijaipata situation ya kuwei, but nikifika I'll go for talent because hakuna kitu inaweza kulipa vizuri kama talent. Regardless ni talent. Kama ni kukimbia, kama ni kuimba, kama ni any other talent, hakuna kitu inaweza kulipa vizuri. Hakuna mshahara inaweza kulipa vizuri.
On that note, we take a short break. We'll be right back with this amazing young man. Stay tuned.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Welcome to Press Pass.
Naangalia TV ninaona habari zangu.
Napata news updates kutoka Google.
Sana online inakuwa sawa.
Are we ready to transfer that audience?
People don't really trust social media. They will always go back to the traditional media sources.
The bashing of the media has become fashionable.
I was chased from the field because of politics. He says, wapi mtu ya gazeti, The Nation. I innocently lift my hand. And Andika Paracho, he threw the room at me. Fimbo ya nyayo.
I am Mark Masai, the bald, shiny man who brings you Press Pass every week.
Press Pass. Accountability to the Fourth Estate.
Twende holiday na spot on vacation. 2 days, 1 night for half board at Mayan Nanyuki from 10,000. 3 days Masai Mara from 13,000 with transport, accommodation, meals and game drive. 3 days Mombasa from 13,000 with SGR tickets, accommodation, transfers and meals. 5 days Dubai for 53,000 and Zanzibar from 67,000 with flights, accommodation, meals and excursions. Call us on 0741 065656 or visit our office on Gong Road, Gong Lane Plaza, 4th floor, or visit our website www.sportonvacation.com.
Mara ngapi itakwambia niwache kucheza hiyo kitu?
Joroge, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a houseboy.
Unanifinya nini nini nifanyike? Mimi sikutaki. Enda utafute wale wanaume wanalala kwa mtaro.
Leo jioni nisipoone hizo pesa kwa simu yangu. Utanijua.
This is Father Bartholomew Dominianos. Please just step on the confession box.
Is Prince Fulvius Aurelius Valerius Mayweather Jr. Mayweather's son?
You are under arrest for robbery with violence.
It's delicious. Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Welcome back to Unscripted with this young man who is, you're making me laugh, you're inspiring me zote pamoja. Thank you for coming on the show. In fact, realized on the break, so kuuliza, Samido ulitoa wapi? Na jina yako?
Yes, ni Samuel Mushoki Dirango.
Alafu Samido
kutoka. So Samido, nilikuwa natafuta jina nikate katikati ya jina ya surname yangu na jina yangu ya kwanza. Samuel. So Samuel ilikuwa and I wanted to take the last part of Dirango.
Your last name.
Nikaona inakuja go, nikaona haingii.
Hapana.
Nikaweka D.
Samido.
Nikasikia kana sound vizuri.
Okay.
Jina hata mtoto akisikia
anashika.
Yeah. Na sasa ningejiita, ningesema niko interview na Mushoki Dirango. Haingii vizuri.
So let's talk about where did you grow up and how was your childhood?
Kuzaliwa, I was born in Subukia constituency, that is in Nakuru County. Na tulihama nikiwa na miaka kama 3 hivyo.
Okay.
Because that is when I lost my dad. Baba yangu alikuwa askari ya AP.
Oh really?
Yes.
I see.
So aliuawa kwa clashes Molo. So after his death kulikuwa na kuna katabia katika kwa Wakikuyu. Ukifiwa sasa brothers wa babako wanaonanga ni kama hauna rights za kukua kwa hiyo boma. So that is what happened to us. Ikabidi tuambiwe sasa hameni nyinyi endeni. Tukahama tukaenda Nyandarua.
Okay.
Nyandarua is in Nyandarua, unajua tu direction ya ukienda Nyahururu huko.
Napo ndo mkakaa
mahali inaitwa Oljororok. So tukaenda Oljororok. We joined school huko. So ile life yangu kubwa sasa ni pande ya Nyandarua juu nilienda nikiwa mtoto.
That's where you grew up?
Yes, I grew up in Nyandarua. Maisha ilikuwa ngumu. Ilikuwa ngumu sana because kwetu ni boys, tumezaliwa boys. Watano. Life haikuwa rahisi juu mtu hajaajiriwa kazi. So ni kulima.
I see.
Kwetu kuna kitu inaitwa mafuti. Inapimwa 15 yards by 15.
Sasa unalima kweli?
Unalima. So tulikuwa tunasaidia maadhi, mnaenda that is where you feed
you
from.
Get your bread and butter. Good.
Sasa maisha ilikuwa ngumu sana, ikafika point niliacha shule by the way. I dropped school at class 7.
Really?
Yes.
Juu ya mama, na mama anateseka sana.
Mama anateseka tena, hata hiyo kwenda shule pia sisi tulikuwa tunalipa pesa kidogo na inakosa, unapata ulifukuzwa. Nikaona imekuwa too much, nikaandikwa kazi ya handsboy.
Uongo.
Nikachunga. So there's a friend of my mother, alikuwa anaishi Kerengero. Kerengero iko Subukia. So wakiongea na Mathe, kamwambia hata Samuel aliacha shule. Samueli, nilikuwa naitwa Samueli aliacha shule. So kamwambia hapana, kuna mwalimu mimi naweza ongea na yeye wa school called Kenei Primary School, nione kama atachukua huyo mtoto badala ya kae nyumbani. Aishi kwangu, asomee at Kenei Primary School.
Waendelee na masomo?
Yes.
Good.
So I went to Kenei in Subukia. Nikafanya interview. Nikatoka Nyandarua nikaenda Subukia sasa. Nikapelekwa shule nikafanya interview. Huyo jamaa akaniambia, huyo mwalimu, wewe utaenda hata hiyo class 7, ingia class 8.
Uongo?
Yes.
Straight. That means when I'm smart pia.
Yes.
Well done.
Actually it was, nilisoma vizuri.
Good.
Hata hiyo year I was a top student in that school.
Well
that
done.
year, yes, in my year. Lakini shida sasa nilikuwa akili yangu ilikuwa inanionyesha tu niko kwa masomo, yes, and I really want to do it, but sina hope.
Mbona?
Unaona? Nikaitwa Jomo Kenyatta High School.
Okay.
Lakini barua ya Jomo Kenyatta mimi sikuifungua.
Why not?
Sikuwa na hope. Nani alikuwa alipo hiyo school fees ya Jomo Kenyatta?
Okay.
A provincial school.
Na mama bado ako high?
Ako high.
Okay.
So nilijoin Kenei. Ni shule tu zilikuwa zimeshikana, Kenei Primary, Kenei Secondary.
Okay.
So I joined Kenei Secondary School.
Did things turn around?
Nikasoma term 1. Second term, Madhi akakuwa very sick. So I had to move from now Subukia.
Niende
Nyandarua ndio
uangalie mama.
Nimuangalie. Sasa brothers wangu wakubwa washaenda Nairobi.
I see. When the youngest?
Mimi nilikuwa niko katikati. Sasa kuna wengine sasa
wadogo zaidi.
Wadogo. Unaona?
Yeah.
Nikaona wacha niende nikamuangalie. So tukiongea naye nikamwambia tuongee na principal wa Jorok Secondary School yenye ilikuwa karibu na home, ni join huko. At least nisome nikiendaga home nikimuangalia. Tukaenda, yes. Actually tukaenda tukaongea na principal akakubali. Nikajoin shule. 2 weeks after joining school,
what happened?
Madhi akapass. Life was so
how old?
Naingia ni form 1, third term.
What? Sa exam?
Sa exam kwanza.
Pole.
Sasa nikaona sasa hii maisha.
Sasa ulifanya?
Nilikuwa naona kamwangaza kidogo, sasa nikaona giza times 2.
So
sile nilikuwa naona nikimaliza class 8.
Imagine.
Hope yangu sasa ikakuwa ni kama iko shattered sasa kabisa.
Sasa mko peke yenu, hakuna mama,
hakuna. Sasa sina baba, sina mama.
Na kuna auntie ama
aunties? No, the aunties now came. Wakachukua brothers wangu. Wale wadogo. The other side Nairobi. So mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa niende na aunties, but already had experiences za kukaa kwa wenyewe nikiwa class 8. I didn't want to have it again. I decided no, I want to stay here. So nilikuwa nakaa home, naenda shule na kuja najipikia. Nikakaa mtoto wa community. So I could take unga from this neighbor, take sukuma wiki from the other neighbor, go cook na maisha ikaendelea.
Uongo?
Yes.
Ulijilea?
Nilijilea.
High school?
Sana.
Na fees na nini?
Fees ukifunga shule, you do some kulima hiyo mafuti. Alafu ikafika place ikaitwa na mwalimu akanipeleka kwa principal. Akasema huyu mtoto ni orphan kabisa. So msaidia hata kama nikupata bursary. So better part of high school.
You want bursary?
Nilisoma na bursary.
Tunashukuru Mungu. Thank you to that principal who came up with that idea.
Yes.
Lakini that's a lot for any, because you're still a child, for any child to go through. What gave you in those dark days? Nili kwa na kusaidia na kupatia nguvu.
I didn't feel that your pressure sana.
Oh, good.
This is the time that I feel I'm an orphan. Saa hii ndio na feelingi.
Now?
Yes, now.
How come?
Saa hii there was a time I used to go to Ushago. Naenda na pass by. Maybe naenda Nyahururu na pass by. Maybe niko na gig pande hiyo. Lakini nikienda home nilienda na pesa, sema wallet ikuwa na 5,000. Nitatoka nayo tu na hiyo 5,000 nirudi nayo, sina mtu wa kuachia.
So now you feel
so
it.
I go look at that house, naangalia hiyo kaburi ya matu, and I feel
unasikia
sasa ndio unahitaji mama akue at least a feel ama akue proud, alilea mtoto akakua. So
and
kama nikulia right now ndio nalia
kweli,
not once not twice, hata sifai kwenda sana because I have to, every time I go home I have to.
It's hard.
Lazima machozi itoke na naona ile uchungu madhi alitulea nayo, at least sahi anafaa kuwa anakulia hiyo matunda.
All things happen for a reason. Samido.
Thank you.
Yeah, and wherever she is, she's proud of you.
Sure.
For that I'm sure. So for you, so what gave you the strength?
Your strength, I used to pray.
Naomba.
So hard. Na hata saa hii naangalianga naona because I do some mara mingi kwanza nia naendaga kuona hawa watoto mayatima nini ama naenda street children hapa Nairobi na kana wao.
Give back.
Yes.
Good.
Wakiongea,
that's a good therapy for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wakiongea hawa watoto wananifanyanga nisikie because hawa watoto utajiri si pesa. Utajiri ni mtu wako na hope ya future itakuwa mzuri.
Amen.
Yule mtoto wako anasema kesho yangu itakuwa, hiyo ndio ile utajiri mzuri sana.
Nakwambia.
So nikiongea na hawa watoto najikumbuka hiyo time nikiwa form 1, naamka asubuhi naenda shule, nacheka na wale watoto wengine mpaka mwalimu ananiambia, "You Samuel, just smile to the world, and the world will smile back to you."
Amen.
Okay, so because I used to smile, hata hakuna mtu angejua huyu mtoto hakukunywa chai asubuhi, huyu mtoto alilala njaa sana jana usiku.
Imagine. Yeah. And look at you now, what your teacher said, is in the world smiling back at you.
Inasmilia back at me.
Imagine.
So hii dunia ni ya kusurvive, hakuna mtu hakuna nini ya kugive up. Hiyo option ya kugive up hakuna. Lazima tutoragio ne kuyomia. Tunaishi kwa sababu ya kujikausha. That is the only way you survive. Kujikausha. Hata ikikuwa ngumu aje, ni ngumu zaidi. Lakini pale mwisho sasa ndio utafika uone haya. So Mungu alikuwa ananipeleka hapa akuje atokelezee hapa.
Imagine.
Yes.
Into your Canaan.
Canaan yako ikifika hata utajua.
I know. Yes. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back with this amazing man, Samido. Stay tuned.
Buda, unakaa fresh kama umeukambani jo.
Ever since Brayo alanduku umekuwa desperate. Kama umerudia wizi, itabidi basi umeachana na sera.
Operator present. 3 days ago, I was robbed this watch.
Imeandikwa PB na maanisha nini?
Paris Baraza.
You are mine, and that will never change. Never.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
The three sides of Anna.
I feel more trapped every day that passes. I don't know how I can go on like this.
I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this, and that's why I came here, so I could give you a chance to tell the truth.
I just can't accept that you're gonna be running away all your lives.
As soon as Santiago's wife sees that he's not wearing his ring, they're going to get divorced.
Those wedding bands have been blessed, Marcelo. How could you do this?
There's no use for me to go on being here pretending to be a man I don't even know. That man is gone. Marcelo has to stop existing.
The three sides of Anna.
Shower
shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Welcome to Press Pass.
Naangalia TV ninaona habari zangu.
Napata news updates kutoka Google.
Sana sana online inakuwa sawa sawa.
Are we ready to transfer that audience?
People don't really trust social media. They will always go back to the traditional media sources.
The bashing of the media has become fashionable.
I was chased from the field because of politics. He says, wapi mtu ya gazeti, a nation. I innocently lift my hand. And Andika Parocho, he threw the room at me.
I am Mark Masai, the bald, shiny man who brings you Press Pass every week.
Press Pass. Accountability to the Fourth Estate.
Have been on the forefront for corruption.
And that's a good place to begin. A lot of this corruption happens because private sector and government are in bed together.
We've had this talk many times.
How drastic should the measures be taken? Because we can't keep on talking.
We don't see any action. The president has the ability to actually fire people.
I like to ask a direct question for direct answers. The heart of humanity, how do you still have it when you're such a hardened soldier?
This is not about you, it's not about your life. It's about the country that I serve.
This is where the real conversation happens.
The first ever Western and Nyanza edition of the Higher Education and Career Fair is here. My Network invites you to the Jomo Kenyatta Sports Ground, Kisumu, on 13th and 14th March 2020 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is Connecting You to Your Future. Join us and get the opportunity to interact with institutions of higher learning, tertiary institutions, and career guides experts. Lots of fun, learning, training, entertainment, and gifts. Entry is absolutely free. For more information, call 0707-871-918 or email careerfair@ke.nationmedia.com.
Maũndũ mahanĩkagĩra mũndũ karigagwo kana nĩ ũrĩ mũtwe mwega ona wageria kwĩhoroka remo kweli nyenjeri gũtwĩhũragia mwene ndingĩhota tari gũcindana nawe ningĩ ndingĩhota gũtigana nawe gĩkorĩa wothe ũrenda na ngoro yako akanĩma ikoragwo mũtwe mwega cirie ĩtariĩ nĩndĩũĩgo karĩra norĩrio ndwanyu samido.
Suzi ni nani?
Ni jina nilitumia. That song ni inasemanga sina kichwa mzuri.
Kwa nini?
Kwa sababu the chorus goes siwezi kukuacha na siwezi shindana na wewe. So where you can do whatever you want to do with my heart because I believe I don't have a good head.
Oh. Was this after heartbreak? Nini ilinspire nyimbo?
Ni heartbreak.
Ni heartbreak?
Heartbreak.
Suzi yaki.
So songs, unajua sasa kama mwandishi wa vitabu tu.
Yes.
Unaangalia zile vitu wewe mwenyewe umepitia.
Of course.
Stories you have heard.
Speak from your life.
Yes, experiences zako na za watu na bado creativity yako ama imagination.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for you get inspiration from everywhere?
Yes, everywhere.
Love life, other areas of life.
Sure.
So which song from, you said there are 14,
yes,
from all of them, means the most to you? Do you have one that you're like, this one,
yes,
I wrote from this place? You have one?
I have one.
What is it called?
Known as Moratawagai.
Moratawagai.
A friend to God. It is a gospel song. Nice. And a prayer to God. Kwa song inasema, nataka nikuwe rafiki yako. Ndio when I fell sick, I'm assured nitapona.
Amen.
Nikisota, I'm assured nitapata tu.
Amen.
So
you don't lose hope.
Yes, you lose hope. So naambia Mungu, I've read about people like David. Hawa watu hata wakikukosea walikuwa wanakuomba and you are very fast kuwasikiza na kuwa
because they would repent very quickly.
Yes, they repent. Akikwambia pole, unamforgive haraka. Kweli. Unaona? Yeah. I was so quoted somebody alikuwa anaitwa Joshua. Akienda kwa vita, Biblia inasema hatutry Mungu, usifai kutry Mungu, lakini yeye alimtry. Kamwambia kama uko na mimi, nitaweka hii skin hapa. Nikipata ikiwa na dew nitajua
enyewe
tuko na wewe. And it happened. So huyu jamaa akienda kwa vita, he was very sure
God is with
atashinda. So naambia Mungu hata mimi nataka nikuange sure.
Amen. That's so powerful. Yes. That would be my favorite song also. Utaimba tukimaliza?
Nitaimba.
So from your music, what do you hope to achieve? Like when 10 years from now, when guys look back and will be like, enyewe Samido, his music.
Yes.
What do you want that statement to be?
So one, ni kuacha mtu nitanacha na niseme huyo alipitia kwa mikono yangu.
Samido, I like that you mentioned mentoring the next group of artists who will say, enyewe Samido alinifundisha.
Yes.
So what would you tell now to someone at home who is an aspiring musician or labda ashaanza lakini hajafika mahali anashindwa, mbona sifiki kama Samido? Unaweza mwambia nini in terms of the music industry?
Ya kwanza kabisa ni kudiscern whether hiyo ndio ni yako, ndio njia yako.
Usiforce.
Because the same way you are doing journalism, kuna watu wengi sana, mlikuwa na watu wengi sana college.
That's true.
So many, lakini wakianza kufanya hii nini wanashindwa katikati juu wewe hiyo sio line yako.
Okay.
Wakimbiaji ni wengi, bishwa kwamba mimi ni mwanamuziki.
Okay.
Juu kuna mkulima na anataka, kuna fan wa music, lakini hii fan inambeba sana, anataka sasa kuanza
kuimba.
So hata ungangane aje haiwezi kuja
kama hauna ndani ya wezi.
Hauna.
Okay.
Number 2, sasa ukijua sasa hiyo ndio nini. Because mara mingi unapatanga simu kila siku, Samido mimi niko na ngoma. Actually siwezi afford kusaidia kila mtu, and always tell them.
Okay.
Siwezi afford at niamue sasa kesho kila mtu akuje studio, unaona, lakini ile kidogo mtu mwenye anabahatika anasaidika.
Good. Which artists do you admire? Wana kuinspire?
Kitambo yenye nilikuwa naona kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Sam Kinotia, the late Salim Junior.
Oh, okay, nice.
Kwa hapa hii Kenya yetu.
Locally, yes. That's good.
And I'm also a fan of an artist from Tanzania, anaitwa Diamond.
Na msimulimba stage moja?
Yes.
How was that experience like?
Ilikuwa yani sijui ni kama kusurprisewa. Ni kama drama.
Ni kama drama, ni kama movie.
And I was so scared because actually I performed, nilicheza, then I think Bahati, then Diamond.
Okay.
So nilikuwa close sana sasa na climax.
Imagine.
So hata nikienda stage sijui ya watu, najua wanagojea, kama unaona, wanagojea Diamond sasa, alafu ni wewe umekuja. Nikaona kama wataniambia, awe si
utoke kwanza.
Fanya haraka. But sasa ilienda ni wakabebwa, Mugithi ikashika, hata nika extend mpaka time yangu.
Well done.
Artist alikuwa it was nice. Lakini I was so anxious, sasa sijui watanireceive aje.
But it went well.
Yes, it was so good.
You see what talent does? Just believe in your talent and you'll be amazed how far it will take you. I have to ask you a question though. As a police officer in this country, I want you to paint the reality. What is it really, really like, Samido? Challenges na mazuri pia. Nataka kuwe na balance. Tujue pia, kumbe kwa na mazuri yake. From your experience, what is the reality?
Mazuri, nitaanza na mazuri hata raia. Si tukiandikwa kazi ulikuwa unaona mazuri. Unaona kwanza mshahara ni mazuri.
It's true.
Hakuna kazi ingine utachukuliwa. You are trained for free, you are fed for free for 15 months na unapewa mshahara.
It's true.
Hakuna career ingine iko na hiyo provision.
It's true.
Unaona? Nguo unapewa.
So would you tell people at home who are wanatafuta kazi, wana hustle, wende wajaribu?
Yes.
Si ndio?
Enda kimbia kama inahitajika ukimbie kwa uwanja. Ukibahatika ni sawa. Hii kazi ni mzuri. Unakwambia chakula unapewa free, unatrainiwa for free na nguo za kuvaa unapewa. na unalipwa mshahara.
Unalipwa mshahara.
Kazi nzuri.
And what are the challenges?
Now here are the challenges.
Sako meka gitaa chini.
Yes. Sasa kuna kitu ishaini hapenia mimi. Nitakupea example. Nilikwambia nilikuwa college Kenya Polytechnic.
Yeah.
Siku moja tukagoma na tukablock barabara.
Nyinyi kama students?
Yes, I was a student. Tukaitiwa polisi. Na tukarusha mawe sana tukiwaambia nyinyi ni watu wa D+, endeni mkasome.
Ulisema hivyo?
Si ndio wanaambiangwa students wote, hata ukienda mgomo gani nyinyi watu wa D+, endeni mkasome. So nikikwambia niligraduate nikakaa Nairobi 3 months na kukakuwa na mgomo ya Nairobi University. Sasa nikakuja kwa hiyo inaitwa riot control nikiwa askari. Na zile words nilikuwa naambia askari D+,
ukaambiwa.
Nikaambiwa pia mimi na nikarushiwa mawe. Unaona? Because sasa kazi yangu ni kuprotect mwananchi na mali yake. So ukiwa student unagoma unaenda ukipiga hoteli za watu na mawe ukibreak. Na kuja hapo in between si ati ni yangu na protect. Na protect ni Mkenya na unarushia huyu mtu mawe. Unataka hiyo mawe kimpata by the way haiwezi mbakisha.
Unasikia uchungu ukikumbuka?
Ukikumbuka sasa umegongwa na mawe, umekufa, umeacha familia yako. Na huyu mtu anaonanga kama wewe ni adui. Na wewe si adui. Ile siku hiyo student atafanya investment kama hii ndio ataanza kukuelewa. So kila mtu anakuelewa, anataka ufit. Ukiwa askari wewe si kama binadamu.
Ni kweli. Vile umesema ni kama adui, ni kama enemy.
Yes,
hatuoni kama nyinyi ni
si rafiki, unaona huyu ni adui.
How can we change that?
Because
kuna kitu polisi wanafaa kufanya hata si tufile yenyewe.
Already imebadilisha vitu mingi sana. Tumetoka ilikuwa police force, jina yenyewe tukabadilisha ikakuwa it is a service.
Okay.
Unaona?
Service to the people.
Though I'm not a spokesman, I'm not a police spokesman, hiyo disclaimer, unajua naweza sema. Hata kama mimi spokesman, kama serviceman. Pia mimi naona hapa raia walikuwa wanatreatiwa hivi vibaya kitambo. Right now unatreatiwa hivi. Unaona? Sasa si forced and it is a service. Because ukipata shida yule mtu wa close sana kukimbilia ni yeye. Na nimekuambia, nimekupea example. Nikakwambia kama hii investment ni yako. Kuna mtu anataka kuja kuharibu hata kama ni riot or any other criminal. Because mahali ukiriot na uanze kutupa mawe juu katiba inakupeanga ruhusa ya picketing.
That's true.
Lakini si ya kwenda kuharibu mali.
Yeah, not to vandalize.
Yes. Yeah. Watu waende wasome Bill of Rights, chapter 4 of the Constitution. Inakupea tu rights zako hazivai kuja kufunika sasa zangu. Ni right yako kuinua matawi.
Kila mtu ajue rights zake.
Yes, inua matawi, enda town, sema sijafurahishwa na hili. Hautaulizwa na mtu. But the moment unaingia kwa shop yangu ya simu, unachukua simu. Unaona? You are already a criminal.
I feel like practically it's different, but thank you for sharing your vision and how it should be.
Sure.
So as we finish up this part.
Yes.
I don't know if I should ask if there's anything you wish you could change in the force, having been in there this long.
Sidhani.
Oh, then vile iko sawa.
Ukiwa nini? Ukiandikwa kazi unapatanga kuna nini? Kuna
za kufuata.
Kuna rules za kufuata. na ziko mpaka kwa katiba, zimekuja ziko kwa acts kama National Police Service Act, imeandikwa hapo.
So it's easy
so there's nothing you can do. Huwezi kuja useme. Na afande nilikuwa na maoni, nilikuwa naona hii uniform hii
I Bambi. Okay, and through it all, Samido, from being an orphan at a young age, practically raising yourself, getting to the police force, working very hard, building the man that you are today, being a successful musician. As we finish, what have been your biggest lessons? It can be one, it can be a couple.
Yes.
Lakini nini umesema yenyewe?
Lesson nimewahi soma.
What has life taught you so far?
Ni kitu rahisi sana.
Oh really? Niambie.
Ile kitu rahisi sana ni watu, tunasema kwa watu ni mali. Watu ndio mali. Because God will never come to you direct na akwambie, Samido, mimi ndio Mungu, nitakusaidia ABCD. So help yake inapitia through people.
That's true.
Na sasa ile challenge sasa iko wale watu wagumu sana kuishi nao ni binadamu.
It's true.
Yes. Grace,
so sad.
Kuna mtu anakuchukia tu bure.
Hivyo tu.
Hata hakujui.
Hata hajui kwenye anakuchukia.
Hata hajui. Hata umsimamishe kwa nini unamchukia? Mimi hata sijui. Mimi nasikianga tu amenibo. For nothing. Unaona?
So sad.
Yaani hata ukivaa ama upige kapicha umekaa hivi. Wacha malingo yani.
I know, why are we like that?
Sad. Hata kuna kitu na posting hivi unasikia. Kijana nilikwambia sijui ufanye nini. But hakuna mtu akona marking scheme ya maisha. Binadamu ako na marking scheme ya maisha.
It's true.
Kile kitu unafanya as long as kinakufurahisha na ukosei mtu, hakuna sheria, just do it.
Just do it.
You'll never please everybody.
That's true.
Unashika. Ndio maana nakwambia ukiniangalia unaona huyu msanii kama ameenda vizuri, amegana favor mzuri kwa nini. But venye watu wanakupenda, kuna watu wanakuchukia in equal measure.
That's true.
Equal measure. Sasa huyo nini anaibaka. Unashika. Actually there was a time I'm sorry siku anafaa kusema hivi lakini niliumia. Somebody posted Samido has done a number kidogo sana ya songs. And I wonder akienda US when you post you are in Ikwe watu kwani wanakuja kusikiza hiyo ngoma 2-3 ameimba.
That hurt you.
Kidogo nilikaa hivi nikasikia nikashindwa. Wewe hujai kuja show yangu wewe mwenyewe. Wewe unasema niko na hizo 14 songs hujawahi kuja. Lakini sasa unataka kujua wale mbona wanakuja. Unaona hayaufa inakuhusu nini?
That's true.
Na get.
Asante Pastor, tuimbie as we finish. The song you were telling me.
Murata Wangai.
Please.
Wapile mutwe wagethagago kiondokaga kuriwe olucine muthenya na bata mweru na riu ringende mbere yaku Jehova yoya muno kugia ndugu nawe nigetha baba huthirwo ni muturire tuo gutwika murata waku niguo ndarwara kamenya tino ndiona ingiona riũa rĩngĩkara rĩrĩa rĩũru ũndũ nawe nĩtũĩ atĩ ndigathira ndĩ mũrata guo ndĩna matĩ ndikauka.
Asante sana. Amen. Yes. Thank you so much, Samido, for coming on the show. Asante sana for the inspiration.
Thank you so much.
For a wonderful story. Mungu aendelee kukujazia, kukubariki na ukae na hiyo humility and that heart of yours. Sure. That is gold. Thank you so much.
Hata mimi nimeshukuru kwa kunipea hiyo ni mwanya inaitangwa aje?
Chance, yes. Opportunity.
Hiyo opportunity. Na ya kuja kujieleza na pengine kuna mtu atajifunza na hiyo story.
It's true. I was going to say that I hope someone at home has learned something. Sure. Our details are below. You can reach us at any time if you want to contact Samido. What is your social media?
Social media.
Watafute jina gani? Samido tu.
Page yangu inakuwa Samido, Samido tu peke yake.
Tafuta Samido, you'll find him. If you have any more questions, you want to engage him, follow up with his music. This is Unscripted, and until next week, God bless, take care, and remember, be good to others. Do unto others what you want done unto you.
Yes.
Goodbye, and God bless, and special thanks to Grandma Sweets for hosting us. Bye, everyone.
Wopile mutwe wa githagatago ikiondoka kuriwe orucini omuthenya na bata mweru na riu ringite mbere yaku Jehova ihoya muno okugia nduguna.
For the first time ever, Kenya's biggest loves comes to South Sea. Saturday, 14th March, it's the Churchill Show recording, live at the MOW South Sea Sports Club grounds. Big loves, lots of fun, and more fun. Featuring all your favorite comedians, hosted by Churchill. The VIP tickets go for 2,000 shillings, VIP 1,000 shillings, and regular 500 shillings. For your advance ticket, dial *229 *29 hash.
But ukiona mtu ameseviwa kama wa kinyozi.
Saturday, 14th March, Churchill Show live recording for the first time in South Sea at the MOW South Sea Sports Club grounds. A night of Kenya's biggest laughs.
Ule demu wa Churchill ndio huyo. Waachana na hizo vitu.
See you then.
Mara ngapi nitakwambia ni uache kucheza hiyo kitu?
Joroge, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a houseboy.
Unanifinya jicho ni nini nifanyike? Mimi sikutaki. Enda utafute wale wanaume wanalala kwa mtaro.
Leo jioni nisipoone hizo pesa kwa simu yangu. Utanijua.
This is Father Bartholomew Dominianos. Please just step on the confession box.
Is Prince Fulvius Aurelius Valerius Mayweather Jr. Mayweather's son?
You are under arrest for robbery with violence.
Welcome to Press Pass.
Naangalia TV ninaona habari zangu.
Napata news updates kutoka Google.
Sana online inakuwa sawa sawa.
Are we ready to transfer that audience?
People don't really trust social media. They will always go back to the traditional media sources.
The bashing of the media has become fashionable.
I was chased from the field because of politics. He says, wapi mtu ya gazeti, a nation. I innocently lift my hand. And Andika Parocho, he threw the room at me. Fimbo ya nyayo.
I am Mark Masai, the bald, shiny man who brings you Press Pass every week.
Press Pass. Accountability to the Fourth Estate.
Hiyo maneno ya kucheza na mfanyikazi wangu mtanikoma, aipehi.
Hata nione ukipea Nyambegea pesa ulikuwa unampatia ya nini?
Wewe umezoea shinda, mimi sijazoea shinda bwana.
Sikuwa nimepitia kukunywa pombe na mnasafiri usiku.
Na vile unakusaidia kazi. Sasa tuache tulale tu leo.
Mulale kwa nani?
I'm from my morning joke. Kaunelewa hiyo ni nini?
Wacha kujifanya uko klasi yenye hauko na tunaishi kama gwade sisi wote. Chiwa the girl phrase.
Lakini surely madam, ukienda jogging for 3 minutes, una expect to burn calories gani?
You run is your mouth, that's too much. Nanita madhe on what grounds?
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
key points to bear in mind, and therefore which will define the kinds of challenges we face and how to face, but also realize the strengths we have as a continent, as a people of Africa, and just making sure we don't continue to waste the opportunities we have.
Just move to the next level with the Daily Nation. Every day, every Monday, Junior Sport will move you to the top of your class with KCPE revision papers. To move to a healthier, fitter, and more conscious you, read The Healthy Nation every Tuesday. My network will inspire your career, your passion, your biashara, and your network every Friday. Just move to the truth.
This is NTV.
Jambo mtazamaji popote ulipo, saa 5 kamili saa za Afrika Mashariki, siku nyingine, siku ya Jumanne ambapo tumekutana papa hapa katika kipindi cha NTV Sasa. Kumbuka kile siku ya Jumanne mtazamaji popote ulipo tunaangazia masuala ambayo yanafungamana na fulusi au ukipenda pesa.
Naam, na hakika leo tutakuwa tukiangazia masuala hayo katika mjadala wetu wa siku. Katika picha za mwanzo umeona wageni wetu studioni ambao ni wafanyabiashara na pia wataalamu katika masuala ya biashara na uchumi, kuangazia masuala ambayo yanafungamana na biashara. Hii leo tukijikita katika masuala kuhusu namna ambavyo maambukizi ya virusi vya corona yameathiri biashara hapa nchini na vile vile kimataifa, namna ambavyo uchumi wa nchi umepata kuathirika. Tunajua kuna wafanyabiashara wengi hapa nchini ambao tegemea kupata bidhaa kutoka taifa la China na mataifa mengine ambao tayari yameathirika na maambukizi ya corona. Kwa hivyo kumekuwa na kucheleweshwa kwa bidhaa, wengine wamekuwa wakikosa kupata bidhaa zao, wengine wamekuwa wakikosa hata fursa ya kusafiri kwenda kuchukua bidhaa katika baadhi ya mataifa haya. Na karibuni pia kuna wengine mbali na kuuza na kununua bidhaa wanajihusisha na biashara ambazo zinahusiana na kutoa huduma na wanakosa fursa ya kufika katika baadhi ya mataifa ambayo yameathirika. Tumeona baadhi ya mataifa yakifutilia mbali makongamano ambayo yangefanyika katika mataifa yao, na ni makongamano ambayo huleta utangamano wa watu wengi kutoka mataifa tofauti, hali ambayo husaidia uchumi, ukuaji wa uchumi na vile vile biashara katika mataifa hayo. Na Kenya ni mojawapo ya mataifa ambayo yamepata kuathirika na kule kusitishwa kwa baadhi ya safari. Na pia tutakuwa tukizungumza na wale ambao wanajihusisha na sekta ya utalii ili wapate pia kutueleza utalii umeathirika vipi.
Bila shaka itakumbuka pia kuwa kuna baadhi ya mataifa mengi ambayo yameweza kukatiza safari zake za ndege. Kumbuka humo nchini pia kulikuwa na kongamano ambalo linaandaliwa lakini imeweza kuahirishwa. Pia kuna suala la michezo kuathiriwa kote duniani kufuatia swala zima la mchipuko wa corona. Kando na haya mtazamaji, tunao wanahabari wetu ambao wako katika maeneo mbalimbali. Tunaye Kenei Mreithi, Mwaura Martin ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Ni baadhi tu ya wanahabari ambao wako katika sehemu mbalimbali na wanafuatilizia taarifa tofauti. Na sasa Spika wa bunge la kitaifa ambaye ni Justin Muturi asubuhi aliweza kufika mbele ya kamati ya BBI kutoa pendekezo lake tu kuhusia mbele ya kamati hiyo. Na sasa tuungane na mwanahabari wetu wa masuala ya siasa ambaye ni Kenei Mreithi atueleze zaidi kutoka eneo hilo.
wa kitaifa, na kuna baadhi tu ya vitu ambavyo vimesemwa, na mmoja wa wale ambao walijitokeza katika jopo kazi hili ni spika wa bunge la kitaifa Justin Muturi, ambaye alisema hii leo hajafika hapa kama spika, lakini amefika kwa niaba yake yeye mwenyewe ili kutoa baadhi ya maoni ambayo amesema ameweza kuyatazama na vile taifa limekuwa likienda uwakilishi, na pia amekuwa spika kwa muda wa miaka 8 sasa, na angependa kujua je, hili taifa lina mwelekeo upi. Na kuna baadhi tu ya maoni ambayo ameyasema yeye mwenyewe yakiwemo ikiwemo kulifanya bunge la seneti kuwa bunge la juu ama nyumba ya juu, na tungependa tu tusikize maoni yake kuhusu baadhi ya masuala haya. Kuna hili swali ambalo wewe mwenyewe umesema, na wewe kivyako ni spika wa bunge la kitaifa, lakini kwa sasa hivi umeweza kuangazia masuala na ukasema kuwa bunge la seneti sasa liwe kwa lugha ya kimombo upper house. Kwa nini umeangalia maswali kama haya na ukapendekeza kitu kama hili?
Kwanza nimetoa shukrani kwa kupata fursa ya kuja kutoa maoni haya leo. Lakini niseme hivi, hakuna shida yoyote ya nyumba moja kuitwa nyumba la juu ama la chini, bora watu wafanye kazi wakiwa pamoja. Katika mabunge mengi sana ambayo mimi nimeyatembelea, jumba la seneti kawaida huwa ndio linaitwa upper house. Kwa hivyo kama ni jina tu, jina upper house inatakikana, sioni shida yoyote ile, kwa sababu shughuli ni zile, watu wanafanya kazi ile ambayo wamepatiwa kikatiba, so hakuna shida. Bora isikuwe ati ni nyumba ya kuangalia nyingine ama prefect ile ingine. Hiyo tu ndio nimesema.
Lakini pia kuna swala ambalo umeliangazia kwa kikamilifu, ni kwamba majukumu ya mabunge haya mawili yaweze kuwekwa bayana. Na kuna swala kama hilo ambalo limejitokeza haswa katika swala la mgao wa rasilimali, na kumekuwa na mtafaruku baina ya mabunge haya mawili. Na wewe mwenyewe kuna vitu ambavyo umependekeza, na unasema kuwa iwapo vitafuatwa ama mambo haya yatafuatwa, basi huenda kukawa na kusitokee mtafaruku kama unavyosema. Kuna masuala kadha wa kadha ambayo wewe mwenyewe kama speaker umepata kuyashuhudia kama mtafaruku. Kuna vipi vile ambavyo bunge la seneti likipewa majukumu yake na bunge la taifa likipewa majukumu yake, basi huenda kukamaliza mitafaruku hii?
Nimesema vizuri kwamba kila nyumba, kwa sababu sheria imetoa mamlaka kikamilifu. Kila nyumba ikiangazia yale mamlaka ambayo imepewa, hakutakuwa na shida yoyote. Tuseme kama ni mambo ya mgao wa pesa, sana siku hizi hayo mambo yanakuwa yamekubaliwa katika ile mkutano unakuwa chaired by deputy president, inaitwa IBEC. Kwa hivyo sioni shida yoyote ambayo kama magavana wako kwa ile mkutano, county executive committee members wa finance kutoka kila gatuzi wako kwa ule mkutano, chair wa commission on revenue location wako pale. Sioni kwa nini wakikubaliana vile. Sasa sisi tunakuja, mambo inakuwa rahisi sana. So sioni shida yoyote pale, kwa sababu hayo mambo yote yamewekwa. Lakini ningetaka jopo hili liangazie sana jambo hilo, kwa sababu kama vile seneta wako ameniuliza, vile ilitatuliwa na inaitwa nini, Supreme Court mwaka wa 2013, mimi sikubaliani nayo, japokuwa naendelea kuifuatilia. Lakini ningetaka wakati huu hayo mambo yote yatatuliwe.
Na kuna pendekezo lingine tu moja, ama swali langu la mwisho ni kwamba unataka vyama vyovyote ambavyo havitaweza kupata uwakilishi katika bunge la kitaifa vipate kuvunjwa. Je, ukiwa na pendekezo kama hilo, ni lini ambapo tutaimarisha uhuru wa vyama vya kisiasa hapa nchini?
Hiyo ndio njia moja ya kuimarisha vyama, kwa sababu kama unajua usipofanya bidii uwe na mwakilishi katika bunge, unaenda. Kwa sababu iko haja gani ushinde ukisumbua wananchi? Kama huna hata uweze pata hata mjumbe moja, enda nyumbani ukafanye kazi zingine, ukalime, ukaoe kama hujaoa, ama ukaolewe, ama ukaangalie wajukuu.
Na labda wawakilishi wa ward, MCAs ama governor?
No, unajua vyama vya kisiasa, ukiangalia article 91 ya katiba inasema kwamba chama ndio kiwe kimesajiliwa ni lazima kiwe na national character, not a regional character. Imesemekana vizuri hivyo. Kwa hivyo kuna haja gani ya kushinda tukisema mtu ambaye ameshindwa kupata hata mjumbe mmoja aendelee kuwa katika orodha ya vyama? Aondolewe, ikikaribia uchaguzi mwingine ataenda ajiandikishe, aone kama anaweza fanya bidii. Sijasema ati asiendelee, asikuwe ajiandikishe tena, lakini ukisha kuwa deregistered utarudi, itakubidi sana tena uanze upya process ya kujisajili, na kuna zile requirements. Utaulizwa kama unasema uko na 24 operation offices, sasa ziangaliwe ziko wapi. Maofisa wa chama katika kila kaunti hizo 24 ziko wako wapi. Unajua? Ndio. Sijasema ati ukisha fukuzwa utarudi tena kwa siasa, hapana, lakini kwa muda ule ambao umefutwa, aenda ukafanya shughuli zingine, utarudi wakati mwingine ushauri ukaribia.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Kuna baadhi hayo tu ni baadhi ya mapendekezo ambayo ametoa. Kando na hayo pia kuna lile pendekezo la kuhakikisha kuwa magavana wapate kuchaguliwa na bunge la seneti ili wasipate kuchaguliwa moja kwa moja na Wakenya au wapiga kura, na pia kuna lile swala ambalo amependekeza la rais asipate pia kuchaguliwa moja kwa moja, apate kuchaguliwa ama na vyama ama kile chama ambacho kimepata wabunge wengi zaidi. Kuna baadhi tu ya mapendekezo. Alafu pia kuna lile swala ambalo limejitokeza dakika chache tu ilipata kuratibiwa kuwa chama cha Third Way Alliance kinatarajiwa kutoa maoni yake kwa kamati hii ya BBI, lakini mwenyekiti wa chama hicho Bwana Miruru pia aliweza kunitumia taarifa kuwa hawapati kuambatana ama hawatambui kundi hilo ambalo limejifikisha katika jopo kazi hili la BBI kupata kutoa maoni, kwani wanasema mchakato wao ni tofauti sana na vile vitu ambavyo vinaendelea katika shughuli hii nzima ya BBI. Tunaendelea kuweka kijicho hapa ili tupate kukuarifu baadaye yale yanayojiri. Kuwa tuliona kuwa bunge la seneti lilipata kufika hapo awali na walipata kutoa maoni, mengi yao yakiwa pia wanataka senate iwe upper house na wanataka vitu vyao vipate kufanywa moja kwa moja pasi na kuambatana au kutegemea bunge la kitaifa. Pia tuliwaona mental health wakifika hapa kutoa maoni yao, na walisema wangependa kuona baadhi ya vitu ambavyo vimeangaziwa, na katika taarifa yote tutapata kutoa moja ambayo inatarajia ama ambayo inaangazia maoni ambayo yametolewa katika jopo kazi hili la BBI. Kwa sasa hivi na kurejesha studioni.
Asante sana. Huyu alikuwa ni Kennedy Mureithi, mwanahabari wetu wa masuala ya kisiasa. Ni taarifa ambayo inayofuatilia kwa karibu na tutapata kwa kina katika taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye.
Naam, na tukisalia na mada hiyo kuhusiana na jopo kazi hilo la BBI ni kuwa mbali na wanakamati wakuu ambao wanajihusisha na masuala hayo bungeni, kuna kile kitengo cha BBI ambacho kinajihusisha na masuala ya kunakili na kuweka rekodi za BBI, na kikundi hicho kiko katika kaunti ya Murang'a ambapo mwenzetu Martin Mora amekita kambi. Mora, hebu tueleze wanasemaje wana BBI?
Naam, asante sana. Kama unavyoona hapa niko nje ya bunge la kaunti ya Murang'a hapa, na kama ulivyosema mwenzangu, ni kweli kuwa mchakato ama kikundi ambacho kinaendelea kufunza ama kuchukua maoni ya wananchi kuhusu mambo mawili matatu kuhusu mambo ya BBI wako hapa ili kuweza kuongea na wabunge wa kaunti waweze kuchukua maoni yao. Ni mambo gani wangetaka ama wangependekeza yawe ndani ya BBI. Ningetaka tu kuzungumza na kiongozi wa wengi hapa bungeni aweze kunieleza ni kwa nini wamepanga mkutano huu na haja yao wanataka kupeana maoni gani kama bunge. Na karibu sana kwenye NTV. Nataka tu nianze kwa majina na nieleze hasa leo nini kinaendelea hapa ndani ya bunge hii.
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Eric Kimani, mimi ndiye majority leader katika hili bunge la Murang'a. Siku ya leo tumeyarika kamati ya BBI kiongozwa na Ambassador Daktari Karau ili watufahamishe, watufundishe, watuelimishe chenye kiko kwa BBI ili kuongea kwingi viongozi wamekuwa wakifanya katika taifa la Kenya, wakipatia wananchi ripoti baya ambayo si yenye iko kwa hiyo draft ya BBI, tujue ni gani ili jioni ama kesho tukienda kwa wananchi wetu tuelezee hasa chenye kiko kwa hiyo ripoti ya BBI. So leo wamekuja na tuko nao hapa, tutawasikiza, na baadaye kwa sababu tunasikia ile maoni ambayo ilikuwa imechukuliwa in the Mount Kenya region, na kwamba hiyo kamati ni kama imetupilia bari hiyo all those proposals. Sisi kama viongozi wa Murang'a MCAs tutakaa pamoja tujadiliane, ili kwa sababu tutakuwa tumeelimishwa tuwapatie hata sisi yenye tunataka ikae kwenye BBI. Lakini hata sisi kama viongozi vijana tungeulizia hiyo BBI hasa ikuwe na zile VAT na tax ambayo huwa inakatwa ama vijana wanafaa watimize iondolewe, kwa sababu one of the big 4 agendas of the Jubilee administration ni manufacturing. Mambo ya manufacturing hatuwezi fanya kama vijana wetu wakianza manufacturing kuna VAT inawekwa hapo. Hiyo VAT haiwezi kuwafanya na hawana capital wawaze kufanya hiyo kazi yao. Tena apart from VAT, hata tax. Hiyo tax waondolewe for 1 year, wajipange ili waanze kujikuza. So sisi leo tumekuja kuelimishwa chenye kiko kwenye BBI ili tuelewe ni maneno gani ambayo tunafaa kufanya. Baadaye tutaelimisha watu wetu na tutafanya venye inafaa kufanywa.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Asante. Ningetaka tu kuzungumza na viongozi hapa kwenye bunge hili. Ningeanza na kiongozi wa vijana. Nataka tu nieleze wewe kama kijana, ni maoni gani ama upendekezo gani mngetaka kupeana kwenye jopo kazi hili ambalo liko hapa kwenye bunge leo?
Majina ni Steven Chege, kiongozi wa vijana Murang'a. Ya kwanza kuhusu vijana ni hii mambo ya experience. Kwamba any government appointment unapata vijana wanaambiwa lazima wakuwe na experience ya 10 years. Hiyo tunaomba sana sana kwa BBI iwekwe. Juu vijana wote ambao wako between 18 to 35 wakiapply kazi wanakuwaga fresh from universities and colleges. So hiyo ni ya kwanza. Number 2, kama kijana tunaomba hii affirmative action yenye ilikuja. Ukiangalia kama bunge ya Murang'a unapata kuna ladies 17 nominated, I'm the only gent nominated kama kijana. So tunaomba balance ya boy child asikuwe amesahaurika sana. Hiyo ingine nafurahi sana ni kwamba already watu wamekuja, the committee wameconfirm kwamba hata kama watu wameongea maneno mengi huko nje, hii BBI italetwa bunge zote 47. Tukiletewa kama bunge alafu itaenda kwa wananchi, ndio referendum watu wapitishe yes ama no. Kwa hivyo nataka kupatia watu hope, niwaambie hii BBI itamalizia mikononi ya Wanjiko wa kawaida. Asante.
Asante sana. Ningetaka tu kuzungumza naye. Nataka tu maybe kwa dakika moja ni mapendekezo gani ungetaka kupeana kwenye jopo kazi ile la BBI?
Kwanza na majina naitwa na Hashon Gashuhe, mimi ndiye MCA wa Gatanga Ward. Kwanza na washukuru hawa watu wa jopo kazi la BBI kwa sababu ya kukuja kwetu ndio wasikize maoni yetu na watu elimishe. Lakini kwanza mimi ningetaka ile mambo ambayo tulipendekeza kama county assemblies kwamba sisi tunataka kupata the ward development funds, kwa sababu you can imagine sisi tulichaguliwa na wananchi na hakuna kitu tunaweza wafanyia kutokana na hizo kura zetu. Unakuta kwamba hata kadaraja ikianguka lazima niende niombe mtu ama ninyenyekee kwa minister wa barabara ndio sisi ndio aende atutengenezee. Hiyo kwanza lazima tuangaliliwe, tuwekewe ward development fund ndio assembly zetu na sisi wa MCAs tuweze kufanyia watu kazi. Ya pili ni hii mambo ya pesa ya county assemblies ikuje directly kwa sababu sisi ndio oversight. Na ukingangana na yule mtu ambaye anakupea chakula, utakuta kwamba atakushikia chakula yako na utashindwa kumoversight. Ni vyema pesa yetu iwe inakuja directly ndio tuweze kuoversight the county executive. Hiyo ndio niko nayo kwa leo.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Kwa sekunde tu 30 niambiwa muda hauko nasi. Nieleze wewe mapendekezo yako ni yapi kwenye jopo?
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Kenei, mwenye amechaguliwa kusimamia watu wa Kigumo Ward, na siku ya leo niko na furaha juu hawa wenye jopo kazi ya kufundisha BBI tuko na wao hapa, watu elimishe juu hata sisi tuwe walimu wazuri huko kwa wananchi wenye walituchagua. Ya kwanza ningetaka kuchukua nafasi niseme BBI inastahili kuangalia na kuangazia sana wazee wenye wako huko nyumbani. Kuna pesa ya wazee inasemekana na national government kwanza imeletwa kwa wazee. Kwa hivyo ningehimiza serikali pia ifuate mpaka county levels. Hawa wazee wanapata pesa kutoka kwa county levels. Ya pili ni wana youth. Kuwe na kiwango fulani imetengwa kushughulikia hawa wana youth ndio wawe na urahisi wa kuchukua hizo pesa na iongezewe zaidi na ipitie kwenye institutions za serikali ambazo hasitasubua hawa wana youth kupata hizi pesa juu wako na mashida mingi sana kupata hizo pesa hata kama serikali kuu imetenga kiwango fulani ya pesa. Kwa hivyo mambo ni mengi, lakini wacha nipe nafasi mwingine.
Kwa sekunde tu 30 nieleze tu ni hasa nini mpendekezo lako ni lipi?
Okay, asante sana. Mimi naitwa Charles Kahoro ambaye anasimamia ward ya Kangare.
Haswa mimi ningetaka kuongea kuhusu kilimo katika kaunti yetu ya Murang'a. Mimi ndiye nasimamia agriculture committee katika bunge la Murang'a. So ningeomba kwa BBI tuangaliliwe sana sana ya mambo ambayo inaambiwa ya minimum return kwa wakulima wetu. Ndio at least mkulima awe na kitu ya kujifunia wakati anafanya kazi yake. Na haswa tukizingatia kwamba Murang'a sisi kilimo, uchumi wetu unatokana na kilimo. So ningetaka haswa hiyo mambo iangaliwe sana, mambo ya kilimo. Yeah.
Asante sana. Kama unavyosikia kuwa hapa ni kweli jopo kazi liko hapa kuchukua maoni ya wananchi hapa mawili matatu, na kama tumezungumza na wawakilishi wa watu katika bunge hili, wanasema kuwa ndio wana maneno mengi sana wangetaka kupeana kwenye jopo kazi hili. Na kama unavyojua leo ndio siku ya mwisho ambapo jopo kazi hili linazunguka likichukua maoni ya wananchi, na ndipo wataweza kuandika na kuweza kupeleka taarifa hii kwenye kwa rais na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga. Nikirudisha kwenye studio kutoka kaunti ya Murang'a.
Asante sana Martin Mora, tumekupata kwa njia safi kuangazia masuala haya kutokana na viongozi hao wa kundi hilo la BBI ambao wamefika katika kaunti hiyo ya Murang'a.
Na sasa dakika 20 zimekatika baada ya saa 5 kamili saa za Afrika Mashariki. Kumbuka kama unajiunga nasi NTV sasa, iliyotoka tunazungumzia swala zima la jinsi virusi vya corona imeweza kuathiri swala zima la biashara, sio humu nchini, hata katika mataifa za kigeni. Lakini moja kwa moja tunaenda katika kaunti 001, kaunti ya Mombasa. Tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai ambaye anafuatilia kwa karibu msako wa maafisa wa polisi ama msako wa maafisa wa trafiki katika kaunti hiyo, hasa katika eneo la Bamburi, aweze kutueleza yanayojiri kwa sasa.
Naam, shukran sana Kaltun Jama. Kwa hakika mtazamaji, tuko kwenye barabara ya kutoka Mombasa kuelekea Malindi, karibu na ufuo wa Jomo Kenyatta, na hapa maafisa wa polisi wameweza kukita kambi katika eneo hili ili kuweza kuendelea na operesheni ya kuweza kuwanasa madereva na hata magari ambayo yanakiuka sheria za barabarani. Magari yote ambayo yanapita katika barabara hii yanaweza kusimamishwa na kuweza kukaguliwa. Magari ya kibinafsi, magari ya usafiri wa umma, yote yanapitia hapa, yakiwemo hata malori. Mtazamaji, unaona kwamba maafisa wa trafiki kutoka vituo tofauti vya polisi wameweza kukusanyika hapa, na operesheni hii inasimamiwa na kamanda wa polisi katika eneo la Pwani, Rashid Yakub, ambaye vile vile ataweza kusema nasi ili kuweza kutufahamisha zaidi ni malengo yapi ambayo tumai kuweza kufikia kutokana na operesheni hii. Kumbuka kwamba si mara ya kwanza tukio kama hili kuweza kutokea baada ya malalamishi kwamba kumekuwa na ama uzoefu wa madereva kuweza kukiuka sheria za barabarani. Baadhi yao hawana leseni, magari hayajafikia yale masuala ama sheria ambayo yamewekwa na wizara na vile vile hata NTSA ili kuweza kuhudumu katika barabara za humu nchini. Lakini kwa kifupi acha najumuika naye Rashid Yakub ambaye nilisema kwamba ni kamanda wa polisi katika ukanda wa Pwani, kaunti zote 6, na naarifiwa kwamba operesheni hii inaendelea kote katika kaunti zote 6, na maafisa wa polisi katika maeneo hayo tayari wako barabarani kufanya shughuli kama hii. Kwa hakika moja kwa moja kwenye runinga NTV, hebu tueleze operesheni kama hii mnapania kuweza kuwafikia nini hasa? Ni nini mwatafuta katika msako huu?
Shukran NTV. Asante. Hii tunafanya kuangalia magari ambayo mbovu katika barabarani, ambayo ni unroadworthy, wale comply na mambo ya barabara, that is mambo ya insurance, mambo ya gurudumu zote, iwe ni gari ya abiria ama ni gari vile vile ya kibinafsi, zote tunaziangalia.
Na pengine kwa hakika operesheni kama hii si mara ya kwanza kuweza kuwahi kufanywa, na pengine kwa thibitisha tu watazamaji wetu kwamba iwapo ni operesheni ambayo inaendelea kwanza katika ukanda wote wa Pwani.
Kwa hakika siku hizi nafikiri ile amri ilitolewa na mkubwa wetu IG, the Inspector General of Police, ya kuwa tumetoa barabara ile officers ambayo wanasimama katika barabara, yani 2 3 baada ya mita kadhaa. Sasa tuko na gari, ukiona kule tuko na gari ya mobile ambayo katika Malindi, Lamu Malindi Mombasa tutakuwa na gari moja ambayo hii ni moja yao, na watakuwa na maofisa wakiangalia magari, lakini ile maofisa ambao watakuwa katika kila kituo tumezitoa. So naye vile vile tunahimiza wananchi ya kuwa wawe mwangalifu sana katika barabara. Jukumu mingi ni kwao. Wanasema polisi wako corrupt, lakini hata wananchi nyewe wanayechangia, because wakiona katika polisi wakisimama mahali, ile mentality ya kutupa shilingi 50, tukipata wao unatupa 50 barabara, kwanza wao tunachukulia hatua kali sana, kwa vile unatupia nani hiyo pesa. Na vile vile tunapatia warning ile maofisa ambayo tukutu ambayo kuokota pesa, tukipata nao hiyo hatia itakuwa ni naye vile vile tutachukulia hatua kali.
Pia kuna magari ya usafiri wa umma ambayo sana sana yanafanya kazi mwendo wa usiku, saa magari ya masafa marefu kutoka Nairobi kuja Mombasa kuelekea Malindi. Je, pengine operation kama hii itaweza pia kufanywa wakati wa usiku, kwa sababu kwamba ni operation kama unasema kwamba imeweza kutolewa, ni maagizo yametolewa na Inspector General wa polisi, na ni katika juhudi za kuweza kupunguza visa vya ajali barabarani. Je, pengine ili tuweze kufahamika tu ama kuwafahamisha watazamaji wetu kwamba iwapo pia usiku, mwendo wa usiku, maafisa watakuwa barabarani ili kuweza kuendelea na operation hii?
Hakika nafikiri kwa muda sasa wiki mbili katika statistics yetu accident imeenda chini. Na nini imefanya accident imeenda chini? Ni hizi gari zetu tumepawa ambazo zitakuwa patrol 24 hours, si hata masaa 12 peke yake mchana, 24 hours. Wako na shift mara mbili, ya mchana na vile vile ya usiku. Kwa hivyo kazi inafanyika 24 hours. Ile magari ambayo zinabeba abiria katika usiku, kuna zingine ambayo wamekubaliwa, hatuwezi kataza, lakini lazima driver wawe wawili. Ile tukipata driver ni moja, hatua inachukulia moja kwa moja.
Na je, pengine sijui kama kwamba mtaweza kuzingatia wale watu ambao vile vile wanasafirisha bidhaa ya magendo, kwa mfano si mara ya kwanza kuweza kushuhudia kwamba hata gari ya umma inatumika kuweza kubeba bangi. Na je, pengine sijui kama muangalie mambo kama hayo pia?
Kwa hakika hata jana officers yetu wale wa highway hawa si kazi yao kuangalia katika mambo ya traffic vile vile yote, hata kama ni magari zinabeba magendo, zinabeba vitu contraband goods, zote wanaangalia. Hawa si ati barabara pekee, wanaangalia magari peke yake, ati tairi nini, wanaangalia mpaka nini hiyo gari inabeba nini. Kwa hivyo na hakika mtaona hii patrol tangu ianzike changes kubwa sana.
Na pengine la mwisho, naona kuna baadhi ya madereva naamini kwamba wameweza kukamatwa, na sijui pengine tueleze nini kinaendelea hapo. Sijui kama ni hatua mwachukua kuwapeleka kuwafikisha mbele ya mahakama, ama ni hasa ni nini ambaye mnaweza kuzungumza nao pale?
Kwa hakika zingine tumepewa warning ya asirudie, wale hawajafunga kanda, yani mshipi safety belt, unafungia safety na wanaambia nenda. Lakini ule umeona tunastaki, labda hana insurance, labda gurudumu zake zimeisha, ama utakuta iko na makosa fulani katika gari yake ambayo umeona tunacharge, na sahi ataenda kotini, sio kesho, sahi ataenda kotini.
Baada ya hapa ni kotini?
Baada ya hapa ni kotini moja kwa moja.
Na la mwisho kabisa, nimeona baadhi ya madereva wakiweza kukwepa mtego huu. Je, pengine mmewapangia kivipi? Kwa sababu unaona wameweza kugeuka ama kupindua magari yao wakielekea kwingine. Je, mna nia tofauti kuweza kukabiliana na watu kama hao?
Kwa hakika officers si wale peke yake wako na nguo mavazi ya polisi peke yake. Tuko na officers vile vile wako na nguo ya civilian. Tumechukua manamba zao, hizo magari umeona imefanya U-turn, manamba zao zimechukuliwa, na vile tunaongea saizi zimeshukwa pale mbele, kule mbele wasashikwa tayari, na karibu gari 4 tayari wasashikwa. Kwa hivyo si ati wakifanya U-turn wamehepa mtego ya polisi. La, wameshikwa tayari. Asante sana.
Shukrani sana. Huyo mtazamaji ndiye kamanda wa polisi katika ukanda wa Pwani anayesimamia kaunti zote 6, Rashid Yakubu, ambaye vile vile anasimamia operation hii. Kumbuka kwamba si mara ya kwanza kuweza kufanywa, lakini lengo la maafisa hususan ni kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba magari yote ambayo yanahudumu katika mabarabara za eneo hili yameweza kuzingatia sheria, na vile vile kumbuka kwamba si operation dhidi ya magari ya usafiri wa umma, bali pia hata magari ya kibinafsi, na wanaweza kuangalia hata iwapo kama dereva abiria umeweza kufunga mikanda, wote wachukuliwa hatua. Na umesikia kwamba onyo kali dhidi ya maafisa na hata wale madereva ambao wanatoa mlungula au hongo kwa maafisa wa polisi ili kuweza kukwepa mtego huu. Ni juhudi ambazo vile vile polisi wanasema kwamba wataweza kuendelea nao hadi hata mwendo usiku ili kuweza kukagua ama kuyakagua yale magari pia ambayo yanatoa huduma za usafiri wakati wa usiku. Na mtazamaji, tutaweza kusema nao zaidi na tutakita kambi hapa, tutafuatilia operesheni kadha wa kadha ambayo yanaendelea katika maeneo mengine, na tutaweza kukupa kulia zaidi katika taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye. Kwako Carlton na Mule.
Na asante sana Kevin Mutai kwa kauli hizo kuangazia masuala hayo ya msako huo na operesheni ya maafisa wa polisi wa trafiki. Na najua katika pita zako huenda ukakutana pia na wafanyabiashara. Tungependa kusikia kauli zao kuhusiana na mada yetu ya leo, kuangazia masuala ya athari ya maambukizi ya virusi vya corona kwa sekta hii ya biashara na masuala mengine ya kiuchumi.
Basi tukiendelea na kipindi chetu, Mule atakuwa anaungana na wageni wetu katika upande wa pili wa studio, lakini kabla ya hapo tunauliza swali la siku: changamoto zinazotokana na corona zimeathiri vipi biashara, uchumi nchini? Swali: changamoto zinazotokana na corona zimeathiri vipi biashara na uchumi nchini? Alama ya reli NTV sasa @Dan Mule @J Carlton. Kuna baadhi tu ya kauli zimeweza kuingia, nitakuwa naisoma hapo baadaye. Lakini kumbuka pia mtazamaji, katika awamu ya pili una fursa mtazamaji, ukiwa mfanyabiashara, ukiwa umewasha runinga yako. Leo tunazungumzia swala zima la jinsi tangu mchipuko wa virusi vya corona kuenea katika baadhi ya mataifa, vipi biashara imeweza kuathirika. Kumbuka baadhi ya mataifa yameweza kukatiza safari za ndege, lakini tunao wanabiashara, tunao wataalam katika upande wa pili wa studio. Na sasa ni wakati wa kumpisha Mule na wageni wetu wa siku.
Na asante sana Carlton Njama kwa kitangulizi hicho mwafaka kabisa, na kwa kutoa fursa kwa mtazamaji kuchangia katika mjadala wetu wa siku. Ni swala ambalo wengi wamekuwa wakilizungumzia humu nchini kimataifa, na kila mmoja ameathirika kwa njia moja au nyingine kutokana na maambukizi ya virusi vya corona katika mataifa mbalimbali ulimwenguni. Ni maambukizi ambayo yameathiri baadhi ya mataifa ambapo wafanyabiashara humu nchini wamekuwa wakipata bidhaa. Na studioni ninao baadhi ya wafanyabiashara ambao wanajihusisha na biashara za hapa nchini na vile vile kuagiza bidhaa kutoka mataifa hayo, na ningependa kuwatambulisha hapa studioni. Nitaanza na Ben Mutahi mwisho kabisa, ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kundi la waagizaji bidhaa kutoka nje, kikundi wanachojiita Nista, na pia mwenyewe anajihusisha na kuagiza bidhaa za nguo kutoka China. Na karibu nami kabisa hapa ni John Maura, ambaye ni mshauri wa masuala ya biashara na masuala ya kifedha. Karibu katika studio zetu. Na katikati ni Grace Mumbi, ambaye ni mfanyabiashara ambaye pia anajihusisha na kuagiza bidhaa za nyumbani au kipenda bidhaa za jikoni kutoka taifa la China. Na dakika chache zijazo pia tutakuwa tukijiunga na mwingine ambaye anajihusisha na masuala ya utalii. Ningependa tuanze mjadala huu, na pengine nianze nawe Mwaura, tukiangazia hali ilivyo nchini kwa sasa. Kwa mtazamo wako, unahisi kwamba kumekuwepo na athari zozote katika masuala ya kiuchumi hapa nchini kutokana na maambukizi ya corona?
Asante sana Mure. I think kitu cha kwanza niseme, kama unasikiaga kizungumkuti, kuna kizungumkuti na sio Kenya peke yake, kote nchini ulimwengu kuna shida, na sio shida dogo, ni shida kubwa sana. This is a bigger problem than a world war. Nataka kuambia hivi ili uelewe venye nasema. Kama watu wanajiulizanga vita zinaanzanga aje, vita za kiakili, vita za njaa, vita za maji. Sasa hii ni vita ya ugonjwa. Ugonjwa imeenda ikatoka nchi nyingine inaitwa China, imeanza kushika nchi zingine. The impact of that to other countries, msikuje kwetu. Imefika wakati mpaka wale watu ambao wana manufacture vitu huko China hawaendi kwa kama kampuni. Ukienda country kama Italy, tumeona hata nchini kwetu tumeambiwa tusiende Italy, some places in Italy. Nimeona mpaka Germany, nimeona mpaka Australia, all over. So this is not a problem of China alone. This is a global problem. Na hii shida tusichukulie mzaha. Imegonga biashara na itagonga zaidi.
Kwa hivyo mtazamo wako ni upi, kwamba uchumi wetu unahisi kwamba tayari ushaanza kuhisi athari zake au bado?
Sio kuhisi, iko. Na ni mbaya sana kwanza. Because I can give you a very good example. Ama nikupatie tu example mzuri sana. Kuna watu ambao nilikuwa naongea nao jana. Kundi ya watu ambao wanatoa vitu kutoka China na kina Ben watatuambia hapa. Mtu umeitisha vitu zako kutoka China. Ile kampuni unaitisha vitu kutoka huko. Hawaendi kazi. Hawafanyi kazi because wanaogopana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Lakini kumbuka China wako na namna na njia ya kupatia watu wao chakula. Because wakumbuka wao between 1930 to 1974 walianza kitu inaitwa Green Revolution. Kwao wako na chakula ya miaka 70. Sio kama sisi ambao jaya siku moja mvua because siku moja tunaanza kuangamia. So what I can tell you, kuna shida kubwa sana nchini exported even to the importers and exporters. Kama vitu hazikuji hapa ulimwengu. And I can finalize this one on one statement that Kenya nchini we import ama tunapelekaga vitu nje shilingi moja, sisi tunaleta 3. Pa every 1 shilling tunapeleka nje, sisi tunaleta 3. That means economy yetu, then we imagine sasa, then hatuleti, and we rely with China. Over 60% of our businesses, they will tell you here, they are here.
Sasa wacha tusikie kutoka kwao mtazamo wao, manake unachosema ni kwamba tunaagiza mara 3 zaidi kutoka nje kiwango ambacho tunapeleka nje. Na Eustace Nderito amefika, ambaye pia ni muasisi wa Solani Tours ambao wanajihusisha na masuala ya safari za humo nchini na nje. Karibu katika studio zetu. Tukupa fursa upumue kidogo, lakini tumsikize Grace ambaye anajihusisha na biashara na pia kuagiza bidhaa kutoka China. Grace, kufikia sasa pengine biashara zenu zimeathirika kiasi gani?
Okay. Ukweli ni kwamba huu ugonjwa umeathiri biashara zetu sana. Katika maybe nikisema kwa percentage nitasema around 80%. Na ukumbuke before pia tulikuwa na mshike kwa serikali tukiulizana jinsi bidhaa zinavyostahili kukuja nchini, mambo ya ule usawa wa bidhaa. Kwa hivyo katika kitu kama miaka 4 tumekuwa na ile shida ya importation. Sasa hii ndio imekuja kutugonga kabisa. Maana hata wale wanatengeneza, hakuna watu wa kutengeneza hata viwango ambavyo serikali inataka tutengeneze. Na ukumbuke huu ugonjwa umekuja pahali pabaya sana, maana umekuja tu immediately venye China wametoka ile holiday yao, ile wanaendaga ya mwezi mmoja na kitu. Pia wakisafisha factories zao, wanachukuanga huo muda pia kusafisha factories zao, then wakati wanaenda tu kufungua ndio sasa ugonjwa ukakuja. Na kama mwenzangu alivyosema, ni kusema kama dawa bado haijapatikana, tunaendelea kuadhirika pahali pakubwa. Kama saa hii hakuna stocks kwa duka, saa hii hakuna Mkenya yoyote anaweza risk kutuma pesa. Wale pia wanaitisha pesa, lakini hakuna Mkenya anaweza kubali kutuma pesa, maana ujui hata mwenye anakutumia pesa, juu tunaongeaga kwa WhatsApp, kama amekufa ama bado yuko uhai. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu anaweza risk kutuma pesa yake. Hakuna pia ndege inaweza kwenda wapi kule, maana hata sisi tunaogopa ugonjwa. Hata sisi tulikuwa katika laini ya kwanza kusema ndege zote za China zibaniwe, maana as a country hatuna capacity ya kuzuia ule ugonjwa.
Na najua baadhi ya vyombo ambavyo nyinyi hutumia ama ushughulikia vifaa vyenu vya kazi, vingine usafirishwa kwa ndege na vingine kwa meli. Yes. Kwamba pia safari za meli zimeathirika pia? Zote
za meli, za ndege, zote zimeathirika. Kabisa hakuna yenye inaingia ikikuja. So ni situation ambayo ni
sio rahisi. Kama wewe binafsi unajihusisha na bidhaa kama zipi? Ni bidhaa zipi ambazo unajihusisha nazo katika biashara yako?
Sana naletanga caterers. Yes, utensils, vyombo vya ndani ndizo ninatoa kutoka kule. Yeah.
Sasa inamaanishaje kuhusu bei ya zile bidhaa ambazo mko nazo? Manake wapo mjakuwa mkiagiza, pengine zile chache ambazo umebakia nazo bei mmebadilisha ama bei ni ile ile?
Bei hiyo sasa inakuanga lazima, maana demand ikienda juu Unajua kama glass kama hii ndizo zinatumika kwenye mahoteli, watu lazima wakule, kwenye clubs lazima watu wanywe. So unakuta ni kitu ambayo si ya muda mrefu, itaanguka ipasuke, lazima replace. So demand iko juu, maana hatujakuwa tukileta kama venye inafaa. Maana biashara yetu inakuanga sako, ile mviringo. Kuna wakati tunafanya kama hakuna itirafu, kuna ule mzigo ambao umeagiza kwenye kiwandani, unatengenezwa, kuna mwingine umeingia kwenye meri unakuja, na kuna mwingine unakria pale port, na kuna mwingine unauza kwenye duka. So biashara yetu ni sako. The moment umeaffect moja, ni kusema itakuwa effect kubwa kwa muda mrefu.
Wakati kutakuwa na bidhaa za kutosha.
Yeah, na kama saa hii hatuna hata matumaini. That is the worst part. Hatuna matumaini, maana hakuna watu hata pia wa kutengeneza. Na ndio, na unajua sisi kama Kenya, sisi peke yake tunategemea China. Afrika mzima ama dunia nzima, pia Amerika wanatengeneza shanga most of bidhaa zao huko. Kwa hivyo ile demand, hata wakati ugonjwa utapata dawa, tuseme biashara ilegee, bado itatuadhiri pahali pakubwa sana. Yani tuna estimate dawa ikipatikana leo itatuadhiri kama muda maybe wa mwaka mmoja na kitu
kabla ya kurudia hali ya kawaida.
Kabla ya kurudia hali ya kawaida.
Na bei zenu mmeanza kubadilisha
already? Sahi bei ni gali. Kama hii glass nilikuwa nauza 100, sahi nauza 150, maana hakuna products zingine, na kuna ile lazima umake some few coins ili uweze
kujiendeleza. Asante sana. Beno, unasimamia wafanyabiashara hapa Nairobi ambao wanajihusisha na kuagiza bidhaa kutoka nje. Tathmini yenu ya hali iko vipi kwa sasa, mkiangalia hali ilivyo? Biashara zimeanza kuathirika tayari ama mnahisi kwamba bado mko sawa?
Dan, kitu ya kwanza ni kushukuru wafanyabiashara ambao wamevumilia, lakini sasa wanaangalia, wanashindwa mwelekeo ni upi. Ugonjwa ilitokea katikati ama mwanzo wa mwezi Januari, Februari, wakati tulikuwa tunatarajia kule China factories funguliwe. Ukumbuke tulitoka wakati ambao tulikuwa tunamaliza mali yetu, ile ilikuwa imekuja December, na tulikuwa na mwaka mgumu 2019. Tumeanza 2020, ugonjwa ikaingia. Watu wengi wako Kenya ama wafanyabiashara wengi wako hapa walikuwa wanatarajia mwaka China kukifunguliwa wanafika huko, wanaagiza mali. Wakapewa date February 10th, February 17th, mpaka saa hii China ni kuambia tu, tunaambia kwengine kumefunguliwa, kwengine hakujafunguliwa. Na Kenya we import about 20 to 25% mali ile inaingia Kenya inatoka China. Na sio China peke yake ambao huuza mali, haiuzi Kenya peke yake, inauza dunia mzima. So ukiangalia the import ambayo ni over 300 billion, research imefanywa, hiyo ni kusema hiyo biashara imekwama. Haya, shida tunaulizana, tulikuwa tunafikiria ati kunaweza kuwa na different source. Ugonjwa ndio hiyo imeanza kutambaa nchi zingine. Wewe unashindwa ukiwa mfanyabiashara, utaingia ndege gani ambayo ikipitia Kenya imepita na mtu mwingine, mnaenda kwa ndege moja? Kwa hivyo kuna hiyo uoga. Ati hata ndege huwezi taka kuingia sababu ujui yule mmeketi na yeye pia ametoka nchi gani. Ukiangalia hata hapa nchini watu wote sasa wameanza kuigiza uoga. Unaona hata wengine wanasema kusalimiana sasa ni kama imekuwa shida. Unasikia hata kaunti zingine zimeanza kusema maneno ya salamu. Kwa hivyo kuna hiyo uoga ya ugonjwa na hakuna madawa imepatikana. Sasa sisi wafanyabiashara, mali ndio hiyo hakuna. Na kuna renti unafaa ulipe kila mwezi. Kuna wafanyikazi. Kuna kodi unalipa. Na hata kuna kodi ingine ilikuwa kwa jiani ikija. Sasa tunashindwa. Ndio najua serikali inaongea pale juu na kuna vitu inaanza kufanya, lakini solution ni gani? Ya pili, ugonjwa hii ikifika hapa Kenya, tuko tayari je? Tuambiwe kama tuko tayari.
Unajua Ben, umeanza kwa kuangazia ukisema kwamba unawashukuru wafanyabiashara kwa uvumilivu ambao wamekuwa nao. Sijui ukisema hivyo unamaanisha nini, kwamba mmekuwa mkifanya mikakati gani kuhakikisha kwamba bado mnaendelea na biashara zenyu licha ya kuwa bado mnatarajia bidhaa kutoka China?
Uvumilivu ile wako naye ni sasa, kama wewe for example unauza stima na ulikuwa naye mnaanza kununua kwa wenyewe. Lakini itafika mwisho, sababu hiyo ile stoko ilikuwa kwa haiwezi kaa kwa mwezi moja ama miezi 2. Kwa hivyo tunaona ikifika mwezi wa 4 wa 5 kutakuwa na changamoto. Hakutakuwa na mali.
Kwa sasa mko na bidhaa ambazo zinaweza kuwafikisha pengine mwezi wa 5 hivi.
Hata wengine wamemaliza. Wengine hawana mali sababu unaona walimaliza Januari wakitarajia tukirudi tutaenda Januari, mali ingia February, end of February, March. Kwa hivyo wakati huu maduka mingi hawana mali.
Hawana mali. Ukisema kuuza stima wamaanishaje? Unajua mimi najua shirika la Kenya Power ndio linauza umeme. Sikujua
sio stima, umeme, nasema mali. Kama nini? Electronics.
Naam, nimekuelewa sasa. Bidhaa za kielektroniki. Nilikuwa nimeshangaa vipi tunanunua umeme kutoka. Nimekuelewa sasa. Na pengine nitakupa fursa uendelee baadaye kidogo. Eustace Nderito, karibu. Na sekta ya utalii imeathirika vipi? Maana najua nyinyi mnajihusisha na hizi ziara za humu nchini za mataifa ya nje. Imeathirika kwa vyovyote?
Dani, ruhusu kwanza nishukuru wa Kenya kwa kiasi kikubwa sana ambao wamechukulia utalii wa Kenya, internal tourism, domestic tourism. Sababu isingekuwa wa Kenya wenyewe ambao wanatembea kwa sasa, sisi wenyewe tumeumia kabisa. Nikikupeleka nyuma kutoka wakati tulipata hizi tangazo la ugonjwa hiyo, that was in December. Tulikuwa tunajitayarisha ama kujiandaa kuwapokea wa China ambao huwa wanakuja mwezi wa Januari na mwezi wa pili kusherekea mwaka mpya. Unajua mwaka wao huwa unaruka kidogo nyuma kidogo. So una imagine sisi tourism huwa ina misimu sana. Huwa tunategemea misimu kama biashara zingine. Wewe ukimaliza stock unakimbia China unanunua unaleta, inategemea ununuzi. Sisi ni misimu. Kuna high season, kuna low season, kuna zile season tunajua huu ndio mwezi wa China kuingia Kenya, huu ndio mwezi wa Amerika kuingia Kenya. Huu ndio mwezi hatuna watu kutoka nje, tunategemea wenye wako ndani. Sasa mwezi wa Januari na wa February ndio tulikuwa tunategemea wa China kwa kiasi kikubwa sana. Na kwa desturi yao huwa wanakuja wanajaza Nairobi, wanajaza Mara, magari unakuwa ya kitalii huwezi yapata kwa urahisi. Lakini huu mwaka hatukushuhudia arrival zozote za wa China. So kwa kiasi kikubwa, na hili si jambo ulikuwa umejitayarisha mwaka uliopita ukasema biashara itakuwa mbaya kutoka Januari, wacha nijipange. So kusema kweli tumeathirika pakubwa sana na sekta.
Na pia msimu ambao mlikuwa mnatarajia kuvuna maradufu.
Sorry?
Mlikuwa mnatarajia kuvuna maradufu katika msimu huu.
Sana. Na ukumbuke kuwa utalii inategemea vitu vitatu naweza sema. Inategemea amani, inategemea afya, na inategemea disposable income, ile pesa mtu ako nayo ya kutumia. Sasa kama hakuna amani, hakuna afya. Amani tunayo, tunashukuru Mungu. Pesa labda ziko, lakini kwa kiasi kikubwa pia zinatumika sababu wale wako kama wa China, unakuta zile pesa ulikuwa nazo za kwenda utalini, itabidi ujui siku za usoni zitakuwaje ama ugonjwa itakupeleka hadi kiasi kigani, unakuta wale hawatumii sana. Hata zile booking ambazo walikuwa wametupa wanazikansel.
Wanafutilia mbali. Na je, kuna wale wa Kenya ambao walikuwa wameweka ziara za kwenda nje pengine China ama mataifa mengine ambao pia wamefutilia mbali ziara zao?
Mimi mwenyewe nina booking mingi sana naweza kuonyesha kwa ofisi ambao watu walikuwa wamesema wanaenda. Kuna client alikuwa wanaenda kusherekea birthday zao Singapore na Malaysia. Kumbuke yote ni Asia. Wengine wanataka kwenda Dubai. Juzi umeona ndege yetu Kenya Airways wamesema safari za Dubai pia wamezikatisha. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa tegemeo letu la mwisho. Kama watu waendi China, watu waendi Singapore, Malaysia, kwa sababu tuwapelekanga watu huku kote. Lakini sasa Dubai kisemekana pia kuna ile uoga. Sababu unajua si kuwa kuna ugonjwa, lakini kuna ile uoga na ikifika nikiwa huko nitafanya nini?
Na asante. Tarajia kwako pia utueleze namna mnavyo mnakabiliana na hali hiyo na kule kusitishwa kwa baadhi ya ziara. Mnafanya vipi kujikinga ili biashara zenyu zisipate kufilisika au hata kusambaratika? Na tunaendelea kuangazia mjadala wetu wa siku. Tunaelekea katika eneo la Pwani kwenye kaunti ya Kwale alipo mwenzangu Bill ambaye pia anaangazia mjadala wetu wa siku. Bill, iwapo unanipata, hebu tueleze wafanyabiashara katika kaunti hiyo wanasemaje? Maana yake najua ni kaunti mojawapo ambayo inajihusisha sana na kutegemea biashara na masuala ya utalii. Bill?
Naam, shukran kabisa. Mule ni mbashara kutoka kaunti ndogo ya Kinango, kaunti ya Kwale, na ambapo kwa sasa nimeweza kutangamana na wanabiashara kadhaa, ambapo pia nimeweza kuzungumza pia na mwanabiashara ambaye anafanya kazi ya kunyoa nywele ama kutengeneza watu nywele. Ananiambia kuwa kwa njia moja au nyingine wameweza kupunguza wale ambao wanasema ni wale ambao wanakuja kutengeneza nywele, wakisema kuwa wengi wao wamekuwa wakikuja hapo na kuwa wako na uoga wa kuwa wanaweza kupata vile virusi vya corona, na kusema kweli ni kuwa virusi hivyo bado hazijafika hapa. Na nimezungumza pia na baadhi ya wanabiashara ambao wananunua bidhaa kutoka nchi za nje, na wanasema kwa sasa ni kuwa wanapata changamoto 2 au 3, hasa hususan kihusiana na wale ambao utasema ni wateja. Ananiunga hapa ni mojawapo mwanabiashara hapa. Labda unielezee unaitwa nani kwa majina, na unielezee ni changamoto gani ambao unazipata hapa.
Kwa majina naitwa David. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Taro na huwa nafanya biashara hapa Taro. Kwa sasa hii ile shida yenye imetupata ya corona ni kuwa hakuna mzigo wenye tunaweza ukaagiza kutoka nje. Maana hata kutuma kwenyewe, hata mtu mwenye unaweza ongea naye ukamwambia akuletee mzigo hakuna saa hii. Pia kuna shida nyingine yenye pia hata hapa tumekuwa affected kwa sababu saa hii kama mteja akikuja hapa kwa duka, kama kitu ulikuwa unamuuzia bei fulani saa hii kimepanda. Kama kwa mfano pia kuna wateja wengine huwa na bidhaa na deal electronics. Bidhaa zetu ukimwambia mteja anunue, kuna wengine wanalipa polepole. Na sasa huyo mteja saa hii kama alikuwa ameanza kulipa hapo nyuma, saa hii anakuja bei tayari imepanda. Ukijaribu kumuelezea ni shida tayari. Lakini kwa ujumla vitu ziko juu na hazinuliki. Ukiagiza unapata kidogo, ukisema hata sasa ukifanya kwa mfano ukifanya bajeti yako haieleweki, kwa sababu ukisema uletee vitu kutoka, yani kwa ujumla hakuna kitu yenye inatoka nje. Maduka sasa haina vitu. Labda wewe unapitia hasara kwa sasa ama ni vipi? Bei unapunguza vitu ama wateja wanatoroka kwa sababu bei imeenda juu? Sasa wateja kwa nini wanatoroka? Sababu hakuna mteja kama kwa juu. Kwa mfano alikuwa ananunua kitu bei fulani, umemwambia bei fulani umeongezea, kwa mteja tayari anaondoka. Na kama pia amekuta pia amepata kwa duka hakuna kitu, si pia tena mali atapata vitu. Sasa tuna ni hasara kwa jumla, ni hasara. Naam, shukran kabisa. Asante. Naam, Mule, ni hayo tu ambayo baadhi ya wanabiashara hapa wanaelezea, na wanasema ni kuwa ni changamoto ya bidhaa kukawia na pia bei kuongezeka kulingana na kulingana na ule ugumu wa kupata zile bidhaa. Ni hayo kwa sasa, ningependa kurudisha ushikani kwako.
Na asante sana Bili kutoka hapo katika kaunti hiyo ya Kwale, ambapo umeangazia masuala hayo. Ni kaunti mojawapo ambayo huwa ina fuo nzuri sana za bahari na watalii sana ufika kule. Najua Eustace, mnapokuwa mkipata wageni hapa nchini, na imekuwa ikishinda tuzo nyingi sana haswa zile fuo za bahari eneo la Diani, kutokana na ule mchanga wake umekuwa wakishinda tuzo nyingi tu za Afrika kama fuo nzuri zaidi hapa Afrika, na tunaona kwamba wameathirika. Sijui unaonaje hapo?
Unajua kuwa Diani ndio kwa upana ni kubwa, ni safi, ni beautiful tuseme, lakini vile hatuna wageni. Lakini wacha niseme kitu kimoja, kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tunaweza sema vimeenda vibaya, lakini tuna jambo la kushukuru. Wakenya kwa kiasi kikubwa wanasafiri sana na tujaathirika sana kwa sekta ya utalii. Kama Mombasa kama sasa tunaelekea Easter, package za Easter watu washabook kutoka Solani tu, sisi tumeshafanya booking, hoteli mingi zimejaa. So tunashukuru Mungu, at least hatuna shida kubwa sana Mombasa.
Wakenya wanasaidia kidogo kufidia zile hasara. Na mnasijui mtazamo wako ni upi Mwaura? Manake tumemsikia Bila akizungumza na baadhi ya wafanyabiashara ambao wanasema kwamba tayari wamepandisha bei. Tumemsikia Grace pia akisema na lazima kupandisha bei, la sivyo watafilisika. Hilo lina athari gani kwa uchumi wa taifa?
Uchumi wa taifa, wacha ni explain hii maneno kwa upana na kwa ufupi. Serikali ya Kenya zile pesa ambazo zinatumika kila mwaka, kama last year ile budget tulisoma pale juzi ilikuwa trilioni 3 trillion. Zile pesa nyingi zake zilikuwa zimetoka kwa utalii, zingine zilikuwa zimetoka from the taxation, kutax watu hiyo kulipa kodi, zingine zilikuwa zimetoka from the government services. Wacha nifikishe hapo mpaka hapo. Lakini hebu angalia, Wao hawana stock ya kuuza. That means kama hana stock ya kulipa, hana biashara anafanya. The possibility is nimebakisha kidogo tu hapa. So what I can only do, because sijui zingine zitatoka wapi, hizi nitauza bei juu. Na utauza juu na bei itaisha. So what is going to happen? Number one, yeye atakuwa completely affected. Mwenye hiyo nyumba amemkodesha atakuwa completely affected. Banks, wale wanawapatia loans, they'll be completely affected. Even the government itself will be completely affected, because where are we expecting to pay tax from? Tax, kodi inatoka wapi? Kama hawa hawafanyi biashara, kodi inatoka wapi? Lakini tunafanya na government, and I'm not sorry to say this one, tunafanya kazi na government which is worse than coronavirus. Our government is worse than coronavirus, I tell you. Hawa watu wamekuwa na shida, huyu anatoa msemo huko, minister anasema hivi, mwingine anasema hivi, hakuna mtu anaweza kukaa chini na wao wawasikilize ipasavyo. Sasa imagine they are coming from crisis. Vitu zao zimekwama Mombasa. That means serikali haina pesa za tax, because last year out of 3 trillion bilioni 600 ilikuwa deficit. Itoka wapi? Kukopa. Kukopa wapi? Some other countries. Hizo country hawezi kuja. Tuna expect tourists wakuje hapa. First of all, tuna kitu moja imedidimia, pesa za utalii zimeenda chini. Wale ambao watu wako na watalii wanagojea watalii pale Mombasa. Wale watalii wakikuja pale wanakula chakula, kuna pesa wanalipa, ndege zetu na nini na nini. Wale watu ambao wanafanya kazi kule, kama hakuna watalii wanakuja, what is going to happen? Watapoteza kazi. Unaona kitu kama hiyo. So this one is not a simple thing. In fact, hii ni kitu president anafaa kuitiza crisis meeting. Nimeona president wa USA, Donald Trump, ameita all the airline bosses, wadosi wote wa wasafiri za ndege, kujeni hapa, hebu niambie, what are you going to do? Unafanya nini? Sasa president tunataka our president must come up with a special program, because we are expecting 3 kind of crisis. One, the government will have a crisis on tax. Tutakuwa na shida kubwa sana ya tax. Hatutapata. Itoka wapi? Tunaelekea June na minister tuna estimate kutoka wapi, na watu hawana biashara. So if I pay tax, either VAT ama income tax or whatever kind of tax, either standard levy. So mimi kwangu nasema kitu ya kwanza, serikali yenyewe ikuje iseme tunaitana mkutano, tutafute solution zetu wenyewe. Kitu ya pili, sisi wenyewe tumecheza sana kama Wakenya. Hata kitu kidogo we import. To agree, it is high time that we start our own manufacturing. Kitu kama nguo, wacha nikwambie kitu. Nguo kama hizi tunavaa, kila kitu tunatoa kutoka China. Hebu fikiria, the leather industry, it's not doing well in Kenya. Hii inaitangwa hii ya kutengeneza nguo zile zilikuwa Kenya textile industry za Thika na wapi na wapi na wapi. EPZ zote zimekufa. Yet tuko na export processing zone iko hapa. What are they telling us? Washaikuja kwetu Murang'a kutuambia what you are going to do. Tuko na export promotion council, I think headed by I think Peter Biwott. What are they doing to ensure at least we can have our own development?
Lakini tumeona baadhi ya akaunti kama hata Kitui ameanzisha ile Kikotech ambapo wanatengeneza nguo kutoka pale.
Lakini you only having one person who have got that kind of initiative, like that governor that is there, Professor Kivuza Kibwana. Now he was the only person in Kenya to start.
Namzungumzia Ngilo, unajua Kitui hiyo Kikotech. Naam,
mimi kwanza naam, yeah, but najua sasa yeye ile kitu imemsaidia sana. He was been the capacity to do that. We have ICDC. Sisi tuko na ICDC. They started back 1954. Was 60 years ago. Sasa wacha watuambie, because we have been hit hard. Tumegongwa sana na hii coronavirus. Sasa tumekuja kwenu because kazi yao na mandate yao ni kutafuta namna watu wanaweza pata pesa za kufanya industrialization. Wakuja watuambie, sisi kulingana na venye mlikuwa mnafanya hivi, watu wa biashara, kujeni hapa. Kunao pesa tuko nazo hapa. Mfanye hivi, muuze hivi.
Kwa hivyo Mwaura anasema kwamba suluhu mojawapo ya kujikinga na hali iliyo kwa sasa ni kuhakikisha baadhi ya bidhaa ambazo tunaagiza kutoka nje tunaanza kujitengenezea au kuzalisha wenyewe.
Kama ni nguo,
tushone zetu. Wacha tusikie Ben anasemaje, manake Ben hata Grace atazungumza. Ben, najua unajihusisha moja kwa moja na masuala ya nguo na ameangazia nguo sana na mnaagiza nguo kutoka China, na unahisi vipi kwamba ni kitu ambacho tunaweza pengine kujitengenezea hapa nchini na tukawa sawa?
Maneno ya nguo ni changamoto ingine, sababu hata kwa mfano tuko na EPZ pale at the river, watu import pia, lakini wanafanya finishing hapa Kenya, wana export to US. Kenya we don't have the capacity to clothe ama kuvalisha wa Kenya maguo. Hapo ndiye sisi tunaigiria, tunakuja tunaigia kwa hiyo gap, na ni kitu tulianza kitambo kuona Kenya hakuna maguo ya kutosha. Guo hutokana na byproduct ambayo ni grey material. Ukiambia mtu kama for example marafiki wetu nishatembea hizi factory zote, Thika Millers, Livertex, Bedi Nakuru, nimetembea. Ukiwaambia walete grey material which makes the fabrics, hawana capacity, sababu ile kadimadi wako naye pengine ni ya kutengenezea serikali uniform. Kwa hivyo Livertex inatengenezea police uniform wakati huu. Sisi wote hatufai hiyo blue. Wakenya wengi wanataka mali tofauti tofauti. Watu wote hata wewe mwenyewe muli ile nguo umefaa haijatengenezwa hapa. Ni sababu manufacturing ni mzuri, lakini it's too expensive for this country. Ndio unaona sisi tuliingia kwa hiyo gap. Haya, sababu ukituambia changamoto, juzi nilikuwa Ethiopia hata hao wanafanya manufacturing ya maguo kabisa, lakini pia hawana ile uwezo wa soko yao alafu watume nje. China wako na factories. Hata ukienda manufacturing ya China, almost kila nyumba inafanya kitu kidogo. Maybe toothpick inatengenezwa kwa nyumba ya mtu. Ukienda hairband ama hizo vitu kidogo kidogo inatengenezwa kwa mtu. Hapa kama tunataka kitu ya kwanza kama tufanye manufacturing ni kwanza sasa training skills to our youth. Hawana training, tuwafundishe maneno ya manufacturing. Kama ni guo ama button, for example kifungo kama hii ni imported. Tukitaka kuwafundisha tuanze chini. We train our youth how to become manufacturers, and then the cost of manufacturing in this country, the power, the space, the tax, and also the labor is too expensive comparing to China and India. There are other sources that we can get fabrics from. Haya, India pia, but the muda ile itachukua kupata guo kutoka India na China ni tofauti. China 15 days ukona even 100 meters zimetengenezwa. The technology wako naye, and they don't only sell to Kenya, wanauza dunia yote. Kwa hivyo wale tayari wachatengeneza soko zao. Hapa hata ukianza kutengeneza hatuna soko. Tumepeana mfano wa Kitui. Ile factory iko pale.
Kikotek, no.
Hiyo
Kikotek,
yeah. Hiyo ukiangalia wanatengeneza uniform ya MAP na administration. Na machifu. Kwa nini hawajatoka nje watengeneze kitu ingine? Kuna changamoto. Kama saa hii serikali inasema Fridays tufanye branding za Kenya. Hizo mafashion ni mzuri, lakini ziko wapi? And then the cost. Ukiangalia ile cost ambayo utapewa hapa ya kutengeneza kitambaa na ile utatengeneza na ile utatoa China itakuwa tofauti, na ni sababu ya cost ya manufacturing. Tuna support serikali ifanye manufacturing, lakini ni nani watafanya? Haya, juzi nilikuwa na mkutano.
Pengine nikukatize kidogo, tutarejea tutaanzia hapo kwa mkutano utakuwa kituelezea. Lazima tu mapumzikoni kidogo tu, alafu tutarejea tuendelea na kauli yako, alafu Grace atakuwa akitoa mtazamo wake. Mtazamaji, tunaendelea kuangazia masuala namna ambavyo biashara zimeathirika na maambukizi ya virusi vya corona hapa nchini, na vile vile kimataifa, namna ambavyo biashara imepata kuathirika na maambukizi hayo duniani. Tuna mapumzikoni, tunarejea kuendelea na mjadala wetu.
It's my summer, got my squad, we go harder, we got a little bit of feel good now. All I'm ready Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele, tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
The three sides of Anna.
I feel more trapped every day that passes. I don't know how I can go on like this.
I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this, and that's why I came here, so I could give you a chance to tell the truth.
I just can't accept that you're gonna be running away all your lives.
As soon as Santiago's wife sees that he's not wearing his ring, they're going to get divorced.
Those wedding bands have been blessed, Marcelo. How could you do this?
There's no use for me to go on being here pretending to be a man I don't even know. That man is gone. Marcelo has to stop existing.
The three sides of Anna.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Feel good, Coca-Cola and food, Monday to Sunday. We're all chasing taste. Let's just grab a bite and enjoy drinking Coca-Cola every single day. So we feel forever be real, together stay free wherever at. No, we can't stop, we wanna taste the feeling. Nothing can ever bring us down. Taste the feeling.
Karibu tena mtazamaji katika awamu ya pili ya NTV Sasa. Kumbuka leo tunazungumzia swala zima la jinsi mchipuko wa ugonjwa wa virusi vya corona imeweza kuathiri biashara humu nchini. Awali tuliweza kuuliza katika swali letu la siku, changamoto zinazotokana na corona zimeathiri vipi biashara na uchumi nchini? Alama ya reli NTV Sasa @Dan_Mule @J_Carlton. Katika mtandao wa Twitter kuna Abdalla Mdambo anasema kila wakati kunapotokea janga au ugonjwa wowote lazima biashara pia itarudi nchini kwa hofu ya kwamba wataambukizwa. Mwingine anasema kwa mfano sasa tunasikia kwamba safari za Uchina kuna vile nchi zingine zimepiga marufuku kutokana na hofu eti watu wasiambukizwe ugonjwa wa corona, ila hali sio China yote iko na ugonjwa wa corona. Katika mtandao wa Facebook, China imefanya kazi nzuri sana kudhibiti virusi, lakini kwa kiasi kikubwa unapata mataifa mengine yameweza kuathirika kiuchumi. Sekta zilizoathirika zaidi ni zile za vifaa vya vipimo, mashine za kielektroniki. Huyo ni Fatma kutoka maeneo ya Chuda katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Kevin Mutua kutoka Meru. China imekuwa muuzaji mkubwa wa bidhaa zake za nje na nje za nchi kwa sehemu ya mtandao mkubwa wa uzalishaji duniani. Natumai mataifa mengine yatajikaza katika kuboresha uchumi na kuiga mfano wa China, ila janga kama hili likitokea kuna suluhu. NTV Sasa, mimi naitwa Samuel. Kweli corona imeathiri biashara, lakini kwani hakuna mahali nchi nyingine yenye Wakenya wanaweza leta bidhaa zao? Mule uweza kumsikia, tuweza kusikia kutoka kwa wageni wetu ambao baadhi wao ni biashara. Na Manu wa Bungoma anasema simu hakuna sokoni kabisa, nilitaka kununua hazipo madukani. Toko tunasoma tu baadhi ya kauli hapo baadaye, lakini kwa sasa tungane na mwanahabari wetu Janet Nyamwamo aweze kutueleza mengi zaidi kutoka eneo hilo kuhusiana na athari ya corona katika eneo hilo.
Naam, niko katika kaunti ya Kisii na ninaenda kuongea moja kwa moja na mwanabiashara mmoja ambaye huwa anauza bidhaa ambavyo zingine zinatoka China, na ataenda kutueleza ni vipi huu ugonjwa ama virusi vya corona imeathiri biashara yake.
Asante sana Janet. Kutoka upande wa Kisii naitwa Walter, na ningesema kwamba Janet, hii hali ya coronavirus imekuwa ni janga kuu ulimwenguni na imeathiri biashara sana. Kwa mfano upande wa elektroniki, bidhaa kama za simu yenyewe, vyuma mbalimbali, watu wa mahoteli wenye wanachukua vitu upande wa China, imekuwa ni shida kubwa sana kupata hizo bidhaa. Na hata kama ni kupata bidhaa, sasa hivi bidhaa iko bei ghali na bidhaa mingi haipatikani. Kwa hivyo imekuwa ni hasara kubwa. Ugonjwa wa corona ulitambulika hivi majuzi, lakini umekuwa ni donda sugu kote nchini. Na haswa Kisii ni eneo mojawapo ni kiingilio. Ni hatari kubwa pia sababu tunatangamana na watu wengi kutoka sehemu mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo tuna hasara kubwa sana wakati kama huu wa biashara na uchumi, sababu bidhaa mingi haipatikani, imekuwa ni shida kubwa sana. Kaunti yetu ya Kisii, unajua hali ya health iko devolved, pia hatujapata alerts. Hatujaelezewa kwamba kama Kisii ni mojawapo kiingilio na haswa ni hatari gani na vile tunavyojikinga. Na pia serikali yetu kuu kama itakuwa inaathiri hivi, sababu nchi zingine wamesimamisha usafiri, ndio tunajua Kenya pia wamesimamisha usafiri. Tungeomba kwamba kama hali itaendelea hivi, bidhaa kama sabuni iondolewe ushuru na bidhaa moja hapo kama hizo zingine kama masks, ndiposa pia tujue kwamba serikali yetu inatudhamini.
Nashukuru sana kwa kufanya hizi biashara zenu. Wale ambao huenda China kuleta hizo bidhaa wanasema vipi?
Sasa hivi ni kukwama, sababu kama kuna yule mwenye ni wholesaler mwenye ananunua bidhaa kutoka China ama nchi kama hizo, hawezi enda huko, hawezi agiza mzigo, sababu tunaambiwa kama kwamba unajua wa China pia wanaanzanga likizo mwaka wa January. Sasa hivyo ni kwamba wengine walikuwa wameenda likizo, na unajua last year pia biashara ilikuwa imeharibika kabisa. Kwa hivyo tulikuwa na matumaini kwamba mwaka huu ukianza 2020 biashara angalau itaimarika. Lakini sasa hivi mwenye anaagiza bidhaa hawezi pata, hakuna bidhaa. Mwenye ako na ile kidogo bei ni ghali.
Wanafunga biashara ama wanaanza kuuza vitu tofauti?
Sasa hivyo pia ni hali hatari sana kwa nchi ya Kenya, sababu kama mfanyabiashara, unajua mimi najitegemea kama kufanya biashara. Kwa hivyo hali pia inakuwa ni vigumu. Sasa ujeuri naweza anza kwa watu wengine, sababu biashara ni uti wa mgongo. Kwa hivyo tungeomba pia nchi yetu iwe kwamba kutoka sehemu ya afya, from the Ministry of Health, vile wanaendelea kupeana hakikisho na hamasisho, waangalie kwamba kuna vitu zinaweza fanywa subsidy na Wakenya pia waweze kuendelea na maisha vyema. Na sijui kama salamu tutaacha kwa muda, hatuelewi.
Shukran sana. Vile umesikia kutoka kaunti ya Kisii, wanabiashara wanaendelea kuuza zile bidhaa ambazo bado ziko, na kama kuagiza bidhaa mpya pia hawawezi agiza bidhaa, maana usafiri ulikatiswa kati ya nchi ya China na Kenya. Na vile umesikia mwenzangu amesema hapa, mwanabiashara amesema idara ya afya wakati inatoa hizo ilani za corona, pia waangalie wachuuzi, wanabiashara, waelezwe ni vipi wanaweza jikinga ili wasipate virusi hivi vya corona. Kutoka kaunti ya Kisii.
Asante. Huyo ni mwanahabari wetu Janet katika kaunti ya Kisii, ambapo umeweza kusikia ni baadhi tu ya kilio kutoka kwa wafanyabiashara katika kaunti hiyo ya Mule na Wakasa. Tutakuwa tunaenda katika kaunti ya Murang'a, tuungane naye tena mwanahabari wetu Martin Mwaura aweze kutueleza wakazi wa Murang'a wameathiriwa vipi kuhusiana na swala zima la biashara na uchumi katika kaunti hiyo Mule. Lakini kabla tuweze kuungana naye Mwaura katika kaunti hiyo ya Murang'a, sasa nitakuwa nampisha tena mwenzangu Daniel Mule katika upande wa pili wa studio na wageni wetu wa siku. Mule, umeweza kusikia baadhi ya watu wanasema kuwa wameenda madukani, kuna baadhi ya bidhaa hawapati. Umeweza kumsikia Manu kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma, anasema ameenda dukani, kuna simu ambacho alikuwa akitaka lakini haipati. Suluhu sijui iko wapi.
Na asante sana Kaltunja, ama ni masuala ambayo tumekuwa tukiangazia hapa, na Ben pia amekuwa akizungumzia kuhusiana na vifaa vya kielektroniki ambavyo wamekuwa wakiagiza kutoka taifa hilo la China kwa wingi na mataifa mengine ambayo yameathirika na maambukizi ya virusi vya corona, na hata kusitishwa kwa safari kuingia kwenye mataifa hayo. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambacho wageni wetu studioni walikuwa tayari wameangazia kuhusiana na hali kama hiyo. Na Ben, kabla ya kwenda mapumzikoni, na pia ukimjibu mtazamaji ambaye amesema kwamba anaenda dukani kununua simu, anaambiwa kwamba simu hiyo haipo, itabidi watu wasubiri, pengine ni kitu ambacho kinaathiri bidhaa moja tu ama kinaathiri bidhaa nyingi?
Hiyo shida ni bidhaa mingi ambao zimekosa kwa maduka, na bado hiyo mfuno tunaona itaendelea. Ikifika mwezi wa 4 wa 5, mali mingi haitakuwa kwa maduka, hata ma supermarket. Ukiangalia hata supermarket za Kenya, mali mingi ambao hutoka China. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kitu ambao tunaangalia, tunaona hakutakuwa na mali. Tukiambiana ukweli, kutakuwa na shida ya mali. Na most likely hata ile kidogo itakuwako, bei itaenda juu. Sababu moja, wale watu tunatumia China, wengine wako hapa, hawakuweza kurudi. Wale wanapokea mizigo yetu kule China, wanatufanyia loading, wako hapa, hawakurudi. Kwa hivyo hata sasa kule naye China, hata ukijaribu kununua kamzigo, hakuna mtu wa kuweka kwa meli ama kwa container. Kwa hivyo hapo kuna shida kidogo. Juzi nimekuwa na meeting na CS wa trade na tukamwelezea hiyo maneno yote. Tunajaribu kutafuta namna. Tulipoanza kufikiria maneno ya kwenda nchi zingine kama Dubai, pia hao watu usource mali kutoka China. Kwa hivyo ikikosa China, hata Dubai itakosa. Ukiangalia sasa ile uoga iko, hakuna mtu utakubali kwenda nchi zingine sababu hujui utasafiri namna gani. Hii ugonjwa tunaomba Mungu ipate dawa haraka. Lakini kwa wakati huu tukiangalia, wenzangu wamesema mpaka maneno ya bank na kodi. Kila mtu atakuwa hana namna. Pesa itakuwa hamna. Mali hamna. Ile kidogo itakuwako bei imeenda juu. Ukiangalia hata sasa ukienda hata kama ni masabuni ya kunawa mkono, ile tunaambiwa ati ni solution moja, ndio unaona hata kwingine imeanza kukosa. Haya madawa paracetamol ambayo ni ya kuzuia coughing. Unasikia India wako na restrictions ya kuuza nchi zingine. Kwa hivyo tuambiane ukweli, kuna shida. Na sisi kama Wakenya tuanze kufikiria. Serikali igie ianze kupeana advice na even on daily updates. Hatujui sasa ni wapi tuko ama tutaendelea vipi. Kwa hivyo hii update ya kila siku. Haya, ukiangalia sasa sisi wote Kenya tunarely na hizo mali kutoka nje. Hata hapa tuko kuna mali mingi sana imetoka nje. Ikimaliza miezi 2 bila hiyo, Kenya tuko na capacity ya kukaa miezi 2 bila chakula ama kitu fulani hatuna. Mteja hapa ama mfanyi biashara amesema maneno ya simu. Ukiangalia simu, you can call it a luxury, but kuna vitu zingine kama madawa ambayo sikikosa zimekosa. Gloves na masks. Unasikia mtu mmoja alisema ako Lemuru bei ametoa 500, sasa ni 1700. Ilikuwa kwa media juzi. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kusema hata the local manufacturers also hawana capacity ya kutengeneza hata kama ni hizo mask. Leo hii tuabiane, nani anatengeneza mask Kenya? In case ugonjwa ikiingia. Ingezi ikiingia hatuna. Haya, nani anatengeneza? Everybody is at risk. Ni nani atakubali kukutana na mgonjwa? Na hatujui tu utajikinga namna gani. Kwa hivyo sisi wote hata kama wafanyabiashara na wa Kenya wote lazima tuabiane ukweli, tuondoe uoga. Kama ni uoga tuko naye, tuambie hii ni uoga. Let the truth be told. How are we ready? Are we ready?
Na tukimalizia Ben, nitakuwa pia nikikupa fursa baadaye kidogo tutolee pia pendekezo lako la suluhu, maana yake wajua lazima suluhu iwepo. Sio kwamba hatuwezi kusema kwamba hali iko hivyo na tumekata tamaa kabisa. Lazima pawepo na suluhu kwenye kama wafanyabiashara na kwa Wakenya kwa jumla. Grace, kuna kauli ambayo alizungumzia Mwaura kuhusiana na kusema kwamba wafanyabiashara ambao tunaagiza sana bidhaa kutoka nje, pengine tuanze mikakati yetu kuhakikisha kwamba baadhi ya zile bidhaa tunazitengeneza hapa nchini. Na ulitaka kuijibu kauli hiyo.
Okay, ile kitu ninaweza sema serikali ni kama boma ya mke na bwana. Hao ndio ujenga boma venye itakaa. Kitu cha kwanza, serikali inafaa, sisi tunajitanga small traders, inafaa itupatie nguvu kama sisi small traders. Umesikia bwana Ben akisema na ni ukweli, China toothpick hizi ambazo mnatumia hapa zinatengenezeango kwa boma ya mtu. Yani ile one bedroom yako unatengenezea toothpick ambazo zitaweza kuwa imported Africa. Hiyo ni kusema nini? Serikali hata kama tunaongea mambo ya Big 4 agenda haijatu support kikamilifu tuweze kuanza nini? Tukianza na mambo ya Kenya Power. stima iko ghali sana. Ukifikiria tu kidogo kufungua kiwanda chako, maana hii ni mambo ambayo tunakanga hata tukiwa watano unafikiria, lakini how implement juu ya zile vitu ziko katika, yani the conditions ni mingi, vikwazo ni mingi kutoka sijui kwa KRA, sijui kwa KEBS, sijui kwa KEFS, inaitangwa KEFIS ama inaitangwa nini, yani hizi agencies zote kutoka kwa NEMA, hizi agencies zote zinakuwekea vikwazo mingi ambayo ni serikali. Ujue hizi agencies zote ni serikali, na serikali inafaa kuwa at least na representative mmoja katika zile. Certificate inatoka ikiwa moja, umecomply na hapa hakuna pesa ambayo unaitishwa. Sasa kama pale China wana support sana wale wafanyibiashara wa chini, na juu hatuna capacity, juu hata zile existing niliona mmefanya documentary hapa ya venye mazingira yameharibiwa, juu hatuna capacity hata zile factories ambazo ziko. Ile suggestion mimi ningekuwa nayo, unajua hii it's a national, it's a global disaster. Coronavirus ni global disaster, hai affect Kenya peke yake, ina affect everywhere. But solution ingekuwa serikali iempower yule mfanyibiashara wa chini, yule mkulima wa chini, na iacha kufikiria sana mambo ya manufacturing. Upande wangu isifikirie sana, maana hatuna hata, unajua manufacturing ni kitu ambayo itakuja kuaffect mpaka global warming in some 100 years to come. Kuongea ukweli, unataka legacy ambayo itaachiwa hata wajukuu wako, ambao tuseme for example ni 100 years. Hiyo ni kusema nini? Wakati mimi nimetengeneza kitu fulani, nimeharibu hewa, Ben ametengeneza na mwenzangu, hapo ndipo mambo ya global warming, pollution inakujianga hapo. Hata Uchina na wale wameenda China wanajua ya kwamba hile, kama huko kwenye kuna industries mingi, jina imepotea kidogo, hata ndege inzi hakai sehemu ile. Umeshanielewa? Juu mazingira yameshafanya nini? Haribika. So suggestion yangu ingekuwa moja kwa government, ijaribu sana, na hiyo ni kuempower our Kenya, kuempower Afrika mzima, ilete kitu kama Dubai venye wanafanyanga. Dubai hawana industries, lakini wanakuanga wameweka gharama chini ya taxation, wakaeka ile free port. Free port ni kusema mimi nitaagiza bidhaa zangu kutoka nje, nikuje nizilete nchini. Tuseme kama ni watu wa utensils wako tuseme Nairobi County, watu wa toothpick wako Turkana County, watu wa nguo wako pahali kama Nyanza. Huyo mtu anatoka South Africa kukuja Kenya kununua bidhaa, maana ziko na bei ya chini kidogo, anaona hakuna haja ya kwenda Uchina ama kwenda kwingine, na pia ameni-empower. Tumekuwa imekaa kama devolution. Hata utakuta mtu ametoka mbali sana, ametoka Ghana, amekuja ameenda all the way to Kisumu, huko ndiko sufuria zinatengenezeangwa ama ndiko sufuria zinanunuliwangwa, ziko katika hiyo sehemu, amenunua na ameweza kukuza na hewa yetu itakuwa safi.
Kwa hiyo unachosema ni kwamba tuachane na mambo ya kuwepo kwa viwanda nchini. Viwanda
tujaribu kupunguza kidogo, maoni yangu, maana hatuna capacity. Shida ni capacity ya kucontain hiyo pollution. Hatuna.
Na hudhani maybe ama kwa mfano hudhani tungefaa tuwe tunatafuta mbinu nzuri za kutoa ule uchafu badala ya kusema tusiwe na viwanda.
Ile maneno ya viwanda ilifaa kitambo sana, mambo ya planning. Tunge plan immediately after independence, tunge plan viwanda zikae sehemu fulani. Hatukuweza kufanya hilo. Saa hii hata utakuta watu ni Wakikuyu tunasemanga brothi maguta. Watu mpaka kule ndani sana wamepasua to plot, wameanza kutufanya biashara. Kwa hivyo hakuna ile planning. Kama saa hii kwetu pale Odhaya hapo next, jirani yangu akikuja kuweka hapo kiwanda, namchapa vibaya sana, maana anafanya pollution. Umenielewa? Ameelekeza ile mto yetu ya pale Thote River, huko ndiko ameelekeza uchafu yake, na hiyo maji ndio mimi ninategemea Kwa hivyo hatukufanya planning pale mwanzo. Hivyo ndivyo ninaweza sema.
Lakini amesema, nijua hata nijibu. Amesema our good friend here amesema ati serikali haina capacity. Gani? Serikali iko na capacity. Ni kukataa tu. Lack of goodwill. You know, our government, some officers in the government are handling things in a very pedestrian way. Government is handling things in a very pedestrian way. Huwezi kuniambia hatuna capacity. By the way, hata sheria za kutengeneza ati hapa ndipo kunafaa kuwa na industry na hapa ziko. They have been done. The master plan for Nairobi is there.
The kutekelezwa zitekelezwe. Naam.
Uongo ni hawa watu ambao wanafanya kazi. Kwani serikali ni nani? Serikali si Uhuru. Uhuru does not work. Uhuru sio yeye serikali. Those government officers, we need them here. Let them answer us. Watujibu. Lakini saa hii, look, watu ambao wanafaa kutufanyia zile maneno. Tufanye kazi, tukae nao tuangalie hii na hii nafaa kufanywa hivi. Wako kwa BBI. Wako mikutano huko tu. Bure kabisa.
Asante sana. Unachomaanisha ni kwamba kumekuwa na utepetevu, sheria zipo lakini hazijakuwa zikitekelezwa. Grace amesema kwamba alitazama makala ambayo alifanywa na NTV kuangazia uharibifu wa mazingira na kuna maafisa husika ambao walifaa kuwajibika ambao hawakuwajibika. Kwa hiyo ni masuala ambayo pia tunaendelea kuiangazia kama vyombo vya habari na tukiendelea na mjadala wetu mtazamaji kule katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Awali kidogo tulitaka kusema naye Martin Mwaura, tulisema naye katika masuala tofauti na sasa Martin Mwaura tutakuwa tukiungana naye kuangazia masuala haya ya biashara. Martin Mwaura, hebu tueleze wafanyabiashara wa Murang'a wanasema vipi, biashara zimeathirika vipi na hali iliyopo ulimwenguni kwa sasa?
Naam, asante sana Dan. Kama hapa niliposimama pale nyuma tu kuna duka ndogo ambalo limeandikwa China ndogo. Na duka hili linamilikiwa na kijana mdogo sana ambaye amejiandika. Unajua serikali inasema kuwa kunajulikana kuwa katika nchi hii hakuna kazi. So vijana wamekuwa kijaribu kujiandika. Kuna kijana mmoja amekuwa kinunua vitu kutoka China. Anakuja hapa ili aweze kutengeneza na kuuzia wananchi, lakini nimezungumza naye muda mchache uliopita akaweza kunieleza kwa biashara hapa ni mbaya zaidi kwa sababu ananiambia kuna vifaa ambavyo wanatumana kutoka nchi ya Uchina lakini kwa sasa hawajaweza sababu sasa hata wanunuzi wake wanataka kufunga virago waende kutoka kwingine. Lakini bila tu kuchukua muda mwingi nataka tu kumuita hapa kwenye NTV atueleze zaidi. Ni vizuri kusikia kutoka kwa jamaa mwenyewe. Na ningetaka tu nianzie kwa majina na uniambie nyinyi kama wauzaji ama watu ambao wanategemea vitu kutoka China ni shida, mnapitia shida ipi? Nianzie kwa majina. Uniambie unafanya kazi gani?
Naitwa John niko Kamande. Kazi yangu ni electronic. Alafu natengeneza vitu za billboard na hizi material tunatengeneza nazo zinatoka China. Sasa kuna shida hii ya coronavirus. Sasa vitu hazikuji na huku juu ya sasa huwezi jua hiyo ni kitu ilifanywaje, ni kama siwezi kama jua kama ni siasa ama ni nini. Huwezi yani hiyo kitu imetu affect sana. Lakini kulingana na maoni yangu sio vizuri kutegemea nchi moja atiwe na yani inalinda hawa wengine. Sababu kama ingekuwa vitu vinatoka nchi mbalimbali yani tofauti hata hatungejua kama kuna shida yoyote. Lakini saa hii kitu imetu affect sana sababu kwa customer anakuuliza kitu unamwambia huna hiyo kitu, kwa nini unamwambia hii shida hii na hii na hii, hiyo kitu imetu affect sana. Sasa kama sisi biashara
sasa kulingana na wewe maybe kwa siku ulikuwa unatengeneza pesa kama ngapi? Ulikuwa unatengeneza nini hasa na biashara saa hii iko vipi? Unatengeneza pesa ngapi kutoka ugonjwa huu wa corona ulipoanza?
Kitu ya kwanza unajua ina depend na venye ile kitu customer wanataka. Sasa huwezi ati approximate unaweza pata kama 10,000, 20,000, hata unaweza kuta uko na 50,000 na depend na ile customer amekuitisha.
Sasa kutoka vitu mnanunua wewe najua ni bado ni kijana mdogo. Kutoka China mlikuwa mnanunua vitu kwa njia ipi na kuna mtu ambaye unajua labda ameweza kutumana vitu?
Kuna watu wana import vitu kutoka China wanaleta mpaka huku. Sasa kuna wale agent wanachukua container mzima, halafu ikifika Nairobi sisi wabiashara wadogo tunaenda tunachukua yani kwa agent tunakuja nazo huku.
Na sasa labda wewe kulingana na wewe sasa umesema uko karibu kufunga kwa sababu hauna spare parts, na ungetaka kuambia serikali nini ama ombi lako kwa serikali ni lipi? Sababu tunajua vile umesema ni kweli kuwa tuache kutegemea nchi moja kutuletea vitu hapa Kenya. Ungetaka kuambia serikali nini kuhusu manufacture ama kutengeneza vitu hapa kutoka nchi yetu?
Mimi kulingana na maoni yangu kama hii nchi yetu ya Kenya kuna watu wengi sana mainjinia. Si ati ni vitu zote zinaweza toka na huko nini ng'ambo. Hata huku kwetu bado zinaweza tengenezewa huku na bado zisaidie watu wako huku nini huku nchini yetu. Na kama serikali inaweza tusaidia, yani hii industry waangalie hizo industry zetu vitu zitoke huku. Baada ya kutoka na huko ndio shida kama hii yani isikuje tena. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Sasa tu swali langu la mwisho, kulingana na wewe, ile stock ambayo ulikuwa nayo ulikuwa umenunua lini, na ile imebaki inaweza kupeleka kwa muda mgani, na kama janga hili la ugonjwa wa corona kama halitaisha, unaona utakuwa hapa kwa biashara kwa muda mrefu, muda upi?
Kulingana na maoni yangu itakuwa bado itaendelea, sababu niko na alternative. Sababu si lazima ati nichukue yani ningoje kitu inatoka huko China ati nitengeneze nao huku ni ati niuze nayo. Hapana. Naweza tengeneza kitu kingine ndio ningoje hiyo kama hiyo kitu hiyo coronavirus itaisha nianze kutumia hizo vitu zingine.
Sema uko na option nyingine, hebu nieleze tu kidogo option kama gani, sababu hapo ndio sijakufuata.
Ile option niko nazo kama huko Nairobi kuna vitu zinauzwa maseket. Sasa unaweza unajua kuna watu wanataka vitu mpya na kuna wengine wanataka vitu second hand. Sasa kuna vitu second hand bado Nairobi zitafanya kazi kama zile mpya. Sasa hiyo ndio option.
Asante sana. Asante kwa muda wako. Asante, nashukuru. Dan, kama umevyosikia kwa kijana huyu anasema kuwa yeye kutoka biashara hii aianze hajakuwa na tashwishi yote, lakini ugonjwa huu wa corona anasema kuwa hajaweza kuleta mizigo kutoka nchi ya China. Anasema kuwa kwa ukubwa sana hao kama wafanyabiashara huwa wanategemea vitu kutoka China sababu ya bei. Wanasema kuwa bei ya China inakuwa chini kidogo kilinganishwa na nchi hizi zingine. Wanasema jambo hili kama litaendelea wengi itabidi kuwafunga, lakini anasema kuwa ile kitu bahati yake ni kuwa kazi ambayo wanafanya ambayo ni ya kutengeneza pia mataa, kutengeneza banners na kutengeneza hadi redio za pikipiki. Anasema yeye ako na option B, anaweza kutumia spare parts ambazo zinaweza patikana vichochoroni huku nchini Kenya na akaweza kuendeleza biashara yake. Na kurudisha kwenye studio Dan Mule.
Na asante sana Martin Moro kutoka hapo Murang'a katika duka hilo la China ndogo hapo, wakiangazia athari za biashara, namna ambavyo biashara imeathirika kutokana na maambukizi ya corona katika mataifa mbalimbali, haswa taifa la China ambapo wao hutoa bidhaa zao nyingi, haswa vipuri ambavyo wanatumia katika kazi zao. Na Moro amepata kusikia huko ni mashinani kabisa, sehemu ambazo tunaita mashinani mashambani. Na jamaa wanasema kwamba wao huagiza vile vipuri ama zile spares kutoka mataifa kama vile China na mataifa mengine ya nje, na kwa sasa kumekuwa na ule ugumu wa kuvipata na pia mwathiri biashara zao. Kuna wengine wanajihusisha na biashara katika mitandao ya kijamii, wanasema ni online businesses, kwamba wao wanaagiza bidhaa kwenye mitandao kisha wanatafuta wateja wanawauzia. Wao pia wameathirika
kabisa. Kama kuna watu ambao wameathirika ni youth, na wataathirika sana ni youth. The bigger percentage ama kiwango kubwa ya vijana wetu wanafanya kazi ya online. Unaenda unaitisha vitu kutoka pale unapelekea customer. Kule unaitisha, they are not manufacturing, hawatengenezi. That means hauna supply. Unaweza kuwa na customer lakini huna supply. So what is going to do, our youth who have been depending so much on online business wataathirika pakubwa sana. Na nakupatia very good example. Kuna soko inaitagwa Alibaba.com. Alibaba.com ilianzishwa China na mtu anaitwa Jack Ma. The richest person in China is called Jack Ma. Alianza soko ya online. Sio soko kama supermarket, is an online. Wewe unatengeneza vitu zako weka pale. Unatengeneza vitu zako weka Alibaba.com. So wanayudhi wetu wanaitisha vitu kutoka pale. Wanaitisha, hakuna mahali mnaonana ati mwenye kuuza na kununua, ni unachukua unatupa unalipa venye inafaa kulipwa. Sasa wale youth wako na shida kubwa sana. Mimi ningeweza kuadvise youth wetu, ile shida itatokana na coronavirus saa hii. Wasiangalie tu kwa kibiashara peke yake, kutakuwa na njaa. I'm not a prophet, lakini kutakuwa na njaa. Na ile njaa italetwa na coronavirus because watu wote wameingia hapa kufanya tu biashara, hatuko kule kutengeneza chakula. Because zile chakula zinafaa kutengenezwa pale zinatengenezwa na wazee. So I want to urge, ningeuliza wana youth wetu, let us go back, let us try to see how can we tunaweza produce chakula namna gani, because ile shida itakuwa ulimwengu ni ya chakula.
Njia moja ya kuzalisha chakula itakuwa ni gani?
Na njia moja ya kuzalisha chakula, na sisi kama sisi watu wa Mount Kenya region, mimi kama chairman in for Mount Kenya Professional Association, nilikuwa na hamasisha vijana wetu wakubali tuandike document tupatiane mpaka kwa serikali, including to that BBI. Sisi wenyewe tumesema because tunaona ile shida itakuwa kubwa sana ya chakula, and we are not doing manufacturing, we want to make agriculture a business, not only a business but a manufacturing business. Tunaweza kujitengenezea vitu zetu. Wacha watu wa Nyandarua waache kutuambia maziwa inamwagika. Wacha tujue maziwa imekuwa bei chini. Ile maziwa tuchukue, iwekwe ikue ni kama sasa unga, iwekwe ikue preserved. Unaelewa? Ikikuwa ikiwekwa preserved, wakati wa kiangazi ichukuliwe tena sasa iwekwe sasa itakuwa maziwa. Unaelewa kitu kama ile? And it can only happen if us, like for instance, as me, I come from Mount Kenya region, I'm saying we need a Mount Kenya Development Authority, which is going to be biased with an agro-processing city. We need an agro-processing city. We cannot have meli inatoka huko, inakuja Kenya, ikirudi inarudi bila kitu.
Lakini unajua tunahitaji suluhu la sasa hivi, sio suluhu.
Suluhu ya sasa hivi.
Ni suluhu ambayo itasaidia.
Suluhu ya sasa hivi. Tumekuwa last year, kabla huyu minister CS mwenye alifukuzwa kazi na Uhuru, huyu wa agriculture, alikuwa anaitwa Kiojuri. Kiojuri, sasa kuongea mambo za Kiojuri because hayuko hapa. Kama hako hapa ningemwambia maneno zingesema. Lakini hiyo ministry yake iko na 52 parastatus. Vijana hawajui. Kitu ya kwanza, mimi ningesema wacha sasa minister in charge of agriculture, tuko na yeye Munya sasa. Tukae chini tujue hizi parastatus zote ni gani, hii inafanya kazi gani, hii inafanya kazi gani, wote tuitiwe wote pamoja. Kwanza sisi vijana nauliza, kwanza tuachane kufikiria mambo mingi za BBI. Wacha tufikirie how are we going to feed our population, because our population is hungry, number one. Number two, kitu ya pili, tukubali tutoke hapa, turudi kule, tutengeneze chakula, turudi tutauza Nairobi. Nairobi kuna market kubwa sana ya chakula. Turudi urban and peri-urban areas. Not only that, tuko na nchi iko hapa karibu na sisi, inaitwa Somali. Hawafanyi agriculture. Wananunuanga chakula kutoka nchi zingine because the country has not been stable. Wamekuwa tu kwa vita kila saa. Lakini at least now tunataka
na unajua Maora, wewe tueleze kitu ambacho tunaweza kufanya kati ya sasa na mwezi wa 5 pengine ili tupate suluhu. Takupa fursa ufikirie, utuambie suluhu, lakini kabla hapo Eustace, tumekutenga kidogo katika mjadala huu na ningependa kusikia kutoka kwako. Pengine ni mikakati gani kama wale ambao mnajihusisha na kupokea watalii hapa nchini na wale wa hapa ndani, mmeweka mikakati gani kuhakikisha kwamba biashara zenu zinaendelea kunawiri licha ya kuwa baadhi ya watu wamekatiza ziara zao za kutoka hapa nchini kwenda mataifa ya nje na watalii ambao mlikuwa mnatarajia baadhi wamesitisha ziara zao?
Kuna mambo fulani ambayo yanafanyika na ningependa kupeana changamoto sana kwa serikali yetu, kwa sababu biashara ya tourism is about perception. Mtu mwenye anataka kusafiri Kenya anataka ahakikishiwe kabisa usalama wake uko sawa, kwa sababu kumbuka kuna mataifa ambayo huwa tunafanya biashara nayo na hayajaathirika vyovyote, hawana coronavirus, na Kenya hatuna kwa sasa. Lakini vile serikali yetu inajipresent to the nations out there, inafanya mtu mwenye alikuwa anataka kufanya booking akuje migration which starts in June and July anaogopa. Sababu ukiona kama juzi tumeona kijana amestakiwa sababu ameonyesha ndege fulani ikiingia kutoka China, ambao kwa matarajio wa Kenya wengi haiko inafaa kuwa hivyo. So tukiangalia kutoka nje, kuna wale wanaona Kenya kidogo nikienda sidhani wana ile capacity ya kuhandle huu ugonjwa. Na ni kweli ni kama hatuna. Sababu juzi nimeona waziri amesema wametenga vitanda 120. Ingia mahali kama Kibera. Mgonjwa mmoja tu kiingia Kibera tutatoka na watu 100 ngapi hapo? Mimi kwangu ningeuliza serikali, tungetengeneza tuoneshe mataifa mengine ile tu kuonyeshana we are able to do this. At least hata kama ni hospitali tuanze kutenga hospitali mzima, tujitengeneze vizuri. Kama ni vitu na mask, kwa sasa mimi mwenyewe sijaiona, sijui kama unajua kutumia bwana Dan, sijaona mask yoyote mahali. Tunangoja ugonjwa ikiingia tuanze kukimbizana na ugonjwa kama vile tukimbizana na nzige. Unaniona? Hatuna ile kujiandaa mbele. Ugonjwa ikishaingia hapo ndio tutaanza kukimbizana, kupatia watu mask, tujuzi peleke na Eastern, ujuzi peleke wapi, watu wajui kutumia. Kwa sasa tungekuwa tumeanza kutumia, kuonyeshwa kutumia, ukuwe na yako nyumbani, ile kujitayarisha tu peke yake. Kama ni hospitali ikuwe karibu na airport. Tuna uwanja mkubwa sana kule pale karibu na airport wa serikali. Kwa nini wasitenge sehemu fulani eka moja eka mbili an artificial hospital which can be done very very easy. I think big four agenda, one of the big four agenda ni health. Hata kama tutapata ule ugonjwa, ile hospitali itabaki kuwa ya wananchi. Naweza kuwa haitagharimu pesa mingi, lakini pale karibu tuna airport. Sababu huwezi niambia utachukua mgonjwa akiwa na corona aende akatibiwe siji Bagadhi. Amepelekwa na nani? Una vitu kama hizo. Juzi nimeona wakichukua kwa ile ndege tulioneshwa kwa airport. Watu wetu, ile crew yetu ya inaenda kureceive wale watu. Msichana mmoja kwa simu, mask yake imeshika hivi. Wachina ndio wanakuja na mask. Hatuna ile ufahamisho, hatuna ile fahamu, hatujui vile tutakabiliana na ugonjwa. Na ile kuleta ugonjwa kutoka airport all the way to Bagadhi kwangu hatukufikiria vizuri.
Unaona mbali. Unahisi pengine hicho kinaathiri mtazamo wa wale wageni ambao tunatarajia kutoka nje?
Ya, kabisa. Mtu anaona Kenya kama hizi ndio vitu mnafanya. Hata wale watu wanachangia kuonyeshana pahali shida iko, wanapelekwa kotini. Mimi mwenyewe nitajirusha pale nikiona. So unakuwa tunakosa wale wageni. Lakini kuna vitu tunafanya kama tourism industry, na naomba serikali kwanza ituite vile nimesikia Trump aliita watu wa ndege, ita watu washikadau wa tourism, kama watu wa hoteli, sisi tu wa companies tujadiliane, na pia kuwe na ile uhamasisho kama Tembea Kenya waanze kuongelesha wa Kenya kuhusu kutalii Kenya, sababu tusipotalii Kenya tuna watu wetu ambao wameandikwa Mombasa kama cooks, wanapika pale, wengine wanashughulikia mambo na manyumba za kulala. Tusipowapatia kazi sisi wa Kenya yenyewe, na tuna uwezo, lakini ile hamasisho kwa serikali halijakuwa. Tumekuwa ni BBI imekuwa sana imekuwa ndio tunaongelelea kuliko vile tutainua uchumi.
Lakini umesema Wakenya wanasafiri kiasi ambacho kinaweza kumudu biashara zenu.
Kiasi tu kuna usafiri. Tunashukuru.
Beno, ulikuwa unataka kumjibu kitu hapo ama ulitaka kuchangia alichokuwa akizungumzia?
Nataka kuchangia. Wenzangu vile wanasema sisi wote tunaangalia serikali kama baba yetu. Kwa hivyo suluhisho kubwa ama usaidizi kubwa tunatarajia serikali tupe. Lakini sasa changamoto wako wapi? Ningeomba au officers watoke kwa ofisi. Waanze kufunza watu in case of this. Are you prepared? So that tukue prepared wote. Kama mimi nimesimamia wafanyabiashara Nairobi, hata nikiwaita mkutano nitawaambia mask ziko wapi? Ama at what point unafaa uweke hiyo mask. Hatuna habari. Tuelezane, hii ugonjwa ikitokea tukisikia hata mtoto ama mtu yako kwa familia yako na ama rafiki yako ako naye, tutafanya namna gani? Which are the first action that we take? Ama ni kukibia, ama ni kuanza kuitana. So ombi letu ama vile tunaona solution ni tukae kama tumejitayarisha na to involve all the stakeholders, sababu hii shida ni itakuwa department zote, na itatoka hapo ikuje kwa SME, iende kwa ofisi huku zenyu na kila pahali. Are we prepared? These are the questions that we should ask.
Na Ben, kuna jambo singependa ondoke kabla ya kugusia. Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona katika runinga yako kuna nambari za simu hapo, unaweza kupiga ukasema nasi moja kwa moja katika makala yetu haya, ukatoa mchango wako tukapata kusikia una mtazamo gani kuhusiana na adhari ya maambukizi ya virusi vya corona kwa biashara nchini, kimataifa na kote tu. Ben, ningependa kupata pendekezo kutoka kwako. Unahisi kwamba suluhu iko wapi? Maana nini ambacho tunaweza kufanya kama wafanyabiashara kama nyinyi ili biashara zenu zipate kunawiri tukisubiria hali hii kuwa njema zaidi?
Kitu ya kwanza ni kuwa na mkutano na ambao wanahusika, either the ministries concerned including the finance, sababu kuna maneno kama ya kodi, wanatarajia tutalipa kodi, ili na sisi wote juu ni wafanyabiashara, we are customers to the government in terms of paying our taxes. Lakini tukiwa tumewashiliwa namna hiyo na hatuna njia ya vile tunaendesha biashara zetu, kutakuwa na changamoto. Haya, serikali iko na capacity ya kuangalia hata kama ni hizo soko zingine. Wao kila siku wana update wadu, this is a safe market now. You can import your goods from this market either in India, Vietnam, Australia, and they have wings ambao wanaweza negotiate so that they give us guarantees ate ukituma pesa yako hata bila kuenda nchi fulani unahakikishiwa mzigo yako utapata. Kama saa hii tunaweza jaribu kuorder online, lakini hujui ule mtu kama unaoda bado ako kwa ile ofisi alikuwa ama ni mtu ambayo ameregister tu kampuni. You know, there is that fear. Na utagarantiwa pesa yako na nani? So serikali iko na jia, kama ni chambers ya huko nchi China ama India, they have a way that they can guarantee us. Then tuwe na daily briefing ya ati wananchi wa Kenya wanaambiwa tumefika hapa, we are safe. Kama juzi sisi tuliambiwa maneno ya 239 Chinese, hatujaambiwa tangu wafike waliendaga wapi. Hakuna mtu anajua wako wapi, but they are in this country. Hata sisi hatujui wale wanaigia wa Kenya pia wametoka wapi. Tuambiane ukweli. Tukiambiana ukweli tutaweza kuangalia inchi pamoja. So we become brothers keepers, all of us, so that we'll be able to move in the same direction, so that we stop pulling in different direction. Tuache kufuruta pande, unafuruta pande hii na mimi nafuruta pande hii, na kila mtu ako na jukumu. Kama mimi niko hapa niko na jukumu ya kuelezea wafanyabiashara hii mtatoa mizigo wapi.
Na pia unatekeleza jukumu kwa kutoa mapendekezo.
Na mapendekezo natoa ni hiyo ya kusema tukae chini sisi wote, government tutafute suluhisho sisi wote. That is wafanyabiashara, serikali, all the sectors involved. Tujue ni aje.
Asante sana Grace. Juna mpendekezo gani la kuleta suluhu ili biashara zenu zipate kuendelea? Maana tunajua kwamba huenda hali kaendelea hivi kwa muda pengine, na biashara zenu mngependa ziendelee. Najua kwamba ni matumaini ya kila mmoja kwamba hali itakuwa shwari na biashara zipate kunawiri.
Ni ukweli, hata sisi tuna hope for the best. Lakini kwa sasa ni kama venye Ben amesema, mambo ya updates ni muhimu sana kutoka kwa government agencies. Kama juzi kuna audio ilikuwa inatembea kukisemekana kuna coronavirus, hawaku kama clear kuongelea ile jambo.
Walizungumza, walisema si ya kweli.
Okay, niliona tu katika ile draft lakini ile unahakikishia watu wako, you emphasize, hakukuwa na hiyo kutilia mkazo wa kusema as a country tuko hivi na hivi na hivi na tumejipanga hivi. Kama saa hii tuko kwenye giza, hatujui what is happening. Tunasikia wameitwa Senate, wameitwa huku, wameenda huku, wametengeneza huku, lakini hatuna ile government katika. Nimekwambia government ni kama boma. Ni wewe unahakikishia watoto wako shule inalipwa, enda usome na usiwe na wasiwasi. So pia serikali inafaa kutuambia wafanyabiashara, tunakaa chini leo, kuko hivi, tumetafuta soko nyingine, tumeenda huku na huku na huku, yani kuonekane kuna jambo ambalo linafanya nini, linafanyika. Lakini kwa saa hii tumekaa tu kama watu blind. Ile kitu mimi ninaweza waambia wafanyabiashara saa hii ni ya kwamba kama mtu akona kashamba pahali, aanze kulima chakula cha kutosha. Na bado kuna changamoto za rockast. So sijui itakuwaje, lakini ile maybe greenhouse rockast zingi, watu wakatengeneza greenhouse, wakatengeneza chakula ya 3 months ili tuweze kujikimu. Maana saa hii situation iko vile. Lakini ninahimiza serikali itilie mkazo katika hili jambo, maana maybe mwisho wa hili jambo litakuwa limeua SMEs wengi sana.
Na asante sana, na tupate kupokea simu kutoka kwake Andrew. Andrew ukiwa Nyahururu hapo natupata, hebu tupe mchango wako Andrew.
Yes, Charles.
Naam, endelea.
Ningetaka kuchangia hivi.
Naam.
And I want to concur with the guy who said that the next problem that will emanate from this coronavirus is food shortage. So the government needs to put measures so that if you check in Kenya, the average age of the farmer is almost 65 years. So we need to, the government needs to put measures so that it rewards youth to get into agribusiness. That is my contribution.
Asante sana Andrew. Na Joyce kutoka Mombasa, mchango wako ni upi?
Nasema hivi.
Naam.
Serikali kuna vile wangeelimisha wananchi ambao wanafanya biashara. Na wakati mwana Kenya anatoa Yaani hao kuhusu huo ugonjwa kama yule kijana alitoa habari kuna wa Chinese wanaingia. Wao wanaingia vipi hapa Kenya na ili heri wanakuja sio wanakuja kufanya biashara? Sasa watu wetu wanafaa kushughulikiwa vipi wakati wanahitaji vitu huko? Watu wanafaa mwanzo wasimamishe mambo ya BBI. Hii kitu ichukuliwe serious. Wananchi wana umuhimu sana kuliko hii mambo ya BBI, kwa sababu hata hiyo BBI ikiwa watu watakuwa wagonjwa, Nzige wameshindwa, hii locals wameshindwa kuzimaliza. Je, huu ugonjwa ambao umeshindikana kila mahali? Sasa tungeomba kabisa serikali ingilie kati, ielimishe watu kila mtu hasa sisi tuko Mombasa.
Asante.
Mungu anakuja huku. Inafaa.
Asante sana Joyce. Joyce, tumepata kusikia kauli yako, tunashukuru sana. Tumesikia pia kauli yake Andrew. Na Andrew amezungumzia swala ambalo muda umetupa kisogo kabisa. Itakuwa ni nawapa fursa kutoa kauli zenu za mwisho tukimalizia na pengine tukiwajibu hao. Umesikia anasema kwamba umri wa wakulima nchini ni wa juu sana. Vijana wajiingize katika masuala ya kilimo. Wengi wanahisi kwamba kazi nzuri ni kazi za afisini, kazi za kuajiriwa, lakini kilimo wamejitenga nacho. Nahisi kwamba iwapo vijana watahimizwa kujiingiza katika kilimo, basi baadhi ya matatizo yatakuwa yamekamilika. Na pia Joyce, umesikia kauli yake, anasema serikali inafaa kujitolea kwa masuala haya ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunakabiliana na hali kama hii. Kwa hivyo ndapatia fursa kutoa kauli zenu za mwisho na pia kugusia haya. Nitaanzia mwisho, Eustace.
Mimi changamoto langu lingekuwa kwa wanabiashara pia ambao wanahusika na kuleta bidhaa kutoka China. Na nimewasikia wakiongelelea hilo. Wacha tufanye kitu inaitwa kudiversify our market also. Nilikuwa juzi China na I think October na group ya watu, kwa sababu mimi huwa napeleka watu kununua vitu kule. Lakini ukiangalia tumefurika China sana kwa kiasi kuwa tunachukua toothpick zinatoka huko, tunanunua tissue paper kule, wanatuletea kila kitu hadi ugonjwa sasa wametuletea. Tumekuwa tukipeleka watu Turkey, kwa sababu Turkey nayo ni market nzuri sana ya nguo, sijui kama rafiki yangu ameiangazia. Unaweza nunua nguo kule. Okay, zinaweza kuwa bei juu kidogo lakini ni quality, na ukiintroduce watu hizi utakuta tumetokea China kidogo. Number 3, let us support our own initiatives. Wenye wanatengeneza nguo huku, zile industry tuko nazo EPZ, wacha tununue pale.
Asante Ben, kwa kifupi kabisa.
Shukran Dan. Kama wafanyabiashara si ati kusema hatuna soko zingine, lakini China bei yao ni fair. Ndio unaona mfanyabiashara ambao anataka kutengeneza profit kidogo anakibiria pahali bei ni sawa. Ombi letu ni tutoe uoga, tuangalie, tukae pamoja kama ndugu na dada, tupigane na hii ugonjwa. Na tusiwe watu wengine wako juu sana na wengine tuko huko chini. Unajua kama sisi ndiye tuko ground, tuna shida mingi kwa ground, na hii ndio unaona tunahofia ikiingia kwa ground kabla ishughulikiwe tutakuwa kwa shida.
Asante Ben. Grace.
Sasa mimi ile jambo la mwisho ninaweza sema, Kenya we are a praying nation. Sisi ni watu wacha Mungu. Tubu dhambi zetu, turudie Mungu, tuombe, maana hata kama serikali ina mkono, pia sisi as individual tunafaa kulilia Mungu sana katika yale mambo ambayo tumefanya. Nchi yetu inakaa vibaya, sijui kuna mvurutano, kuna umwagikaji wa damu. Tunafaa kwenda pale msarabani ama msikitini, watu wakaweza kuswali ili tupate jawabu kutoka kwa Mungu. Maana jawabu litapatikana kwa maombi.
Asante Maura, sekunde 20 hivi.
Okay, mimi ningeomba kitu moja tu. Ningeomba wenye wanafanya kazi na serikali, you must stop dealing things in a pedestrian way. Stop pedestrian ways of handling issues. You cannot have it's a president who are coming to say ati mulipe watu. Kwani wewe hujui kazi yako ni kulipa watu? You cannot pay suppliers. Today we are talking some other issues. So mimi ningeomba tu kitu moja, tukae gangali, lakini let us go back to farming. That is where the money is.
Naam, asante sana. Turejelee kilimo na vile vile watu wawajibike. Asante sana. Ni John Maura ambaye ni mshauri wa masuala ya biashara na kifedha. Grace Mombi ambaye ni mfanyabiashara pia anaagiza vyombo kutoka China, na vile vile tunaye Ben Mutahi ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kundi la waagizaji bidhaa kutoka China na mataifa mengine wa hapa Nairobi, kikundi kinachojiita NISTA. Na mwisho kabisa ni Eustace Nderito ambaye ni muasisi wa Solani Tours ambao wanajihusisha na safari za kitalii za humu nchini na nje. Mtazamaji, shukrani kwa kutazama makala yetu ya NTV. Sasa tunaamini kwamba umepata kumakinika, so wafanya biashara na wengine wote, kuhusiana na mitazamo ya wageni wetu. Mimi ni Daniel Mule kwa niaba ya mwenzangu Kaltun Jama, mwelekezi wangu na wengine wote ambao wameshiriki kufanikisha NTV. Sasa nasema shukrani. Tukiondoka saa 7 juu alama, tutakuwa tukirejea kwa taarifa kwa lugha ya Kimombo.
Sensitivity is a short, sharp pain that people experience when they have something hot or cold getting to the nerve of the tooth. Dentists recommend Sensodyne to their patients. It's able to get inside the tooth and calm the nerve of the tooth down. And the proof's in the results. It works.
Looking to enjoy sumptuous meals and drinks at affordable rates? Welcome to Nasco's. Our diverse menu gives you a variety to choose from. Visit us at Veteran House 4th floor, Moi Avenue, or along Mombasa Road at the Nation Printing Press Center. We offer outside catering service and do home and office deliveries. For inquiries or to place an order, call 0700-613-902 or email info@nascos.co.ke. Nation Staff Consumer Society Limited. Enjoy our hospitality.
Mara ngapi nitakwambia niwache kucheza hiyo kitu?
Joroge, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a houseboy.
Unanifinya nyinyi ni nini nifanyike? Mimi sikutaki. Enda utafute wale wanaume wanalala kwa mtaro.
Leo jioni nisipoone hizo pesa kwa simu yangu. Utanijua.
This is Father Bartholomew Dominianos. Please just step onto the confession box.
Is Prince Fulvius Aurelius Valerius Mayweather Jr. Mayweather's son?
You are under arrest for robbery with violence.
Sonadol Extra imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli kupambana haraka na maumivu ya kichwa, mwili na hata meno. Sonadol Extra, hakika maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
Hanging out, it's my summer, got my squad, we go harder, we got a little bit of feel good now. Let's have a little bit of
What would you like to become when you grow up?
As a refugee, you have to improve yourself first.
A doctor. Clap for the doctor.
The most important thing that I've come to know in the camp is education.
We are focusing on empowering them with the knowledge.
When I don't school, how will I get a job? There are a lot of gaps where we actually need more funding so that the books, the school uniform, the ratio of students per classroom or the ratio of students per teacher can be improved.
Mara ngapi things are thick? Tika mwenye penzi lenye umepaka kwa macho.
Na wewe unamjuaje?
I was his fiance.
Chika Storo kibao na 200% Storo bonus. Piga simu zaidi, tuma SMS au nunua bundles ufikishe target yako leo. Isitoshe, pata 50% extra airtime unapo top up na kupiga *544*2* amount hash. Safaricom, for you.
When you're facing stubborn stains, you're always in a fierce fight. Clean Soft kicks out stains. Kimateki.
One, two, three, get it. Where the B-boys at? Where the hip hop at? Where the B-boys at?
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
This is NTV.
A very good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. You're watching NTV at 1 this 10th day of March 2020. My name is Zainab Ismail. The National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi wants the President and governors elected by Parliament and not directly by the people. In a raft of proposals made before the Building Bridges initiative this morning, the Speaker also proposed the deregistration of political parties that do not produce a Member of Parliament in a general election, as well as making the Senate an upper house with clear roles. The Senate Leadership Committee also made a presentation insisting on autonomy from the National Assembly. Take a look.
Let the Senate take part. Remember, the senator has been elected also by that county. At that level, I want only one person to be the one elected in the county. That person should be the senator. And I want that person to be the one exercising oversight.
My best submission would be reduce the numbers to 3-3 for both houses. Then the speakers of both houses automatically becomes chair and 2 members, one from minority, one from majority, and maybe one from outside, one from the house. Then the whole place becomes dusted and done.
Well, Turkana County Governor Josephat Nanok has termed the need to protect community land in the region as among the crucial proposals they will present at the Nakuru Regional Building Bridges Initiative public rally on the 21st of this month. Nanok has pushed for the retention of the county governments and dismissed those calling for the establishment of regional governments. The governor, who is accompanied by other leaders from the region, held a joint consultative meeting to agree on a common position ahead of the rally. Some leaders in the meeting cautioned others from undermining them in the BBI process. Petroleum Cabinet Secretary John Munyes urged the leaders to tolerate one another for the sake of the interests of the community.
Responsibilities and rights.
Watu ambao wa BBI mahali wakifika mahali lazima watu wanapigana, lazima watu wanatukanwa. Meru, wapi, sijui nini, kwa nini watu wanapigana? Kwa nini watu wanasema majina mabaya kuhusu wengine?
Hiyo document na Nok na Jeremia watashikana pamoja na chairman, twende wote na Nakuru tuweze kupresent hiyo document, na mimi pia nitawasilisha. Ugawaji wa rasilimali ya nchi hii, kwanza kabisa ni mambo ya ardhi. Ile mimi nataka kuchangia ardhi ya jamii, community land, mpaka ilindwe.
Well, away from the BBI, the World Health Organization warns there is now a very real threat that the global outbreak of the new deadly coronavirus will become a pandemic, but stresses the virus could still be controlled. The WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says that as long as countries only have sporadic cases or defined clusters, those countries have the opportunity to break the chains of transmission. Take a look.
The Aga Khan Hospital will become the second containment center for possible patients of COVID-19 in the country. The private hospital will work side by side with the Kenyatta National Hospital, which already has a containment facility at the Mbagathi Hospital here in the capital. Kenya is on high alert as the disease has hit closer to home, with multiple cases being reported in South Africa and a first case in Burkina Faso. Latest figures show that 104 confirmed cases of COVID-19 are from Africa alone, with one person who flew into the continent with the disease dying on African soil from the virus. The World Health Organization is warning that there is now a very real threat that the new coronavirus outbreak will become a pandemic. The WHO Director General has stressed that the virus could still be controlled. Since the novel coronavirus first emerged, 110,564 cases have been recorded across 100 countries, killing 3,862 people. WHO says that the situation varied widely in the 100-odd countries that have so far registered cases, with 93% of all cases being located in just 4 states. 79 countries had registered fewer than 100 cases, and more than half of those had seen fewer than 10 infections.
Of the 4 countries with the most cases, China is bringing its epidemic under control, and there is now a decline in new cases being reported from the Republic of
Michael Ryan, who leads the WHO's emergencies program, pointed out that unlike the flu, which spreads far easier, it is possible to slow down the spread of COVID-19. Last week, the WHO estimated that it kills 3.4% of all those infected. The WHO defines a pandemic as a situation in which the whole world's population would likely be exposed to this infection, and potentially a proportion of them fall sick.
Well, the handing over of 3 planes that are to continue the aerial spraying of locusts has been postponed due to bad weather. The planes that were to be launched at Wilson Airport by Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya are from the Food and Agriculture Organization and are to be used to battle the locust invasion. Kenya currently has 2 planes, and the additional 3 will bring to total 5. So far, over 20 counties are affected by the pests that have ravaged at least 17 counties in the country. Last month saw the first generation of locusts bred in Kenya hatch and begin to fly. Irregular rains have presented favorable breeding grounds for the pest, triggering the mass hatching and now maturing of the pests.
Difficult weather in Mombasa. The 2 planes that were coming from South Africa that already landed in Mombasa couldn't take off this morning. So we are hoping that the weather will be better this afternoon, and they should be able to be here overnight. Then we can be able to flag them off tomorrow, as we also kick off the public sensitization and awareness campaign on locust control tomorrow morning.
Meanwhile, sugarcane farmers from Kisumu and its neighboring counties have urged Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture Peter Munya to intervene over the closure of Kibos and allied sugar factories. The farmers who used to supply sugarcane to the factories claim that the closure has robbed them their only source of livelihood. The residents, who say over 3,000 tons of cane worth millions of shillings risk going to waste, and have asked the government to compensate them in case the factories are not opened on time. National Environmental Authority closed the company after it defied air quality regulations of 2014 and failed to comply with other orders.
Hii sita tunaona inakuja kuangamiza wakulima ili wapate nafasi ya kuimport sugar ili wamalize sisi.
Hii miwa imeajiri vijana wetu, mandugu zetu. Hao ndio wanaleta chakula nyumbani bana. Wanataka tukule wapi? Serikali bana, angalia. Miwa inaoza shambani, inakauka kule shambani. Mtatusaidia aje? Mnaweza tueleza ni kwa nini hii kampuni imefungwa?
Well, police officers in Busia County, in collaboration with their counterparts from Uganda, have recovered an AK-47 rifle and 25 rounds of ammunition in Bondeni Estate. Now, according to Busia County Police Commander John Nyoike, the rifle was recovered after a tip-off from members of the public. The rifle was reportedly hidden in a rented one-bedroom house in the estate, and it is believed to have been used by a gang operating in both Kenya and Uganda. Nyoike also confirmed that the rifle was stolen from a guard in Uganda several months ago before it was sneaked into the country.
This firearm is believed to have committed several crimes, both in Uganda and in Kenya. DCI officers from both Kenya and Uganda are working hand in hand to apprehend the culprit.
Now, we are only into the third month of the year 2020, and the red flag is already being raised about the state of food security in the country this year. Well, the combination of extreme weather, invasion of locusts, and the general failure of some of the mitigation projects aimed at improving food security, like the irrigation, paint to a grim repeat of what has become a perennial challenge, ensuring provision of adequate food for the citizens. Well, is the government reading the signs and preparing to mitigate the food challenge? NTV's team coverage this week calls the government to answer the question, where is the food?
Dry and empty hands, reflective of the land. Where is the food?
Naumia kabisa. Angalia hata mwili.
Watoto watano wako kwa kiwango tunaita Zafia acute malnutrition.
There are those people, whether there is food in Kenya or not, will not afford.
The question still shall rise, where is the food?
Tukashindwa kazi ya serikali gani? Hizi mimi sinakula ndio tunategemea.
Gather a complete roadmap on how to manage locusts.
Ni masikitiko makubwa, yale makusudio yote ya mradi huu ni kwamba hajafanikiwa.
Pesa ya serikali ni ya mwananchi. Kwanza lipa mwananchi.
I ask, where is the food?
All right, that's on team coverage tomorrow at 9 p.m. You do not want to miss that, our team coverage. Well, today marks the first anniversary of the Ethiopian airline crash that killed all 157 passengers on board 6 minutes after takeoff. Relatives of many of the victims, who hailed from more than 30 countries, have flown to Ethiopia and are expected to attend a memorial ceremony at the crash site. A new report that was released by Ethiopia Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau indicates that the newly installed flight control system was flawed and it kept pushing the nose of the plane down. The report also indicated that there was insufficient training on operating the software on Boeing 737 MAX, as the crew repeatedly followed recommended procedures that bore no fruit. The accident followed the similar October 2018 crash of a Boeing 737 MAX in Indonesia, which killed 189 people moments after leaving Jakarta airport. Last week, a U.S. congressional committee said Boeing made missteps and withheld information about the 737 MAX, and that federal regulators failed to provide proper oversight, resulting in a fundamentally flawed aircraft. All right, and on that note, let's take a very quick break here on NTV at 1. We still have a lot more lined up for you, including some sporting action. Stay with us.
Be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great. Some achieve greatness
and others have greatness thrust upon them. William Shakespeare. Registration for InterSwitch Spark Kenya 2.0 science competition is on and closes on Sunday, 10th May 2020, ahead of the national qualifying test on Saturday, 16th May 2020. To switch a future, visit www.interswitchspark.com and register your best 6 Form 3 students for a chance to win 2.5 million Kenya shillings worth of university scholarships, including monthly stipends, and the bragging right as the best STEM student on InterSwitch Spark Kenya 2.0 science competition, powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on.
Africanacity is old tech creating new tech by upcycling e-waste into 3D printers. At APSA, we love Africanacity.
New Blue Band peanut butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with New Blue Band peanut butter.
Building tips for high-rise buildings should be bought from reliable sources. Strength of the cement must be a minimum of 42.5. Sufficient curing time with constant pouring of water. Must be kept certified. Exactly 50 kilograms guaranteed in each bag.
Adding strength to Kenya's landmarks. Power for specialized constructions. Cementing the nation's future. Simba Cement, the strength and pride of Kenya.
Now also produced in Nakuru and Mombasa.
The three sides of Anna.
I feel more trapped every day that passes. I don't know how I can go on like this.
I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this, and that's why I came here, so I could give you a chance to tell the truth.
I just can't accept that you're gonna be running away all your lives.
As soon as Santiago's wife sees that he's not wearing his ring, they're going to get divorced.
Those wedding bands have been blessed, Marcelo. How could you do this?
There's no use for me to go on being here pretending to be a man I don't even know. That man is gone. Marcelo has to stop existing.
The three sides of Anna.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching NTV at 1. Now, the Aga Khan Hospital is expected to receive a health kit on screening individuals suspected to have contracted the COVID-19 virus. The screening will take a turnaround time of 5 hours and will be open to the public regardless of one's financial status. The hospital has been undertaking awareness programs in educating the public about the virus. They have set up a COVID-19 response team with 3 levels of governance. The hospital's staff has also been educated on the same, with the 6 experts having been identified to help in creating awareness. The Aga Khan Hospital has also embarked on vaccinating their staff against influenza, given that the symptoms are similar with the COVID-19.
Our capacity to manage patients is limited to 12 patients at any one time. So we expect, if at all we do get this infection in Kenya, patients will come one at a time, so we should be able to manage most of the time. It's more cost effective to put a mask on the patient than to put a mask on the staff. So in that way, when somebody is coming in coughing, we immediately contain how many surfaces that person will contaminate. And then we direct that person to a central place where they will be looked at, and then decision made whether to send the patient home or to admit the patient.
Now, the Anti-Female Genital Mutilation Board says that it is on the right track of eradicating the vice. The board says that the President's directive, which was issued last year, has highly contributed to a reduction of cases.
The FGM board has exuded confidence in the fight against female genital mutilation, assuring that the timeline set by the government is attainable. However, the board holds that the communities practicing FGM have developed new tactics that are making it hard to achieve the 100% eradication of such practices.
Mtu kama anataka kufanya hiyo ukeketaji,
inabidi araficha kabisa kwa sababu wanajua kwamba sheria itawapata. Mbeleni ilikuwa wakifanya ukeketaji wanaimba, wanasherekea, lakini saa hizi kuna tofauti kubwa.
Ikiwa presidential decree inasaidia pakubwa kama yote atakayokuwa hataki kushikilia hilo basi ni kama anaenda kinyume cha vile president anataka.
The board has criticized health officials who aid locals in the illegal practice. Some members of the society affected directly or indirectly have vowed to maintain the fight against the vice.
Wakati tulitokezea as women kuongelelea mambo ya FGM, tumetrentiwa, tumepigwa, tumetusiwa, niliambiwa mimi mtu wa uchawi, lakini my aim ilikuwa kusimamisha dhulma dhidi ya wamama na wasichana.
More than 10 cases of the illegal cut have been heard before the law courts in Kajiado. Nayoma Sampao, NTV.
Thanks, Naoma, for that report. Now, the Kenya Airways celebrated the Women's Day by assigning some of its local and international flights to all-female crews as a way of inspiring more women into the aviation industry. Captain Irene Koki, who was in charge of a special flight from Nairobi to New York, USA, said the airline has made a significant step in recognizing women and encouraging them to join the aviation industry. Captain Savia Maria, who started as an engineer in the airline, who was also in charge of a flight from Nairobi to Mombasa, said the journey to becoming a pilot has been challenging as it is mostly male-dominated.
Having been the only woman for 6 years, and then now we have over 30 women at Kenya Airways, it says a lot about our airline. We're a mid-sized airline, and I think percentage-wise we must be one of the highest employers of women, which is great for Africa and for the world.
See most of the women who fly or are engineers or are in different departments in the aviation industry work 3 times harder to ensure that we are here and we can do this job just as good or even better than those who were previously here.
Quite inspiring indeed. Now, the 2019 Gender Equality in the Workplace report has exposed the huge gap between male and female employees in leadership positions. Even as most firms locally and globally seek to achieve equality in employment, Unilever has announced that it has achieved gender balance across management globally and in its East Africa regional office 1 year ahead of its target. With a higher representation of female managers than ever before, Unilever's workforce is closing the gender gap with 50% women at management level globally, up from 38% in 2010, and a non-executive board of 45% women. Unilever is also driving the Stereotype Alliance convened by the UN Women, which aims to eliminate harmful stereotypes in the workplace and across the advertising industry. While in other stories making headlines internationally, Sudan's post-uprising Prime Minister Abdallah Hamdok met his cabinet soon after he managed to escape an assassination attempt on Monday in Khartoum. The convoy was targeted on the way to his office in the Kobar district of northeast Khartoum. The intricate details of the attack are still unclear, but the Prime Minister assured his supporters that the attack would not deter him from bringing change in his attempt to also forge peace with the rebel groups across the country. Images on state television showed at least 2 damaged vehicles at the blast site, which was quickly cordoned off by the police. Hamdok, a seasoned economist, was named premier last August in head Sudan's government during a transitional period of 3 years following the oust of longtime President Omar al-Bashir. All right, on that note, let's now take a look at stories making headlines in the world of sports. What are the Kiru?
Thank you, Zainab. It's time to play, and a very good afternoon to you. The national women's football team will be looking to bounce back in the Turkish Cup Women's Cup when they face Ghana today after a humbling 5-0 defeat to Chile on Saturday. The Harambee Starlets stand Northern Ireland 2-0 in their first match before going down to the South Americans. Ghana also lost to Chile but by a 3-0 margin before thrashing Northern Ireland 4-0. The two sides last met in last year's Tokyo Olympic qualifiers, where Kenya eliminated Ghana, beating them 1-0 1-0 on aggregate in the third round. Kenya is using the tournament to prepare for April's Africa Women's Cup of Nations qualifier against her neighbors, Tanzania. Now on to some good news close home, and a veteran golf writer here at the Nation Media Group, that is Larry Ngala, has been named the new boss of the Junior Golf Foundation. The Kenya Golf Union chairman, Anthony Morage, has challenged Ngala to continue creating an enabling environment for the sport to grow among the youth. Ngala takes over from engineer Gitonga Kabera. He will lead a team of 6 other trustees, namely John Washira, David Kehara, Shem Orwenyo, Mary Angwa, and Nancy Ikinu, as well as the newly appointed trustee to replace Ngala, Irene Ouma. The Junior Golf Foundation was set up in 1995 and it seeks to promote junior golf development in the country for players from the ages of 5 to 21 years.